Okay, we should be live.
Yeah, I think we're good.
After all that scuff, we'd spent an hour pre-streaming, and we still were 20 minutes late with all the crazy stuff.
Yeah, good old OBS. I'm glad we
Oh.
decided to get together about an hour, 50 minutes or so before to actually get this all worked out. Audio levels should be good. I hope. Got browser sources ready. You've got the intro video over on your screen. Do we want to start with that? I
Yeah,
don't
well,
really have.
I thought it's like a good thing to have in the background, just looping while we kind of go through a little bit of like who we are, what our channels are,
Okay,
what we're talking about today, because
sure.
this is definitely my first collab on my channel. So,
Oh, okay.
and also they don't know what this game is because I didn't play any of it on stream. So,
Right. I
uh,
still have my final video of this game being processed because Sega really hates anyone streaming the end, and so they're constantly choosing a like minute and a half long segment that can't be aired and trimming that out and then checking again and giving me another minute and a half long segment. But yeah, let's go ahead and do a couple of self introductions, and then I the only uh, the only thing I have planned to talk about is I wanted to give kind of like a spoiler-free intro to the game, which is going to be mostly lies, but we'll get to that later.
that is, yeah, definitely could use a spoiler-free introduction and review of the game. Which
Sure.
TLDR for the review, go buy the game. Go buy the game.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a very
utterly
good game.
amazing. It's crazy how this game how its plot not well, we'll get to all of it.
But,
It's crazy in a lot
yeah,
of different ways.
but yeah, do you want to lead off with the introductions?
Sure. My name is Rad Mahou. I'm a mage from a neighboring dimension, here to observe Earth because it's fun and cool and different than where I come from. I play a lot of. Well, I really like action games and RPGs, so right now I'm playing a lot of Monster Hunter. I just played through 13 Sentinels and might get to. I think either like Shin Megami Tensei or Live Alive is looking pretty cool. That game's had a nice history of people really loving it, and I've never played it, so we might go that way. Also spent a lot of time in Warframe, Vampire Survivors, a lot of other little things. So I do everything except a lot of horror games recently because they're mostly like atmospheric horror. But anyway, that's me. I chat too much and can talk forever with any prompt. So here I am. It's fun. Check me out. I like games and music.
Nice. And I am Deuscain. I am a variety streamer. These days, mostly doing a whole bunch of old vintage games through from like PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 generation because I got a converter cable from my old PS2. Uh, Current
Nice.
games I'm playing, I am playing Breath of Fire 4 from the PlayStation 1, and I just finished Road 96 this week, so I'm picking a new one soon. But I have no VTuber lore. I'm just a guy at home in a cardigan. That's what my character is. So
That sounds like it's very easy to keep track of.
yeah, it's
How
easy.
was real quick? How was Road 96? The game seemed like it got a lot of attention, and then I didn't hear much about it.
I was getting some more attention this month because it was on Xbox Game Pass, which I recommend it to
Ah,
you. Because you were saying earlier you were looking for a new game to play. Road 96
hmm
would be my recommendation, especially if it's still on Game Pass, because it took me about 4 streaming sessions, about 12 hours to get through 8 runs, which was the first clear. So couple weeks of gaming.
runs being like different missions sections of the game.
Yeah, like you're to go off on a tangent about the game we're not actually here to do a just chatting stream about.
Sure.
You're trying to escape from your totalitarian country to get up to the border and cross the border and leave there. So a run is
Okay.
a border attempt.
Okay.
But yeah, that's real fun. I definitely recommend it. I have some of my VODs for that going live over the next month and a half, as well as a bunch of clips and highlights that I did.
hmm
So, fantastic game, really good soundtrack. I strongly recommend it. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with that, and I'm curious what I'm gonna play next. I haven't really decided yet. Based on my schedule this week, I might not do a second stream because I just have way too
Yeah. I
much.
saw your tweet earlier. Been kind of busy.
Yeah, I basically have something Tuesday through Friday at 6 p.m. at night, every single night, and stuff I can't move. I was gonna do a stream on Saturday, and I hope I still can. But I just found out as I was doing grocery shopping today that my keyless ignition for my car is running out of batteries, and I'm like, that's fine, I have a backup. And then I got the backup out and tried it, and apparently I already did this trick once before, and the backup is 100%
Yep.
dead.
Yep. That's the problem with keyless for sure. You could run out of batteries to start your car, even though the car's battery is fine.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I try and stream every week or every day of every week, but I had a lot of issues come up recently. I had like storm and power outages and internet outages,
yeah,
but
I saw some
usually
of
I'm
those.
streaming at least for like 2 to 4 hours every day.
Yeah, you are a prodigious streamer, and I'm still trying to get through all of your VODs for 13 Sentinel. I am only up to, I think I'm starting VOD number 6 for you. So
Okay.
I'm a
I
ways back for like watching your playthrough, but we both have cleared the game. Speaking of which, we should probably talk about what the game is now.
yeah. Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and get into 13 Sentinels because it's nuts and dense, and we could sit here talking for quite a while about this thing.
Yeah, this
Um,
is potentially a multi-hour stream, but
easily.
our spoiler-free description for 13 Sentinels.
Yeah.
We'll
So
play nice for now.
so yeah. Uh, Starting off with a spoiler-free description of 13 Sentinels, I'd say that 13 Sentinels is a let's see, it's a game that initially came out on I think PS4 or PS5, and then it got a Switch port,
Yeah, I
and
remember
it
reading that
looks
about it.
yeah, it looks absolutely gorgeous on any iteration. It's done by Vanillaware, the same people who did Odin Sphere and Dragon Crown, and so these are also um, people who are also kind of using like VTuber tech behind their art style. It's almost painterly, but still very anime, and every character consists of like very mobile, um, fluidly flowing, high quality PNG layers. So it just looks like a painterly anime. And 13 Sentinels is mostly a visual novel, but it also has some pretty cool, unique, like tactical RPG combat. And it has a very, very unique way of telling its story and going back and forth in between combat and the story.
Yeah,
Um,
that's roughly how I would describe it. It's basically two games in one. It's this weird like
Mhm.
two pizza toppings that should not work of being like a point and click visual novel and
Yeah,
also a
basically.
tactical like real time strategy game, and they put them
Right.
together and they made an anime, and it just somehow works, and it's very captivating.
It's incredibly captivating, and it's also like incredibly impressive in how it works because this is a game that takes every single sci-fi trope
Mm.
that's ever appeared in any popular sci-fi media. Like it's almost every single episode of Black Mirror. One of the things that I kind of want to do is we could just try to list off basic references before we even get to spoilers. But it has so many tropes that you would kind of think wouldn't work together. And
Mhm.
this even includes like the combat section of the game being completely separate and completely after all of the story section of the game. The game will boot you up into the combat and you start in the final battle, which
Mhm.
just takes place over every single combat mission.
Yeah, in fact, the story section of the game, the visual novel, that section is just called Remembrance. So you're literally, it
Right.
describes it as like you're remembering what happened that got you here, and the actual
Yeah.
combat section is just called Destruction. And there's
Right.
actually a third gameplay mode called Analysis, which is basically saves all of your CG scenes that you experience in the game, but also when you're doing the remembrance section, the visual novel, they'll give you like keywords, and some of
Hmm.
them you'll get like encyclopedia entries for, but others are locked. So you have to do the
Right.
destruction tactical part of the game to unlock to get like points to unlock those encyclopedia entries in analysis.
Right. And so analysis is two different things. It has that encyclopedia of terms and then a chronological encyclopedia of events. And I say like a chronological encyclopedia of events. It's chronological from the point of view of the story,
Well,
which
there's a
is
couple because it does it. I think it always does it chronologically, but then you can do it based on like what the character's story is and like chronologically for them.
yeah.
Then you can load it in
So
for the entire chronology for the game. So when you get to the end, you can look back at everything you've seen in the right order and know
right.
what the hell actually you just watched.
Well, and why we're still on like a kind of a spoiler free description, I say chronologically in point of view from the story and like the order things happened, this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. But like this is a story that opens up in the first uh not all character stories are kind of equal in length, but in the first 10 to 20% of every single character story, this is a story that deals very, very heavily with time travel right out of the gate. And so
Mm-hmm.
you're constantly hopping back and forth in between a couple of different eras, questioning where people come from and why they're there. Um, and so the
Yeah,
analysis, yeah, has this chronological order of events because all of these different eras are happening. They're, time is
that's
kind of flowing simultaneously for
yeah,
all of
yeah.
them.
We're getting a little bit into spoiler there, but yeah,
Where it's hard not to.
it's hard not to make it's hard to explain this game in a way that makes sense without spoiling something about it. But yeah, the
Mm-mm.
game has a lot of time travel elements, a lot of it struck me as a very classic sci-fi, like not even like War of the Worlds, which they do reference in there, but like classic
Hmm.
sci-fi and just like we're putting people in a box and seeing what they do, and each thing is just like individual like what ifs, almost like one
Right.
character is an amnesiac and like what would you do if you didn't have a memory and you're trying to find yourself and you're trying to figure out like what did old me leave clues about,
Hmm.
or
Well, and in some cases, as long as we're slightly bleeding over into spoiler territory, but not quite getting there yet, almost all characters are kind of like that.
oh yeah, they're it
There's one that's
there yeah, there are
clearly an
some aspects
amnesiac.
of that, but like just in terms of like tropes, like you have a couple characters that just have memory issues and significant memory problems. There's plot reasons why, um, but then like other characters are pretty sure that they know who they are. They're just going around living their daily life with
Hmm.
none the wiser that something or else might be happening, and so it's a very it's a mindfuck. Which actually, one thing that is
Hmm.
interesting that I didn't mention to you when we were doing the pre-stream. Uh, Rad here played the game blind, and all of
Yeah.
their VODs are up on YouTube. I played the game off stream, so I have no VODs. Rad went in blind. I was watching Rad's streams, and I'm like, all right, you know what? He's just playing the whole game. I'm not really going. I'm probably not going to buy this. You know what? It's good, but like, I could just watch Rad play it. So I actually looked it up before ever downloading and buying a copy of the game. So I played through fully knowledgeable of what was happening, and basically spoiled myself, and it still was throwing me for a loop. So I
Oh
actually
yeah.
like I even spoiling myself, knowing what's going on, um, it still throws you for a loop, but it also gives us kind of two very different perspectives because I'm basically went in with almost a new game plus thing because this is definitely a game where
Sort of. It
the first time
depends
you
on how
play it,
long.
you have
Yeah.
no idea what's happening, and then like you go back and play it again, you're like, oh, here's where this thing is referencing this, and here's where this thing is
Yeah.
referencing this. So you're kind of noticing all the things you missed the first time around, which was
Well, and
my first experience with the game.
it's constantly dropping hints as to like what's really going on behind the scenes, but it takes a while for the game to spell it out. And I would
Mm-hmm.
even go so far as to say the game never lies to the player. There are a bunch of characters who will like drop big revelations and then they'll be wrong about something and then they'll drop another big revelation and so you get some truth and some mistaken stuff there,
Mm-hmm.
but the game itself never really lies to the player except for one thing, which I'll get to later.
Yeah, okay, I'm interested in that. Yeah, because yeah, it's very good at obfuscating, like just like hiding something in plain sight
Yeah.
that you don't realize how significant this is. And I actually have one thing on my end. I'm gonna make a note of this. Um,
It is incredibly good at obfuscating and it's incredibly good at it's incredibly good at building a narrative out of a staggeringly large amount of sci-fi tropes.
Hmm.
Like, just to before we get started about any character or major plot points, this the amount of references that the game slaps you with in the face at the
Hmm.
very
Hmm.
beginning is large. Like, this is a game about kaijus and giant monsters, kind of, sort of. This is a game that immediately references like Back to the Future and Terminator and War of the Worlds,
It,
and eventually ends up referencing like The Matrix
yeah, and
and
it's funny seeing the little
in a
variations
time
they make
travel
on
thing.
stuff too. Like, cause they
Yeah.
can't use Terminator because it's obviously copywritten, so they say X Terminator,
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
or
The
instead of
movie,
ET, it's EXT or something,
it's
right?
EXT. They're clearly talking about these movies, but then there's also a character who like has kind of an ET arc going on,
Hmm.
and then it starts being different. And there's multiple characters who have a Terminator arc, but it's not exactly the same thing, but it's very similar.
Hmm. Yeah, so it's
And it makes all of this work. Like
that's
it
probably the most impressive thing. It's like all of this just makes sense, and there's very few things in the entire narrative that by the end you're not just sitting there going, okay, that makes no sense, and it doesn't tie into anything. Like, most of it
right.
works, just works, and whatever doesn't, you said you noticed something. I kind of got to the end, and I think I just kind of mentally hand waved whatever it is you're
Well,
getting cognitive dissonance about. But for
well,
me,
there's
a lot of it just makes cognitive sense to me.
I think the entire game makes perfect sense. There's one thing where the game is straight up lying to you, but it's cheeky. And and there's another thing in my playthrough where I was like, that character bit doesn't make too much sense, but I guess it at the end of it I was like, I guess it kind of does with this other thing I've already seen. So the game definitely set this up. And there's this theme of, because there's a lot of time travel involved,
Hmm.
while we're still in no spoilers,
Yeah.
which will probably have to end very shortly.
Yeah, very,
Uh,
very. Yeah, that's not gonna be going for much longer because we're running out
yeah,
of
as
things
soon
we
as
can
we start
talk about
talking about
without
what's actually
spoiling
going
things.
on, right? Um, as long as we're still talking about no spoilers for just a tiny bit more, there's a lot of time travel going on, and so there's a lot of like, well, we have these characters that we're playing, but here's these future versions of them that the game clearly shows to you very early on,
Hmm.
and it the if they just existed normally throughout their timeline, there's no way this future version makes sense. Um, but everything is still spelled out normally, and there's like some of them are very clearly the same character, and some of them are very clearly different characters with different motivations. So something happened.
Mm.
Um, and I think maybe with that we should just break into spoilers because
Yeah,
it's
yeah. Let's
well,
do yeah. Let's do a couple spoilers. Let's start off with your thing. So yeah, this is the end of the spoiler free discussion of the game.
right.
Our spoiler free review is go buy the game. Like, it's $60 for Switch. It's worth it. It's worth every penny.
It's
Um,
absolutely excellent. It looks amazing. It plays really great. There's only one section of the game that I kind of like was like, I'm not excited to play this, and then everything else was buttery smooth and great.
mhm.
Story and combat, fantastic. Go buy it.
Yeah, go
It's
buy it.
worth it.
Fantastic.
Vanillaware, they disappear for a long time and then pop up with something really cool every once in a while. So we have no idea what they're doing next. We do know that the director said they're probably never going to be able to make a story like this again, but it's immaculate, and there's so much here.
Yeah, and actually, you were telling me in the pre-stream what we got in this game, which for me I think was because I loaded up my Switch here just so I could reference stuff in it.
Hmm.
Um, a
Sure,
first
that's
clear for
pretty
me
handy.
for aggressively clearing offline, like, and
Hmm.
just like fast forwarding through any text that, like, I've already seen you play some stuff, so like I'm
Well,
just
that's
tapping,
a cool thing to
I'm just
talk about.
tapping through the scenes. It was still 35 to 40 hours of
Yeah, it's a really dense
aggressive
game.
play. So
And
it's
this is a game that gives you a fast forward option. And not only does it give you a fast forward option, it gives you an option to say fast forward through any text that I've already seen. But if you're holding down that fast forward button and text pops up that you haven't seen before, it stops fast forwarding automatically for you.
mhm. Yeah, just but like just what I mean, like you were saying, only half of what they wanted to put in made it in, and the half that
Yeah.
they did is still 40 hours of content trying to speed run the game. Like my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, this is an incredibly dense game, and it's very clear that they probably wanted to have several characters have longer stories
Mm-hmm.
or maybe multiple story arcs. And there are several characters that they probably wanted to have as playable characters, but couldn't do it.
Actually, one interesting thing I read, which yeah, we I think we're done with the spoiler-free review. We're gonna move on from that. But
Yeah, we're jumping into
one
spoilers
thing
on
I
that.
read actually, they started off with fewer characters and then upped it to 13, from what I heard. So 13
Really?
was the increased amount.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think I read that on Wikipedia for this.
I think maybe they had to then to split it up to kind of be able to piece everything together and make
Mhm.
it make sense.
But yeah, what was your cognitive dissonance thing, and which character is it with? Because yeah, I'll bring it up on the screen. Because yeah,
Well, okay.
just for chat's information, there are 13 playable characters in the remembrance section, which means there are 13 people that you just straight up play, and then there's
Yeah.
probably another half a dozen to a dozen that are significant plot relevant characters. So
Well, because of the way the world is set up, there are 13 playable characters, 13 storylines that you play through, and there are 15 uh
15 who are compatible.
yeah, I want to say 15 who are basically main characters that play a very, very big part in almost the entirety of the game's storyline. But there's also different versions of these characters. And so,
Kind of, sort of, yeah. It gets complicated, but yeah, it's
well,
we're
there's
somewhere between a dozen to 2 dozen characters that are
effectively,
wildly important to plot.
like, without any context, there's a really great meme of it's the SpongeBob meme of Squidward kind of saying, "You're this and you're this and you're this," and it's just like he's Juro Karabe, she's Juro Karabe, they're Juro Karabe. Is
Mm,
anyone else Juro Karabe? And then it's just a picture of Fluffy the cat.
nice.
Because of
I've
course.
not seen that meme yet, but yeah, we could do that with Chihiro Morimura, because I believe
Hmm.
there are 4 people in this game that could technically use the name Chihiro Morimura, which is crazy. Um,
Yeah, and that's without making a distinction between Nurse Morimura and leather bodysuit Morimura,
I
and
assume they
that's
were the
without
same person for the most. Well,
they
different loops, but like they are
right.
similar
That's
person.
without making a distinction in between the loops, which is another great thing about the analysis section is that you can go through and search through events by character, which is a little awkward sometimes because characters will have flashbacks that don't actually appear in their character section. They only appear in like the all events section. Um, but then you beat the game and it opens up every single character, including non-playable characters, and makes a distinction between like Juro from 1 loop ago, Juro from 2 loops ago. And so what do we even mean by loops? Remember when we were talking about how this is a game that's just based around a lot of crazy intricate time travel? That's a lie. There's this is almost but not quite a hard sci-fi game. And so at one point a character just goes, all of this future stuff we've been showing you is in the past.
Mm-hmm.
That already happened. That's why there's a log of it at all. Time travel, time is relative. Time travel is not real.
Yeah,
It doesn't happen.
like to put it in the context of people understanding this. Most of the game, to give some context, most of the game is set in various periods of time separated by about 40 years. So the bulk of the game is played in the 1980s, like 1985. There's a 1945-ish zone. There's a 1920, or there's a 2025 zone, a
Hmm.
2065, and a 2105. But
Hmm.
most of it takes place in like 1985. Sorry.
Yeah.
Um,
And because you have
which
15 main characters, you have about 3 coming from each different sector.
I did count that out. Yeah, it is actually
Time
3 in each sector, which I think I have my guesses for why that happened. But of relevance is,
The
so
game
the
kind
earliest
of
time
spells it out for
zone,
you.
the earliest sector is 1945. The first entry, and you called this out several times during your streams, the first entry chronologically for everything is a log from 2188 or 2187.
Right.
So
Right.
chronologically for this game, and they tell you very early on, 2188 happens before something happening in 1985, and you're just like, but what now?
But why? How?
How?
Yeah, that's part of the game hinting at you, right? The event log happens chronologically. You can go in and see the year and area and characters involved in a scene, and it'll tell you this is scene number 1. This is the first thing that happens in the story. And it happens, every different character's story is chunked off into sections. Some of them are pretty available to play through in whatever order you want. Some of them are kind of gated behind filling out other characters or going so far into the combat where they also drop lore on you. And so the very last scene in the very first section of one character's story of Kitara Miura is a scene from 2188. And so far you've been going through 1988 or 1984, 1985 with a couple of characters that are like, oh, they're enjoying their anime high school, and it's this Juro Karabe loves his sci-fi movies with his buddy
Shiba.
Kyuta Shiba. Iori and Tomi and Miwako are just like cute little high school girls enjoying their time, talking about boys, going out and getting food, and so on. But there are constant hints from the very, very beginning that you also have really crazy giant monster invasions happening in the future of 2024, 2064, and you get flashbacks to 2105 where crazy stuff happens, and then you go look at the event log, or you get messages and recorded digital logs of characters from the year 2188, and like the log itself will say this is 2188 on this space colony, and then you go and look at the event log, and this thing that happened in 2188 is the very, very first thing that happened. And this thing that happened in 2105 happened like 15 scenes later. But this high school scene you saw is scene number like 180.
Yeah. You're like, how is the 1985 scene like one of the last scenes in the entire game? Like, I don't understand. Like,
right.
And it throws you for a loop for a while before you kind of figure out what's going on. Which I think at the point I'm at now, like about halfway through your playthroughs, you were starting to figure it out. You were starting to figure out like what the sectors were and what they represented and how they worked.
Yeah. The game drops a lot of hints, and I'll say one of the things that was a little dissonant for me is character specific, and one of them is the game. So the game eventually flat out tells you time travel's not real. That shit's not happening. You're teleporting around, but there is no time travel. And so there's lots and lots and lots of little hints of like, well, so this kaiju invasion apocalypse happened in 1945. Why is 1985 still here and okay and completely unaffected by it?
Or that one scene with Miura where he remembers somebody damaging a post in 1945, but then they're at the same house in 1985, and there's no damage to the post at all.
Definitely the same house.
Yeah. So,
but the physical damage to the like inside of the house is no longer there.
Yeah, I think they describe it as like the various time zones are referred to in game by the people in the know as sectors. So if we use that term, that's what we're referring to. But they refer to the sectors as not being linked by causality, I think is the phrasing they use.
Yeah. So initially you think everything is kind of it's time travel, and then there's these different eras and years they're hopping around to. Okay, but they don't actually affect each other. So there are characters hopping between these different eras that are more like areas. They're more like physical locations than they are like temporal locations. And the game slowly reveals little hints pointing that direction, and then eventually spells it out. But even once it spells out that these are different physical locations, there's still 3 or 4 grand revelations and mindfucks left over
Yeah.
about what's actually going on.
Yeah, which actually, there's a couple things I wanted to point out with that. One of my favorite things about the game is right at the beginning when you're going through the tutorial for combat, and like you're just going through chapter, like the prologue chapter. They take you through a couple of character stories, they take you through a couple of combats, but like one of the first scenes you do is seeing one of the characters. I think it's Iori Fuyas. Oop, I turned you off, not the
No,
video.
that was just me. Yeah, Iori Fuyasaka.
Which actually nice. I had her up on the screen here. Iori Fuyasaka runs up, summons a giant robot.
Yeah,
and I love that when you
fact,
are in the know, when you are in the know and you see that scene happen, and you look at that and go, "Holy shit! They told us from scene 1 everything we should know about this game. They put it in plain sight, and we're not going to notice it.
It's right there.
It's right there, which is
right there. There's no reason to notice it. There's a ton that's you have no reason to notice because it's either pretty good at being subtle or you don't have the context to make sense of it at all.
Yeah, which is
you have to just kind of glaze over it.
Yeah, which is the big thing for me of just like there's no context for why this is the way that it is, what it is, how it is. This doesn't make sense until you get to the end. Which should I actually spell out what the thing I noticed and actually think is the big thing. So when I was playing the video earlier, there's one scene showing all the characters like swiping across a part of their body, and this big old like holographic display comes up that says start. Which is what the game starts off as. The character runs up and summons her Sentinel, summons her giant robot.
The first scene you see.
By swiping across your leg, and this thing comes up. And every character in the game has nanomachines in their body. It's explained they have nanomachines in their body. It is a common thing that it comes up over and over and over again. And
they mostly don't know why, but they do.
They don't know why, but they do. And looking at it, I'm like, okay, so they're doing this. I guess it's the nanomachines that are doing this, but why are they doing like an external holographic display? Because it shows up in a couple of times, like when characters like using future tech, it is this holographic display, but so are all the gates that they use to travel between the sectors. So are all these other things, and you don't know until the end of the game that like, no, the whole thing. Like, because you mentioned that, like the whole thing is like a Matrix reference. It is. The entire world they live in is absolutely false, and it's not real, and they're basically plugged into the Matrix. So why do they have holographic displays everywhere? And it's a game overlay. It's a HUD. That's exactly what they're seeing. But because we're playing a game, we don't question the presence of a HUD there. We're just like, no, this makes sense. She's summoning her robot.
It looks cool.
This is the anime thing that's supposed to happen here.
Right.
Not realizing that the characters themselves see this, and it's happening.
Right.
And
by the end of it, the game is
it shouldn't happen.
It shouldn't happen. There's no good reason for it to happen. But by the end of it, the game is far more realistic in the way it portrays literally everything than an anime visual novel would initially let on. So, like, I want to mention real quick, the only thing where the game directly lies to the player is there are multiple like scene transitions where you teleport in between different sectors, and you'll have a couple of characters or a batch of characters going from one era to another.
Okay.
And they even beyond the point where you know that time travel is no longer actually a thing that's happening in the story, there's a scene transition that's just a clock with its hands rotating backwards. And that's a fucking lie.
It is. It is. You are right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I didn't realize it until you. Well, I think I realized it when I was watching your playthroughs. But as soon as you mentioned it here, I'm like, you're right. The clock is such a masterful red herring that just fucks with. I actually don't know if they see it internally, like if in the context of the game world themselves they see that clock, or if it's just for the player. But it definitely is. Yeah, you're right. That is 100% not true. And the clock will go forward if they're moving forward to a sector further advanced in time, and then it'll like look like it's rewinding if you're moving to one in the past, which is a nice little thing I saw too.
And so there's no reason for any of the characters to see that. It's just a semi-fancy transition scene presented to the player, and it's 100% lies all of the time.
It's a red herring.
There's no getting around that.
Yeah, it's meant to make you
like,
think one thing, and it's totally has nothing to do with anything.
right. But in kind of in the opposite direction, but still in the context of the game, like sometimes the game is subtle about dropping hints, and then sometimes the game bashes you over the head with a real true statement about what's going on in the game. And that's usually things said by the said by various characters in the game, but sometimes they're mistaken.
Mhm.
But the analysis section, when it has its big ol' entry of all your different entries, which it's important to note is really cool, that every entry will usually have, kind of depending on what it is, because there's a lot of different entries, but like character entries or event entries will usually have multiple different paragraphs or entries under them that only start filling out once you've actually seen part of the story.
Yeah, they'll update as you play through, so you'll see more
As you
stuff.
play through the
I
game.
saw when you were playing, when you actually finish a visual novel section, it'll tell you how many of them were updated and actually just give you a link to click that takes you right into analysis, so you can quickly review and see what was updated, what changed, what happened, which was really neat, really fantastic feature of the game.
And it highlights the new text. It highlights what entries have been updated. It tells you you've unlocked like 3 entries and you've updated 7 entries.
Yeah.
And the ones you unlocked are new entries that may or may not actually be unlocked, but you can see them, and you might be able to unlock them with the mystery points that you earn from the destruction, the combat phase.
Yeah.
And so one of the, I don't know if it's too early, but it's probably about 2 or 3 steps into, I'm going to tab over to Keitaro Miura here. One of the semi-early scenes, I think it's before the halfway point, but maybe around the halfway point of Keitaro Miura's story, is he is from 1945 and gets caught up in some time travel because of plot, and then eventually goes back to see like what happened. He sees the Sentinels attack before he time travels away. The kaiju, yeah, the kaiju attack. Before he and his Sentinel time travel away, and then you go back and you find another character who you've seen in a couple of different scenes in 1985, just like dying on the ground. And then when she dies, and there are no other bodies in this
there are never any bodies
area.
in any time zone.
There's never any bodies, which is not a thing the game really points out until this scene, kind of depending on what order you play the game through, of course. But when you see the scene, a character dies, and then she magically sparkles and vanishes, and her body is gone. And as a player, you're like, what is that? What do you mean her body's just gone and it vanished away? And then you unlock an extra entry in her analysis phase.
I just saw this in your VOD, and I remember you talk about like, oh, thank God he called it out, because he's like, why did her body just vanish in my arms? You're like, oh, thank God he said it.
She just magically vanishes. You go back to analysis and look at her entry, and the game tells you, without having any other context to give meaning to this statement, it just spells it out in very plain language.
She's in her pod.
Universal Control teleported her away right before she died, and now she's resting in her pod, awaiting the end.
And you have no idea what the pod is by that point.
Right. And you say, what the fuck does that even mean?
I actually literally was watching that episode and that scene earlier this afternoon before we started the collab, and I saw you get to that point. I'm just like, oh God, he's pulling his hair out, and I'm just there laughing my ass off, because I know what happened, because I'd gotten through that, but I'm just like, oh, he's not gonna have any fucking clue what this is and what's going on. And it's just like, you're absolutely right. It's just the scene. It's just like, you have no context when it happens, and like the character there, the robot character, is just like, oh, this happened, and it's just very chill about it. And you're just like, wait, no, you said a thing. What does that mean? What do you mean universal control? Who the fuck is universal control? What is universal control? What?
Right. How does that make sense in the context of the rest of the story? Because at that point, you know that time travel is not actually happening, probably, or you have a lot of really good hints, and so it's very easy to guess that, like, maybe it's not actual time travel, maybe it's different timelines, maybe it's like neighboring dimensions,
Yeah, like
maybe
parallel universes. Yeah.
like a parallel universe type of thing. We've seen scenes of this space colony in 2188. So are all of these different eras and sectors actually just like big dome city type of things on a space colony? No. Are
Seems like for a long time, and like which actually is a really good
right.
obfuscation here, and I want to cut in. When you
Sure.
get far enough in the game, it does have the sectors themselves in the analysis section, and it has them in
Yeah.
kind of this
Yeah.
like flower petal thing, where it's like sector zero's in the center, and all 5 other sectors are surrounding it like the petals on a flower, which again we realize is complete bullshit because the whole thing is just this computer matrix thing. It's like, why are the sectors like this? It's just data. You
Right.
could arrange them in a pancake. You can put them anywhere. You could have sector zero just floating around like why are they in this pattern? Why are they in this design? Like, does this mean if you
Right.
just shot through the walls, you would get into a physical section to zero, and then you just turned at the right angle and you could physically get into
Well,
a different sector? Like,
and the simulation matrix reveal, like hard reveal, comes so late that even at that point you can say, is this arrangement of sectors on a space station somewhere? We know that there's like a terraforming project that happened way back in 2188. So,
way back
but
in
we have no idea how
2188.
long ago that was. So, are all of these sectors on a planet that has been terraformed or is in the process of being terraformed? And those are like pretty good guesses given the
Mhm.
context that you have at that point. They're totally wrong.
Yeah.
They're totally wrong.
Well, they're half wrong. They
They're
are what is actually supposed to be
yeah.
happening, but what you're experiencing is not that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Um, but yeah,
Like the terraforming project was real and is real, but it's not set up like that.
it's not what you're actually experiencing with your body, with yourself, with the world you're in, because that's all just a simulation. Which is an interesting thing too, because my other thing that I wrote down here is like, Shu, oh god, Shu
Amaguchi?
Amaguchi, yeah, Shu Amaguchi. In his story, he makes contact with somebody in the know, Miyuki Inaba.
Mhm.
She points him to the outer walls, and he gets there, and there's this construction site for the outer
Right.
walls, and it's just like this hunk of metal that definitely is very alien, very definitely not 1980s. But it
Yeah.
looks like almost like a weird construction site thing, and it's just
Yeah.
like that's the outer walls, that's the edge of the thing, because
It's
and
just a
here,
lattice of metal beams
yeah, and I was
and
just like,
that's
why do they even have this here? Why don't they just have an actual just barrier wall like in like an
right.
old video game? They just the background extends beyond, but you just can't go past this point. But they actually design a physical barrier in this virtual space to stop people from going any further. But
And they kind of do. Like the universal control aspect is it's pointed out around that time that anyone who thinks they're traveling beyond the city and out into this area that Shu travels out into after being pointed towards it, like just has their memories messed with
mhm.
and they instantly get spit back out, kind of coming the way they came, but their memories are altered to such that they think they went for vacation
Yeah,
or
which
they think they had a nice time out with their grandparents out in the country,
I love
even
that
though that
section
doesn't exist.
where the two characters are having a conversation about when they were younger, they went to their grandparents' house, and it was they
Hmm.
would eat watermelon, and they would catch bugs at the old something or other tree in the backyard. And the
Yeah.
one character just goes, "Huh,
Wait a minute,
that's
that's kind of
weird. My
weird.
grandfather also had one of those trees in his backyard." She's like, "Well, I
And we
mean,
also had
old folks
watermelon.
do this," and he's like, "No, everything you
Nobody.
said is exactly the same memories
Right.
I have. That's
Right.
weird."
There's literally no difference in these
Um,
memories.
but yeah, no, it's funny and interesting because like everything else, they obfuscate stuff so clearly in sight. Like several characters early on notice what they describe, like they're on top of a UFO. That's how they describe it,
Right.
and the UFO is 30 kilometers in diameter. But in Shu's
Which is the entire
story,
range
you
of the city.
find the entire enclosure is 30 kilometers in diameter. So the
Hmm.
UFO, what they're calling the UFO, is really just kind of like the bottom of the dome, like the spherical thing that they're inside of.
Right.
It's just the bottom of it.
Which still makes it look like an Evangelion geodesic dome or some type of domed city
Hmm.
that is an artifice mimicking reality.
But just
And
yeah, like
and of
I
like
just wanted
of Sure.
Sorry.
Go. No,
But, like,
there's so much to the story. Go ahead.
yeah, just the fact that like they call this out so many times in plain sight, like, oh, we have this 30-kilometer spaceship underneath us. We have this 30-kilometer this, 30-kilometer. Oh, this thing's right underneath us, and it's 30 kilometers. And you were just like, why has nobody noticed this before? And it's because that's the entire world. The moment they go outside of it, they do this and that. Even when Shu Amaguchi activates his Sentinel one time, even one of the main antagonists of the story is like, notify the U.S. government. We don't want any
Right.
strikes coming this way. And just like as a player in the know watching this, you're just like, but there is no U.S. government. There's
Right.
nothing outside of these 30 kilometers.
Right. It depends on where you are, because there's probably, like, it's very obvious at that point that there's probably nothing outside these cities. But there are still characters being like, but we get news from other countries and other parts of the world. We know that, like, some of this terrible stuff is happening over in America or in Europe or elsewhere. And again, this is just universal control,
Mm-hmm.
making things seem like everything's normal.
Yeah, it's a good game that has its antagonists and its villains as brainwashes the players, which they're making
Right.
actions and making decisions fully thinking that they're the most informed person in the situation, and they probably are, but they're dead wrong. They are just completely wrong.
Yeah, like a lot of different characters get to play the role of a villain at some point, and there's a few that are kind of positioned as the villain, but all of them are incredibly well written to the degree that, like, all of these villains don't really think that they're villains. They're doing things that they think are right.
There's a couple that I would argue are very, very few. I would just say like this is out and out a villain. They are nothing but selfish and destructive. That
I
is a
think there's
very short list.
I
There are
think
a lot
there's
more that are
one.
antagonists. Which is your one? Curious.
Kingo Okata.
Yes, that was mine. Which
Yeah.
Kengo Ogata is
Ogata.
Ogata is one character's this character's
Who appears
father
in
in
one
the
scene.
original timeline, the 2188 timeline. And he is straight up like tells somebody to sell really dangerous tech on the black market to make money to build a space ark to send humanity out into the stars. And he's just like,
It's,
yeah,
is
what?
is it even clear that he was the one who told her to sell it on the black market? Like, I know.
I think it was. I think that's one of
I remember him only appearing in one scene.
It was Goto.
And
It was one with Goto, and I think Goto's accused him of it. Like you're the one pulling the strings on the person who sold that tech. All of this is your fault. You just wanted to do this so you could turn yourself into an AI and then download it into another human body to just resurrect yourself somewhere.
I think the conversation with Kingo was between him and, oh no, yeah, it was definitely with Rinya.
Yeah, it was old Goto. Yeah.
Yeah, it was old 2188 Goto. I think we could maybe benefit from a little bit of structure of talking about all the different character plots and kind of how they interweave. But we should maybe start with, like, the situation of 2188.
Actually, can I take a step back and suggest something else?
Sure.
We've mentioned a lot of characters, and I'm trying to catch up, like throwing somebody on the screen. Why don't we go through all of the main characters just now and just give a quick like, this is who this is, this is who this is,
A quick
this
rundown
is
of each one of them.
Yeah. So let me put Jiro Karabe up.
Okay. Yeah. Let's start with our boy Jiro, Hero Man.
Yeah, he's 1985 boy, big protagonist energy, loves old sci-fi movies and kaiju and giant robots. That's
He and his definitely real classmate friend Kyutashiba
yes.
love watching, old sci-fi movies, and that's where in the very beginning of the game you get a lot of, like, very obvious tropes of, like, oh, have you seen War of the Worlds? Have you seen Terminator? Have you seen?
Yeah. But that's who Jiro Karabe is. And that's who that is. Then there's Iori Fuyusaka here. I got the next one up. She same time as Jiro Karabe. She's kind of she's almost a little ditzy. She constantly falls asleep in class. So that's kind of just her trope.
Like Juro and Shu, primarily in the beginning, she's having dreams of a future, and they might be premonitions. They don't really know.
Yeah, they don't know. Yeah, but Shijuro and Shu are all having these weird dreams that they talk about, which then we're going to bring to Shu Amaguchi, which he's basically just like a rich boy who, again, like has these weird dreams and he's not sure if they're visions or what happening, but he has like a Japanese pop idol from the 1980s talking to him through his TV, and he's like, I don't know what's going on with this. Which one of my favorite scenes is like the one I think you just did it where he's talking with Ogata, and they're like, I can't tell anybody, nobody would believe me, and Ogata's like, hey, if I told you I went to the future and blah 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 blah, apocalypse, what would you tell me?
Androids.
Yeah, what would you tell me? And he's just like, I would tell you to think of a better excuse for skipping school.
Right.
Okay.
That's one of my favorite scenes.
And he's just like, so what would you say if I was having a conversation with a pop idol through my television and she was actually talking back and responding to me? I'd tell you you're staying up too late at night. Like, they both just like put all their cards on the table, and they both
They're
just
both like, this
immediately.
is literally a crazy mind-bending thing that happened to me, and both of them, having gone through these crazy time travel sci-fi mind-bending things, are like, that's ridiculous, man. Come on.
Yeah, and that's funny. Next...
Shu, I would say, is like kind of surface level stereotypical rich kid. I like Shu a lot. There's one line that makes me not like him, kind of.
Which line behavior.
Is that? The line should be obvious. It's gotta put on a show for Yuki-chan.
Oh my god, yeah, his love for Yuki is very.
He's a little too strong when it comes to Yuki.
Yeah, he is. Speaking of which, let's go off to Yuki Takamiya here.
We're gonna go off to Yuki next. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about her.
Sure. Okay.
So she is a kind of tough. What was the term they used for her? Like, she's basically like a female gang leader from like an all-girls school.
She's a Concho. What's it called? Sukaban.
Sukaban, yeah. Which I think is her outfit style.
Yeah. Like if you just look up, I'm not going to do it in this window, but yeah, if anyone has never heard that term before, just Google search Sukeban and you'll see a bunch of really cool pictures of like 1980s, 1970s girl high school gangs.
Yeah, like badass girl high school gangs. It's a trope basically, but
it's a big trope.
Yeah, she's a Sukeban, but she gets pulled into a conspiracy with this like government agency to go to the school and do. They're not super clear with her what they want her to do. It's essentially just like reconnaissance.
Right. She's basically spying on a bunch of the other main character students, and she goes along with it for like two main reasons. One is that her dad is in prison, and the government people who are kind of blackmailing or putting pressure on her are like, we could take care of him if you cooperate with us. And the other one, which I guess is not really there in the beginning, but quickly becomes her main objective, is she wants to find out what's going on with her childhood friend Natsuno.
Yeah, which let's go to Natsuno Minami next, because she's a fantastic character. I love Natsuno, but
Natsuno's great.
She is a person that the characters in story say your childhood nickname was Dr. Space. She loves space and aliens and sci-fi.
She's a huge sci-fi nerd, and in the beginning of the game, like it is intentionally obvious to the player that she's just geeking out and dorking out over the weird sci-fi stuff that's going on, and then it's crazy how right she ends up being
for a lot of it. Yeah, and she has a lot of like major plot stuff that she finds out.
She has a lot of major revelations about the actual reality of the world.
Yeah, but her whole thing is very closely reminiscent of like E.T., where she finds something or someone that she considers an alien, and literally like they put it in, she hides it in her gym bag, and literally it comes out with like a towel or something wrapped around its head, and it looks just like E.T. from the movie.
Yeah, it's the most obvious. It's one of the most obvious movie references in the game.
Yeah.
Every single time her and the little robot BJ, and of course they had to name it BJ,
there's a plot reason, but yes, it is funny that the robot is named
There's a plot reason, but those letters could have been anything.
Yeah, very true. Let's go to another trope heavy character, Megami Yakashiji.
Okay.
Looks cool, looks calm, looks collected, and people are like, no, you have to open up to people to let them know how much of a romantic you are. And she has
Right.
in this freaking sci-fi game, she has a full-on magical girl arc. She's just living her best life.
Fun fact about that: she is voice acted by one of the main character voice actors from what's it called? The really dark magical girl
Madoka?
anime that everybody loves. Um,
Madoka Magica?
yeah, Madoka Magica. Quella Magi Madoka Magica. She is voice acted by one of the same people.
The Japanese voice or the English?
I think the English actually.
Really?
No, I was thinking of Yuki's voice actor, but that's still true. But I think it might just be in the Japanese version for her.
Okay. But yeah, so in this sci-fi novel, we have her running around with a talking cat and a magic gun, saving people who are witches in her mindset.
It's one of the least expected things for me. Because, yeah, heavy sci-fi setting opens up with a lot of time travel. You start up Megumi's story, and, like, you get her intro with Tomi Kisarage and a different Juro in the year... I think they come from 2064?
No,
they come from
Megami is the 2020s.
Yeah, Megami and Tomi come from the 2020s. Right. Because Tomi is incredibly 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they come from 2020. And so, exactly as Deus here says, like, her story is a mock magical girl story with a very asshole cat telling her to go shoot people with a magical gun because they're witches.
Yes. And there's
it's
so much to that
late.
that cat. That is one of my favorite arcs in the entire game, that Megami's story.
She's one of my favorite characters, easy.
Yeah. But like they just put this in the game as like they're just like, what does our sci-fi game need more of? Magical girls? Bob, you're a genius. You're getting a raise. Woo.
Pretty much.
It's just like,
and it fits so well. Like she's everybody else is having crazy adventures through time and space. And I don't remember if she time travels at all. But
I don't think she does.
She does?
She just wants to be no. I don't think she does, because she just wants to basically. Well, no, technically she has to time travel once, because she has to go from the 2020s to 1985.
Oh yeah, okay. She comes from the 2020s, and then you start, but that's like her remembering how things happened when all of this started. Her story starts in the 1980s.
Yeah. Most of her story is the 1980s, but she did cross once to basically come here.
So like her and Tomi are very much aware of the whole time travel thing.
Mm-hmm.
But most of her story involves being commanded by a cat to go shoot witches, which are all of the other main characters.
Yep.
And she's doing it because she's legitimately in love with one of the other characters, but their brain got super screwed up and they don't have their memories anymore. So the cat is promising to fulfill her wish of giving that character their memories back.
Mm-hmm.
And for a little while, it's unclear exactly what he's doing with that, what the cat is doing with that. But it doesn't matter to her, because she's a for real 16-year-old in love. And so she's just going around John Wicking every single other character.
Basically. Except for Sekigahara, who stops her, but that's this whole thing. But let's go to our other 2020 lady, Tomi Kisaragi.
Tomi Kisaragi. Also, a character, I don't know if she's my favorite character or not, but I loved her story arc.
It was interesting. I liked her less than the others. She's up against some stiff competition for me, because I did like Natsuno, I did like Yuki, I did like Megami. Tomi doesn't quite measure up to me.
Sure.
But again, stiff competition. Very, very, very stiff competition.
There's also Best Girl Miwako.
Okay. I was gonna list somebody else's best girl. Miwako, though, I can respect your decision.
Sure. And to give Tomi credit, Tomi remains like a very 2020 character, whereas Megami is kind of shy and kind of introverted the whole time, even though she has that crazy story going on.
Mm-hmm.
Tomi has a hard time not being a girl from the 2020s. She used to like sing idol songs online and upload to what is essentially TikTok all the time. And so she was a very like poppy social media girl. and everybody else thinks she's kind of weird, if not maybe even a little off-putting back in the 1980s, because
Yeah.
she's just so blunt and upfront and open instead of reserved and cutesy.
Yeah, and she's also very much a fish out of water character because she's just like, man, where are
Yeah.
all the smartphones? Why didn't you guys invent those yet? And it's just like, because we
Right.
don't have those.
Oh my
Stop
god, is
asking
that a
for it.
pompadour?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Look at the phone booths. There's one all over the place here.
That's quaint.
Yeah.
She's also like, in addition to all those other things that make her an incredibly 2020 character, she says sheesh several times throughout the game. I like the game is very, very prescient in its writing. They know this character is definitely from like now.
Mm-hmm. Which I did like that was like one of the time periods that they picked is like, because the game was, I think, developed in 2019 is when it originally
Yeah, I think
released.
it came out in 2019.
Yeah, and then obviously there's no way they predict the pandemic, but they basically predicted like the next 5 years or so of like what the 1920 or what the 2020s would roughly be, and
Right.
and like they can get a pretty good approximation of the people that came from that time.
Right.
But yeah,
Yeah, I don't
Tommy
even
is
think
100% like a present day, present time,
Yeah.
popular girl on the internet singing songs and doing stuff.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, she's great. She's also in one of the only 2 good relationships throughout the entire game.
there's a much larger discussion about relationships.
That's a whole different conversation. We'll get
Yeah.
to that later.
Yeah. Speaking of actually, let's go on with relationships and just go straight to Ninja Ogata.
Okay. Also one of my favorite characters and voice acted by Deuscain.
Really, that was actually his.
That's
okay.
actually his voice actor.
Nice. Okay.
They give him the Deuscain pompadour. Look at this guy.
Yeah.
He screams Deuscain, and he sounds like Deuscain because he is Deuscain.
Yeah. Somewhat ironic, funny thing here, which I will point this out as just a streamer thing. With the overlay I have on my screen, trying to get this guy matched up, he is the tallest damn picture on the site I'm using, but he is also the character that in every scene in the game he's fucking hunched over, which that contrast is just entertaining to me. But he's constantly hunched over. He's constantly like picking fights. He usually wins, except for the one time he goes up against an adult and just goes down like a chump, and the adult's like, "Wow, you were a bit of a pussy." But in every other fight, he basically, I think the only other person he loses to is Hijiyama, which Hijiyama is like military trained, so he's not gonna go down that.
Right. Hijiyama is also a little bit bigger than him, and Hijiyama is a military guy from the 1940s, even though they're both the same age of like 16-ish. And Ninji is kind of like a street punk, but he's not the smartest character, but he's pretty emotionally intelligent and very, very aware.
Yeah, and he's like, because he takes care of people. Because even in Tomi Kisaragi's story, where she and her friends travel to the future, it's Nenji that's going and like, oh, I went to this vending machine, I got you drinks, so you won't die of thirst. I went to the store, I got you candy,
water,
and food. Yeah. So he's a good boy. He's just very gruff about it.
Right. He's very rough and gruff, but he wants to take care of the people he cares about.
Mm-hmm.
And they even go so far as to be like, in between him and Yuki used to be like head of whatever girls gang over at her school, but then she transferred because of all of the blackmail and government people operations going on around her. And Ninji became the leader of the kind of male gang in his school, and he made them all reformed and better people.
Yeah, I did catch that. Yeah, he basically made all of them better people. Yeah.
Right. We don't really ever get big scenes with either of those two groups, but those things are mentioned and talked about.
No, the only other group of delinquents we see is Wajima, who is a whole different can of worms.
Right. And it has a really funny scene at the very end of the game.
Oh my god, that scene at the end. We're gonna talk about the end of the game with Wajima, so
we can talk about that.
Yeah, because it involves Ninja anyways. Because like you have this thing, you have this whole crazy adventure. They get to the end, time passes, they come back to like the world that they were in, and everything's kind of reset, and everybody's back, and they're all kind of like, we're gonna go off with our friends, we're gonna go have a date, we're gonna go do this, and then at the end, Nenji's just kind of walking along, and the guy who was giving him a hard time the whole game, who just Nenji just beat the shit out of every time he met
You
him.
can almost get in a fight with Wajima in almost every single one of Ninji's story segments.
Yeah,
Because his is the most like immediately looping because of story reasons.
yeah. But like, just Nenji sees him at the end of the game. He's like, Wajima, and Wajima's just like, Ogata, we're here to solve this once and for all. Not that they haven't solved it once and for all many times in the past, but just he does his line again, and then she's like, you've been waiting for me this whole time. Oh god damn it, Wajima, you're such a bro. And they're just like what Wajima's doing, and you're like, oh shit, he's crying. And they're just like, are you okay, Ogata? And he's just like, he just walks over, let's hug it out, man. I fucking love you. And it's just like, it's a perfect scene to end on.
It's so good. Yeah, it very much complements Ninji's character throughout the entire story. It's such a great little bow on top at the end.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's a great scene. I'd say the game is worth playing just for that scene alone at the end, because it's so good.
It's so good.
But yeah, we mentioned Takatoshi earlier. Let's switch over to him.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So we can go Takatoshi and then probably Keitaro afterwards.
Yeah, Miura is a good jump for that.
One of our two 1940s boys. Yeah, Takatoshi Hijiyama is in the military. Used to be kind of a brat without a way, and then he joined the military and kind of straightened himself up. And we kind of get that from Keitaro Miura. But so he's I don't even know how to talk about Hijiyama. I like Hijiyama. He's one of the stories that I kind of got tired of about halfway through because it's a little similar. But then all of the other big stuff that happens with his stories, I love.
Yeah, I think the real problem with Hijiyama's story and storytelling, which to go into get a little bit off the character description, is he's basically a military person in the 1940s. He makes a jump into the 1980s with somebody else and kind of gets stranded there, and just is off fending for himself, beating up delinquents to steal their clothes and their money to just survive. And he runs into somebody else that he thinks is from his time, Tsukasa Okino, this person here, who is best gremlin, just hands down best gremlin in the game. But he ends up working with Okino, who is one of the most well-informed people in the entire game. But he's basically spends most of his time helping Okino, but most of his story is blocked off for a lot of time because you need to do so much other stuff to get back to anything with Hijiyama. And it would have been so much better to just be able to do more of his along with everybody else. But yeah, that you basically described Hijiyama really well. He's just military guy, abandoned stranger in a strange time, trying to find his way, and ends up just pairing up with the devil himself.
Hijiyama is 100% a himbo. It's like it's hard to describe his character.
The Yakisoba Pan Angel. I mean,
right, exactly. God. It's hard to describe his character without mentioning his love of Yakisoba Pan. Oh, there's one really great bit I remember from an interview with George Kamitami, the director of all of this, over in Vanillaware, and Takatoshi Hijiyama's love of Yakisoba Pan is such a punchline that it gets carried through. It's part of his character, like part of him coming to the 1980s and tasting food from 40 years in the future, especially after living in 1940s Japan, where things were kind of rationed and sparse during a war effort.
Yeah, they do mention that in one where somebody was bringing food to Hijiyama and Miura, and they're like, "Sorry, we didn't have enough sugar for this." And then he comes to the modern time, which is everything's plentiful. And
yeah,
like, this is the most delicious thing I've ever tasted.
He gets his Yakisoba Pan, and to his credit, Megami is just being nice and sees him kind of starving on the street side, or like the side of a river, and gives him a bit of Yakisoba Pan that she had left over from lunch. And for anyone who doesn't know Yakisoba Pan, it's like a sweet bread, like not a loaf or a roll, but kind of like a Subway almost type of thing, filled with noodles and sauce. And so it's just carbs on carbs with sweet and sour and spicy sauce. And like Takatoshi Hijiyama, in part because this is food that he's never experienced before in the 1940s.
Because he's starving.
in part because he was starving, and this basically saved his life when he was starving. He has an undying love for Yakisoba Pon.
It's religious. Like, just I remember you
Yeah.
like when you were playing through his prologue, you would just kept replaying the part for him talking about yakisoba pan because
Yeah.
he's just like saying it with bated breath, like describing this damn
God.
sandwich.
That's even yet another like genius masterful stroke in the game. Every single character while you're playing through
Mm.
the story sections has like a thought collection. And so that's part of where you learn new terms that you can then use on other characters or have the character consider themselves, and this opens up in a very visual novel style. Although it's more linear than it seems, it still opens up different avenues for the character story to go down.
Mm-hmm.
And so every character has this thought cloud, and whenever you highlight a thought, you hear it in their voice.
Yeah.
So you can just go back and forth in between some other thought and Yakisoba Pon, and you hear Takatoshi Hijiyama going, Yakisoba Pon. and and they all, in the very, very, very beginning of the game, going away from Takatoshi here, but in the very, very, very beginning of the game, you have that scene with Iori, getting in her Sentinel, and then the very first destruction battle sequence happens.
Mm.
And she hears the mech talking to her, like her own voice in her head. And you have Rinya Goto come over and be like, yeah, you've got nanomachines in your head. It's what helps you, what allows you to control the Sentinels.
Mm-hmm.
Any UI interaction with the Sentinel talking to you and giving you feedback should sound like your own voice in your head. And so they all have that in the story mode when they're doing their little thoughts.
Yeah, they all
exact
say
same
their
voice.
own the thoughts that are the options for their choices. Yeah.
Right. It's the exact same vocal filter. But yeah, so two things I love about. Well, I'll say the other thing about. I'll say this about Hijiyama later when we like talk about actual character stories. But yeah, he loves yakisoba Pon and cannot stop thinking about it. It's always a thing that he can think about at, I think, almost literally every single step of his story, even when it's completely inappropriate.
I think at one point when somebody gives him just like a bunch of money, they're just like, I'll be out all night, get yourself dinner. He just gets himself a couple bottles of soda and just like 4 yakisoba pan. He doesn't
Right.
want anything else. He just gets more yakisoba pan.
He finishes one and then brings another out of his pocket and eats it, and then brings another one out of his pocket and keeps thinking about whatever else is going on. And then he brings another one. It's literally like 4 yakisoba Pon.
Yeah, I think we're beating this point to death, but it's funny
and then he falls into a carb coma.
Yeah. And it's funny you described him as a himbo because I didn't consider him one in the time, but as you say it, I'm like, yeah, shit, no, you're right. He is 100% that. He very much is.
He's a himbo. He's with like a caveat that is probably better to talk about later. He's a himbo who's not the brightest. He's not dumb, but he's not the quickest. But every once in a while, he's pretty insightful and like catches onto something and can put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, but let's go to our other 1940s boy, Keitaro Miura.
Yeah, so there's a thing between Yakisoba Pon and with Kitaro Miura Himburger that I'll point out.
The Himburger.
But yeah, Kitaru, I really liked Kitaru. He, in contrast to Takatoshi, is very, very collected and thoughtful.
Mm-hmm.
And it's through Kitaru that we get a lot of different insights kind of about time travel and the reality of the world. Not everything, but between him experiencing 1945, although it was a kaiju attack and not the Americans.
Yeah.
And him observing the differences in like the Karabe house where there should be damage but there isn't. You get a lot of hints about time travel.
Yeah, so for clarity's sake for the viewers, his story starts off in the 1940s. He sees the kaiju attacking, gets in his Sentinel, which he just thinks is a weapon for World War II.
Right.
And then he just sustains enough damage, and the Sentinel just force transfers him to the last remaining sector, Sector 4, which is the 1980s. And he gets out of this and just has to run and hide. And ends up like finding people that like give him shelter. He meets Shu Amaguchi, who gives him some shelter. He ends up living with Jiro Karabe, who also has Megami living with him playing housewife. So he works very closely with
But he's
Minami.
very
So he's very connected to a lot of other people that are doing stuff.
he's very connected to a lot of main characters. He interacts with Natsuno Minami's robot in some very unique ways.
Yeah, there's very unique interactions there.
Yeah, and he's connected to a lot of big players. Not connected to a few others, like almost at all, but very connected to some people who have some very weird storylines going on. But he's a very insightful, but kind of, I don't even want to say introverted, but respectful type of person. He's gets set up by Natsuno in Juro's house, where you either may or may not for the first time find that Megami is also there. And he doesn't want to get in their way. He realizes it's immediately an awkward situation, so he doesn't spend a lot of time there, but he has a place to rest, thanks to Natsuno, in the 1980s.
Yeah, he's the type of character that, like, Megami makes this big meal. He comes in, he's like, oh, wow, that's a feast, which to him it would be, because he's coming from like World War II rations. And then he sits in front of the food, and he doesn't touch it. And she's like, you can eat. And he's like, no, I want to wait till Juro gets here. Like, we should eat together. And he's super polite. He's super polite.
He's incredibly polite. Keitaru is a very, very nice boy. And in my opinion, the other member of the only couples that have a decent relationship.
I do like his couple, yes.
Relationship.
That is a good couple.
A non-problematic relationship.
Yeah. Speaking of people who have connections, let's jump to Ei Sekigahara, who is possibly the most connected character, though he doesn't know it because his literal prologue is he wakes up next to a dead woman with no idea who he is.
Yeah, Ei Sekigahara has probably maybe the most story going on before the time when you start playing him. But before we really get in depth about talking about Ei Sekigahara, I wanted to mention, in between Takatoshi Hijiyama and Keitaru loving modern food, some kind of fun facts from the George Kamitami interview.
Okay.
Where Takatoshi was originally supposed to love some other type of ramen noodle dish, but they needed an animation where he only used one hand to eat it, and so that's why it ended up being yakisoba pan.
Nice.
Right? And so eventually there was supposed to be a scene where and I don't know where in the story this is supposed to be, but there's supposed to be a scene where Takatoshi and Keitaru go out and get some food, and they end up sharing, like, Takatoshi tries the hamburger, which Keitaru absolutely loves after Megumi cooks it for all of them. And Keitaru tries the yakisoba pan, and they both end up admitting, wow, the Americans are pretty fierce after all. They must be a very intimidating people because of this amazing hamburger.
Oh my god, that is a perfect thing of just that reminds me a bit of the that anime The Devil's a Part-Timer, where where they just kind of they get to there, and spoiler for that, like the very last scene, the plot's over, and like actually I should say for Devil is a Part-Timer, the cops try to bribe them with food, katsudon, but they're from another world, they don't know how to pronounce it, so they call it Katsudon. And literally, like the last scene in The Devil in a Part-Timer, they say they do the thing that they do their plot. They go out to celebrate, and they go to a restaurant. Like, oh, what can I get you, boys? One Katsudon, and it's that same energy for Miura and Hijiyama with that hamburger. It's
been a while since I've seen that, but that's a great show.
Yeah, that is. That's really good. So we're ready to go to Sekigahara?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about Ei Sekigahara, who, again, as you said, probably one of the most connected people in the story.
Yeah, because he has plot reasons for he has like plot history with Jiro Izumi more so than Jiro Kurabe, but Jiro Kurabe is very tied up with Jiro Izumi. He has plot history with Iori Fuyasaka directly, as well as other versions of her.
As Chihiro Morimura.
Yeah, Morimura.
Fuyasaka.
I don't know if he ever runs into Amaguchi directly. Yuki Takamiya is directly involved in his story and brings in the projector. He runs into Natsuno multiple times. He does a little bit with Megami, but not much. Tomi Kisaragi. He's in the future because he helps get him out. Yeah.
He is very involved in the future, or as I came to call it, as I came to kind of refer to it in my playthrough, the future past, Uh,
Yeah.
he was involved with Chihiro Morimura, Rinya Goto. Although I don't actually remember if there's too much. Yeah, Rinya Goto and
Shinonome? Yeah,
uh,
actually, in general, he's very involved in Shinonome's story.
he is in general very involved with the Shinonome stories. That kind of comes later. I was thinking of the alt shoe,
Oh, Aiba.
Tetsuya Aiba.
Tetsuya Aiba. Yeah, yeah.
Tetsuya Aiba. Yeah. So he was involved with them when they were all preparing for the kaiju invasion in like 2064.
Yeah, I think that was Sector 2. Yeah, yeah. 2064.
Yeah, in Sector 2. Exactly. So he was involved with a lot of story elements that happened before the game really kicks off in the Remembrance plotline sections.
Yeah.
Hey, Garbage, what's up? Yeah. He's very, very, very involved in the story, but when the player gets to play a Sekigahara, he's past a lot of that.
He's passed
And
all
then
of
he
it, and he
starts-
remembers none of it.
And he remembers none of it. So he has a really cool, like, almost detective story where he has to piece together what's been going on with himself.
Yeah.
And
that
he gets a
involves
lot of
that involves villains and other people actively trying to throw him off of like who he was
Right.
and what he was doing, and trying to like convince him to do other things to further
Right.
their own plans. And he has to kind of unravel all of that while figuring
Right.
out who he is with no knowledge of any of it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, his story begins with him seemingly having, like, it's very, very obvious, though maybe not true,
Mhm.
that he has killed another main character. And then he goes and gets a lot of help from Iori Fuyusaka because she knows who he is for some reason.
Mhm.
And he knows that she knows because he has her student ID on him for some reason.
But he doesn't remember her at all.
But he doesn't remember any of it.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, I really like how A is written.
Mm.
Uh,
Yes.
not only in like overarching things that happened in the past help kind of determine who these characters are and what they do in the present, but like he's just involved in so much, and he has so much past storyline that shows up in a lot of people's memories and flashbacks. He he shows up almost randomly but very, very intentionally in tons of other character stories. But when you play him, he has no idea what's going on.
Yeah. And actually, interesting thing for his story too. We mentioned that he wakes up next to a person who's dead. I'm gonna switch over to their image briefly. Sorry, this one's so small.
Sure.
This is Chihiro Morimura. She is the nurse at the school, but also a woman in like a black cat suit. Basically one of the few people who seems to know everything of what's going on. And then you do his prologue. Like you see all these scenes involving Morimura. She's being the nurse. She's being the catsuit lady. She's doing
Clearly
all of these
one of the most
interesting.
involved people.
Yeah, she's doing all these interesting, sophisticated things. And then A's story starts with him waking up next to her dead body. And you're like, wait, she's dead? And then you're trying to like
When is
piece
this
when
even
that happens
happening?
into the whole timeline too.
Right. How does this work? How does this fit? Is this happening after a bunch of other people's storylines? Is this maybe happening before a bunch of other people's storylines? It's crazy.
Yeah, is she dead, or does she come back and that's why we see her later? Or like what's going on with this? So it's very he's very tantalizing in how they write it, because just straight from the beginning you have like this supporting character Morimura that you see multiple times leading up to it, and then you have A's story and they just kill her off immediately.
She's already dead at the beginning.
And you're just like, what the fuck? What? I liked her. No, what? She had answers.
Was pretty
No.
cool. I don't even know if she was a villain or not at this point, but she was pretty cool.
She's also very extra, which we could get into more later.
She's incredibly extra.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on there's a ton going on with all the different iterations of Chihiro Morimura and Jiro Kurabe. Or
I was mostly just referring to her visual design and
there's that too.
Just how extra. Again, this is Morimura's design. For school version, you're looking at her from the face. Catsuit version, she's just putting that ass right at your face, and it's just like do you really need to do that, Gabe? And the game's just like, yes, I did.
Yes, this is Vanillaware. It can't not be horny. There are two things that Vanillaware can't not do. They cannot not be horny, and they cannot not put in food porn. Like,
I support both of these. I need to play more of their games.
yeah, they're. I mean, Odin Sphere, I think, is the thing that kind of put them on the map way long ago.
Hmm.
And they've done a couple of little things in between that got some success, but it's crazy. All of their games look beautiful. Uh, and like if you just look up images of Dragon Crown, which is their kind of like hack and slash action game,
Hmm.
becomes very obvious that they can't avoid the horny.
Yeah, but yeah, kind of funny. Like just bringing that up as a side thing. But yeah, like you have this character that's very eye catching, very captivating, very much like, okay, I want to know more about this person. Also, they're a pleasure to have on the screen. And then you get to A's story, and he just wakes up next to their body, and you're like, oh god damn it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's a great storytelling thing that just gets you immediately invested in, okay, who are you? What did you do? Why did you do it? Tell us more.
Why did we see you in the future? Why are you the school nurse? Why is one of the first things we learn about you that you might be mucking with people's memories?
Yeah. And then with A, they put Sekigahara just next to her dead body and just kill any potential of find that out, but make it tantalizing to like, why did this happen? I need to know more. And they're very good in all of the stories about just dangling that carrot in front of you to convince you to want to play more.
Yeah. Yeah, the story, every single chapter is so enticing to play more.
Mm-hmm.
Every single segment of the game, even the ones I don't really like, have something that really, really, like, it's just dangling this juicy bit of information or story beat right in front of your face.
Mm-hmm.
If you only like go forward just a little bit more, you'll find out about that.
So we have 2 characters left. Do we want to do Shinonome or Goto first?
Let's do Shinonome. Because we also have Tsukasa Okino.
Yeah, we have the side characters, which I have them up there too. Because we can do the all of what you guys have been watching us talk about here. These are just the main characters you get to play. Right. We're still not done with that yet.
Yeah.
But this is Ryoko Shinonome. It's kind of hard to see on the image I'm using, but she's got a bunch of bandages wrapped around her upper chest and around her head.
Yes.
So she's basically a character that seems very distracted, very confused, and definitely when you start playing her story, she is another amnesiac person, but she seems a lot worse off than the others. But she just has headaches. She starts blacking out at times. She's very confused. And she's but like one of the earliest scenes you see with her, and actually I think the one that unlocks her as a playable character, which is fantastically done, is she's looking at this projector that shows her a scene of her from the future, from 2188.
Yeah.
That basically says like, yeah, I threw a wrench in the whole plans. Now they're doomed to loop forever. The world is awful and horrible. Fuck you all. I ruined everything. And she's just like, no, I couldn't have done that. Why did I do that? And she's just crying and she's freaking out. And the next time you see her, she's just like, and somebody's just like, are you okay? She's like, why do you ask? And you're like, because you were crying. Okay. I was crying? Why was I crying? I'm asking you why you're crying. And she has no memory of it anymore.
She has no memory of it anymore. She literally has a mechanic where if you just kind of wait around for long enough, she needs to take some pills or she fucking dies.
Yeah, literally
starts that chapter over.
Yeah, you will sit there and wait, and eventually she will get so bad that the only thought option she has is take the pills.
Right.
Which I thought was an interesting thing to like manage that and have to do stuff around, because there are some endings for her that you can only get if you don't take all of your pills and you still have some left. But you get to like certain places and interact
where you
with people.
Either take the last pill or don't.
Mm-hmm.
I got kind of annoyed with the pill mechanic. I don't think it really added too much, but it does help illuminate like the situation she's in.
Yeah, and it was interesting and different, which I that's mostly what I thought about it.
It was certainly different.
Different, yeah. And I can see why it would be annoying. But
yeah, she's again, just to reiterate, definitely the most amnesiac, and because of that, like the least reliable narrator, because you have no, like, it's really hard to tell while playing through her story, even having seen a bunch of other characters' stories, scenes with her in it, in which she seems more collected or intentional in her actions in those other scenes.
Hmm.
But she's very confused and doesn't know quite what she wants to do or why. Um, it's very difficult to tell when her the the section of her story that you're playing takes place. Is it before the section that you just played? Is it after it? It's a little unclear. And I think it's mostly linear, but it's definitely not all linear.
Yeah, actually, I think the interesting and you bring something up there. For a lot of the characters, when you do their story paths, you'll have
Mm,
like one starting point, like Jiro Kurabe is a good example, where
yeah,
he has this thing, and he's clearly telling, like, from the conversations other people are having, he is repeating the same day, and you're just choosing different, like, choose your own adventure routes for where he goes
right,
and what he does. It is entirely possible with Shinonome that each iteration you're doing is a separate path. She's repeating,
right.
but she doesn't remember she did it before. Because I know when you run into Megami during her path, and like she's talking to Megami, she's trying to get information, and Megami's like, "Why are you asking me this again?" And Ryoka's
Yeah,
like, "I'm not," and Megami's like, "No, you are," and she just
yeah,
turns around
yeah.
and
You
leaves.
are. Wow,
And
you really have problems, don't you?
yeah,
And then
and
she
just
walks away.
yeah, she is somebody who's written in such a way that it's entirely possible that each iteration of her thing is actually linear rather than this kind of choose your own adventure format that it looks like. And it's written very well that way.
Right. Whereas like to contrast with Juro, it to me it felt like most of Juro's scenarios, every single segment you go through is just kind of like one day after the next. But he's also like a fun thing the game does. He's also like the first character you unlock,
Hmm.
and then as soon as you play as him, you can play as a bunch of other people. I think, um, but he's definitely at least one of the very first.
I think he is the first, yeah.
Yeah, and when you are starting to finally piece everything together, or like have a bunch of initial and maybe middling scenes from a lot of different characters' stories, Juro's story starts, and starts is a weird word, but when you start playing as Juro, that portion of his story is actually really late in
Yeah.
the game. Like all of Tomi's stuff has already happened.
Yeah, it's chronologically later than a lot of the other character stories that you're seeing, yeah.
Right.
Um but yeah.
And so Ryoko's here, it's just really hard to tell intentionally
Hmm.
uh where where her stuff is going on and when.
Yeah.
But she has a lot to do with Rinnegoto and Chihiro Morimura. She comes from the 2060s, so she had a lot of interaction with Tetsuya Ida and Ei Sekigahara and like the initial buildup of the Sentinel project.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was one of the first pilots. And along with Juro Kurabe, uh, got some big brain damage because of the battles they were going through in the 2060s, and then Juro's even exacerbated further in the 2020s.
I think hers is specifically, well, actually Juro's is probably the worst because they have that scene in the 2020s where they're just like he fought in the Sentinel for 2 hours, and I remember
Right.
you streaming that, and you're like, 2 hours, my characters need to take a nap when they fight for 4 minutes, and he fought
Yeah.
for 2 hours in the Sentinel, and it just
Yeah.
cooks his brain. But
Right.
in Ryoko's instance, like the big fight in Sector 2 in 2060s, it basically all the Sentinels experience some kind of crisis event, and it scatters them all everywhere. And that's part of
Right.
what the big people
And this
trying
is
to like
why we
move things
have
behind the scenes are trying to get the
Mhm.
Sentinels back and like get them collected for the next big push to like save the world. But they have to
Exactly.
find them, and by the time they find Ryoko, her condition is worsened to the point where just she's just a wreck like this.
Right. Yeah. After that, Ryoko was a huge mess and barely there, and so there's been a lot of time of other characters spent trying to keep her present and trying to not let her personality and her memories completely fade away and be degraded for plot reasons that we may or may
Yeah.
not get to later. Because there's a lot of plot, and that's an important bit, but not like the most important bit. Juro, on the other hand, after his 2020 stuff, he's just gone.
Yeah, he's a full reset. He's a completely different person.
Right. There's no more personality or memory left in that brain, mostly. And so I guess we'd have to get back to Jiro to talk about that. But instead, I think we can go to either Renya Goto or Tsukasa Okino.
Let's do Goto just to do the last of the main story characters,
Okay.
and then I think yes, it is time for Okino. It's time. It'll be
Sure.
time for that smug little gremlin. But on the screen here we have Renya Goto, who I believe your stream focusing on his story. I believe your title was "I am scared of this man's."
Yes.
And
yeah.
Well,
because without even talking about him, like when you unlock him, you get to play the prologue chapter of Renya Goto. You get to play 14% of his story. And then the game tells you get literally every single other character up to like 80% of the way through their stories.
Yes. You have to do everybody else's thing to get anything with him then.
Yeah. And like all of the prologues of the game are built in a way to where like the prologue and maybe the section after that leave the player going, what the fuck? What is going on? What is this world? What is this story? How is everything related?
And his is so much worse. His is so much worse too.
His is so much worse. His is like the most just punch you in the gut. Yeah. What are you even talking about?
Yeah,
and they do it in like a Memento style. His prologue is done backwards.
Okay.
Like he opens with the scene of him and Tetsuya Ida and Chihiro Morimura and Tsukasa Okino all talking in like an underground factory bunker in 2105.
Yeah, he's showing all that info from the 2180s, like
right,
like
and
various things. Like he's big on like overarching plot lore in that in that prologue where you find out like some big stuff going on.
Right. He's kind of your stereotypical anime, like I push up my glasses and then they shine because I know more than everybody else type of character.
He really is that person, yeah.
And he is that type of character. I thought I was going to like him a lot less than I ended up liking him. He's great.
Yeah, he is a fantastically deep and rich character. For a lot of reasons, but to go back to his prologue and the way he's designed, you have this thing where he kind of explains a bunch of videos from the 2188s, then he goes back on his own and digs up some additional files which have his user ID, and he's like, what the fuck why is my user ID part of these videos from 2188? And it's a video that you only get one side of it from him. You don't see the other person he's talking to, but it's him issuing an assassination order for Chihiro Morimura, basically the person that eventually ends up being the school nurse. And he just like stops and takes his glasses off and like, according to this, I ordered her killed.
Right.
And you only find out later that he's was like in love with her, he was attracted to her. So like he has this thing where he has to come to terms in a UFO by himself that future/past him ordered the assassination of the woman that he currently has feelings for. Right. And then you don't get to touch him again until everybody else is done. And you're just like, fuck you, game.
There's a section in between that and the opening one, right? You have the opening scene with all the other main characters or all the other main side characters who you don't get to play and clearly are trying to deal with this whole kaiju time travel thing. And they all still think it's time travel, except for maybe Tetsuya Ida at that point.
I'm not convinced with him, but I'd have to watch the scene again.
Well, Okino definitely still thinks it's time travel. And Chihiro Morimura is at least, and Tetsuya Ida are at the very least still acting like it's actually time travel. But Okino definitely still thinks it's time travel. And the opening scene with all of them is going through the 2188 information, and it has information about like the nanomachines and some kind of corporate stuff that was going on with nanomachines in the year 2188. And then there was like a corporate buyout, and you see this image of an old dude with a big beard and glasses. He looks like a CEO, right? And that's eventually who 2 scenes later is revealed to be Rinya Goto from
Yeah.
2188. Old man CEO bastard Rinya Goto.
Old man Goto. Yep.
Yeah. The scene in between that is Rinya walking around with child Chihiro Morimura, who in the scene of them together, we reveal like this is an adult Morimura's mind in
The child
child
body. Yeah.
Chihiro Morimura. And the only time we'd seen this character before was when she was acting as Keitaro Miura's little sister way back in the 1940s.
Yeah, and they're I think they're in like the 19 or the 2020s in that scene too. So like you have this
Right.
character that is Gota's from the 2060s. He's walking around with child Morimura, who is from the 1940s. They're in the 2020s, but the main plot involving both of them is in the 1980s, and it's just like,
Right.
yeah,
So
he's
there's
he
so
is probably
much-
the most time jumping person in the entire game because he's
might
the one
be.
working with essentially the antagonists.
Yeah.
He's the closest one to them.
Yeah. Sort of. But yeah. He's the closest to Tetsuya Ida, who it's hard to say whether or not he's an antagonist at first because he appears to be working with like the Sentinel program against the kaiju attacks, but then it's really early, it's very quickly clear that like he and Morimura don't really agree on how they should approach
Mm-hmm.
dealing with the whole situation. And then you get all of Shu's memories of Tetsuya Ida
Mm-hmm.
doing very nefarious stuff and giving his character actual motives. But so you have the scene of Rinya Goto talking to everybody and going through the 2188 logs, and then you have him talking with baby Chihiro Morimura, which is actually a clone and has adult Morimura's memories implanted in her already and personality in her already. So she's the adult, but she's in a little child body.
Yeah, it's an adult
And
in
then you
a
have the
kid's
scene of him
body.
in
Yeah.
the UFO digging up, using Chihiro Morimura's access somehow, which definitely does get revealed later.
Mm-hmm.
And he finds his own logs, which is when you see the video of the old man Goto pop up again, and he just goes, Rinya Goto speaking, and you're like, fuck! I've seen so many of these logs. How did I not immediately guess that this was this guy, just aged up?
Mm-hmm.
And then he also, in the same scene, I think right before that, actually, he finds Chihiro Morimura's logs that are talking about her experiment with making this clone and putting her own memories inside the clone in order to try to do a plot thing. And so you have this Memento backwards scene where you get reveals about 2188, and you're like, okay, that's crazy. And all these characters are working together. Goto's clearly a big player because all these other people are big players.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have baby Morimura, and you're like, God damn, that's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Why did anyone even allow this to happen? Now, Chihiro Morimura, you're looking really, really sus. Like adult nurse, leather latex bodysuit,
Mm-hmm.
Chihiro Morimura. I don't know if I can trust you or not. And then you have him figuring all of that out and revealing that the old man from 2188 who's talking about corporate takeovers is in fact Rinya Goto.
And he is in fact ordering the assassination of Morimura.
And he's ordering the assassination of Morimura, which sheds some light on the beginning of Ace Sekigahara's scene. But not really.
He's a little bit connected to it, but it's just like he just gets this thing where they dump all this info on you, and then he's like, oh, and I guess I tried to kill her. I don't know why. And then it just to be continued, and then you have to cap out everyone else. And I think to get all of that stuff done, because I know one of the big stopping points was Jiro Karabe's Jiro Karabe event. Like Jiro Karabe stops, and you have to get to destruction phase, like World 2, Stage 5. So you have to get halfway through the destruction events to get Jiro, at a minimum, just Jiro up to the point he needs to, and maybe even finish the entire second world of destruction, which there's 3 of them. There's 3 destruction. So you have to finish 2/3 of the combat game mode to come back and get any more answers with Goto.
Yeah. Bare minimum.
Yeah.
Bare minimum.
I think that's actually what I had to do, because there were some people that were capped at 210, where I had to get through 210.
Yeah,
to clear it
I
to
think like
do that.
Shu and maybe one other person are capped at like 2.5. Because
Yeah, there's a
there
couple
are,
that are capped at 2.5, but there are a couple that are capped at 2.10.
and then there's more, I think, that are
Yeah.
capped at 2.10.
Um,
Um,
yeah,
and I forget if there's anyone that's like capped at. I think you unlock everything by
I
the time you unlock the third era, because you have to do.
yeah, the only
Jiro
person to be
Kuraga's event.
capped in 3 would be Goto himself, Goto or
Right, because Goto does
Hijiyama,
get
because they're the like the last two left.
right, and Hijiyama, the very end of Hijiyama's storyline gets capped because that has a banger of a reveal that like
Yeah.
hard confirms some stuff we talked about earlier.
Um,
But yeah, so Rinya Goto is like if for anyone who's seen Evangelion, which I'm assuming is a bunch of people, if you're watching VTubers, if Ryoko Shinonome is the Rei Ayaname of 13 Sentinels, Rinya Goto appears to be the
Gendo Akari, yeah.
the Gendo Akari. He's not quite there.
That's not
but
who he
he's
is.
basically
Yeah.
just as smart.
Yeah. So yeah,
He's
he's somebody like, are you a
love.
villain? Are you a friend? We don't know, and they don't tell you for the longest time.
Yeah, they don't know. They just like you play his prologue, big world lore drops, and then you cannot touch him until you play a bunch of other characters,
Yeah.
which is just a fantastic game design decision.
Yeah. So that's the 13 playable characters. And then there's a bunch of side characters. Do we want to jump to the big one that we can talk a lot about, or do we want to just let's I'm gonna answer my own question. Tsukasa Okino.
Tsukasa Okino.
Tsukasa Okino definitely wins best gremlin. I'd argue Tsukasa Okino wins best girl. It is debatable at least.
I have a hard time saying that, and I'll put it right out there. I love Tsukasa Okino as a character. He's fantastic.
Mhm.
They're fantastic. However you want to say it. I don't know what he prefers. Probably just being gay and elusive. Tsukasa Okino is amazing as a character.
So
at the same time,
to clear to chat who
Yep.
might not understand it because they might not have seen it or played it. Tsukasa Okino does cross dress, and then the first time they meet Hijiyama in the 1940s, they are wearing women's clothes and they identify themselves as Kiriko Doji, and Hijiyama falls head over heels
immediately.
Immediately. And it's funny watching that scene in Hijiyama's prologue where he's just stumbly and bumbly and kind of nervous, and then like in the 1980s, Hijiyama thinks back to that, and he's like super suave and he's charismatic, and he's just painting himself in rose tinted glasses. But
absolutely,
Okino just drags him around by the short hairs the entire time and has a blast doing it.
Okino has most people they interact with on a leash, whether they know it or not, and Okino loves that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okino is probably one of the smartest characters in the game, up there with Rinya Goto, and is one of the characters that is almost also most in the know about what's going on in the world. But there's a couple of really big key things that they're missing for like most of the story.
Yeah, which also, to be very clear, they're the ones, this person here specifically, they invented all the Sentinels. All of them. And
a lot more, but that's 2188.
Yeah, they did a lot of lore stuff, but like this Okino here that we see and we interact with in the game, every Sentinel that we play as, they developed, they built, they configured all of it. Like they are one of the hands behind the scene moving stuff, but they are as quiet and sneaky as they can because they don't want to get noticed until they're ready to get noticed. And they are a fantastic chess master and just the best fucking gremlin in the game. Like, I swear to God.
Absolutely. Which is why one of my favorite little short bits of a scene is when Tomi like has something they can lord over Okino real quick and is just immediately like, you're gonna do that thing that I want to do, because otherwise I'm gonna tell this person that you're doing stuff that you really don't want them to know. Yes. And Okino's immediate reaction is just, oh, fuck, okay.
Yes, that's the one time anybody gets something on Okino, and Okino's just like, fine. It's just,
I
it's just,
literally guess I have to, huh?
yeah. Which unfortunately, I think that's the thing that gets them. Spoiler warning, gets them killed in the end because they don't make it to the final battle.
Air quotes killed.
Yeah. Well, they're killed the same way Tamao Karabe is, which they are.
Right.
They poof and vanish, and then you find out no, they're not actually dead. They're in their pod, which they just straight up start talking to people like, oh, so the pods are real. I wasn't sure. And you're like, motherfucker,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like very shortly, well, sort of very shortly after we see that event and Okino passes, then we have more Hijiyama, because that happens in Hijiyama stories. Okino is not a playable character in the
Mhm.
same way that Chihiro Morimura and a couple of others are not playable characters.
Probably because he
And
does die in the plot and isn't there to actually do a remembrance. I would have. Oh my god,
yeah,
I would have loved his remembrance or their remembrance. Like that.
oh my god, I would have
insane.
loved to play as Okino.
Yeah.
Because going around messing with people in drag, interacting with some of the high school girls in drag probably would have been a ton of fun. And Okino loves it.
I feel like he would have teased, or they would have teased the boys more than the girls. They would have done their own stuff, like because I can really see them fiddling around with other people, but also just very specifically like playing cat and mouse with the few people that they really like. Like
Yeah.
that's how they show affection. That's their love language. Some people give gifts. Some people are huggers. Okino is just like, I am going to drive you up one wall and down the other because I like you.
Right. Right. Okino's love language is being a manipulative bitch.
Yeah.
Like
A manipulative
without
little gremlin shit.
consent of whoever they're manipulating.
Yes. And we are there for it with popcorn. It is great. This is
Okino's so good. I
this is
love
possibly
I think
my favorite
every
character.
scene
Yeah.
Okino is in.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're my favorite character, but man, probably.
Probably. They're very hard not to love. They're just very charismatic, and
Well,
no one really gets anything past them.
yeah,
Except for very, very, very few scenes, like that one you did with Tomi.
right. I think that's just about the only scene, and the rest of it is still Okino being smart but missing some key pieces that other characters just aren't going to mention at all.
Yeah.
But they do, like, Okino does absolutely genius things throughout the game. We haven't even talked about it, but part of the thing that's eating Ryoko and Juro's memories, although Juro was more for being in the Sentinel way too long, but part of the thing that's eating people's memories is like a nanomachine virus kind of type of thing.
DD426. Yep.
DD426, which has very specific meaning later.
Mhm.
And Okino is the only character who, like, oh, I know a workaround for that. I can just do this thing with my nanomachines, and I'm fine now. Even though the virus does what it's designed to do, it doesn't matter because I beat it.
Yeah. Which to be clear with what DD426 is, that's the memory thing that Jiro Karabe had and was dealing with before he lost his memories and had to be reset to a new person. That's the thing that Seki Gahara was dealing with, that Ryoko's dealing with.
Right.
That's this thing that's just eating memories. And Okino's thing is like, oh, well, this is a pain in the ass. Let me copy my memory, download it to the nanomachines in my body, and just basically have the nanomachines puppet my corpse around, my husk around, because that's the fix I found for this. And it's just like
my personality and my consciousness into the nanomachines in my head, so that when the nanomachine virus in my head disconnects the nanomachines from my brain and like just cuts off most of the memories and functionality, it won't matter because I'm in the nanomachines that are then puppeting my body anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm still here.
Yeah, like just that's the level of just like both intelligence and just ruthlessness that Okino does. But at the same time, they're also the person in one of Hijiyama's scenes, like, just straps Hijiyama into a chair, puts a thing on their head, and like, so what do you really think about me? Do you like me in a skirt? Oh, these are interesting readings. And it's just like
well, they had multiple reasons for doing that, right? Okino was trying to figure out who has this plot key that we haven't talked about that was drawing all the kaiju into the specific sectors, or really kind of calling them there, but whichever one they were in, and calling them to last. And Okino didn't know. So they were just like invading the minds of people against their will which is the entire, almost, if not the entire playable section of Ninja Ogata's story. He's just
Basically is, yeah.
strapped into a mind warp machine
Yeah, he's
by Okino.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have the scene where Okino is doing this to Hijiyama, and Hijiyama is not okay with that. And like, I would need to see what's going on in that simulation, whatever Okino is doing to Hijiyama.
I think Hijiyama was awake. I don't think Okino put Hijiyama into a sim. I think he just plugged Hijiyama into a chair and was just reading him while he was awake.
Oh, he was definitely awake and like talking to Okino as it was going on, but he was also in a sim, and so I would need to see what was going on in that sim to make a more informed decision. But I imagine while Okino was just like picking through his brain for this key of whatever, there was just a lot of really, really erotic gay stuff going on.
Very possibly too, yeah.
When Hijiyama like was talking about, why do I feel so what that stupid sexy Okino, but he hadn't really come to terms with his sexuality or feelings yet, and Okino was just being over there like, you're gay, I'm making you gay, I know it, you like it, I can tell you like it, I'm looking at your ratings that tell me you like it.
Oh, and you like being tied up too, and it's just like, no, shut up, no I don't, nope, you do,
yeah,
these readings say you do.
Like, let me out, Jesus Christ, let me out, please stop doing this. Like, there is a very explicit lack of consent between the two of them in that scene.
But
and so I love the two of them as a couple. It's hyper cute. It's great, but also, and like, Hijiyama clearly does love Tsukasa Okino playing with him like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. But Okino, I don't even know if I would describe Okino as like having a lot of charisma so much as being like one of the most calm and comfortably callous people in the game.
Okay, perhaps that's a better descriptor then, yeah. But
like, they have plenty of charisma, but they mostly just manipulate people.
Yeah.
To their own ends.
Yeah.
And I love them for it. They're great. They're a fantastic character. Tsukasa Okino is clearly one of my favorite, but like, they're cold.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're also like not even a person anymore. They're just like the copy of a person as a program plugged into nanomachines, puppeting around a body that's not even connected to its brain anymore.
Right. Which gets us back to all the different sci-fi tropes going on in this game. Like, when there's that like nanomachine ship of Theseus moment going on, kind of.
Yeah.
As far as Okino's personality and cognition goes, and you have that going on kind of with Juro and Ryoko and A.
I'd say more with Juro than Ryoko, but
yeah, Ryoko is more reset.
Yeah.
And Juro, whereas Juro was just wiped out and kind of given a new personality. But there's the other Juro who still exists elsewhere.
Yes.
So
is Izumi 426, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Okino,
crazy.
Fantastic character to watch.
Yeah. Brilliant and great in every scene. I love this character. I really wish we could play as them.
Oh my god, yeah. And then there's the last character. I'm going to describe them as Tamao Karabe, though this particular outfit, they went by the name Erika Aiba. Aiba?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is Aiba. But Tamao Karabe rounds out the 15 characters that are referred to as the compatibles. Okino is it's the 13 characters we have, plus Okino, plus Tamao. But Tamao dies very early on. And mostly they're there in later parts of the game to be like, okay, you're here, but we saw you die. Right. So you're not this person. You're someone else, something else. We don't know.
Yeah, they're there to really kind of throw your sense. Like, unless you're paying very close attention to the analysis, chronological order of events thing going on, unless you're paying like incredible amounts of attention to that, which would be difficult because I think in total there's almost 400 scenes.
Wouldn't be surprised, yeah.
Yeah, then I think there's at least 380. Tamao Karabe just kind of appearing will throw you off of like when things are happening. And so, yeah, even in this site we're looking at, to bring our images up, Erika Iba, that's not this character. She's when Tamao Karabe, who is this character, is going by the name Erika Iba, that's someone else in the Tamao Karabe robot body pretending to be another student who never even appears on screen.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot going on with this visual depiction of this character, but it's like this like one form here, like this actual picture we have on screen. This is one person in a body that looks like another person calling themselves a third person's name.
Right.
And like, yeah, to talk about like not knowing who is who and what is what and what's going on. But because they are one of the compatible ones, they're one of the 15.
Right.
They're absolutely worth mentioning, at least in passing, because we don't, like I said, we really don't get to see much, and most of what we see with this person is related to other people, which we'll get to.
Right.
I think we are done with most of the positive side characters, which leads us to our antagonists.
Sure.
So easiest one to bring up with Morimura. We talked about her briefly before. School nurse. I think she's the homeroom teacher for the class too. But
yeah, she's the homeroom teacher for Tomi and Juro and Iori and Miwako.
But she time traveler in the know. She's the one that is a proponent of Operation Aegis, which this is an interesting thing for the destruction phase, which we did talk about before this. The destruction phase, you're being attacked by enemy robots, and there's usually two ways to win a fight. You either destroy all of the enemy robots, or a time limit elapses. And when that happens, something goes into effect called the Aegis, which instantly wipes out all the enemies and then locks down that terminal location. So no one or nothing can access that terminal. The site is safe. She's the one that's a proponent of that plan for plot reasons. And other people straight up do not want to do this. They do not want to follow her thing. They think her way is wrong, and they try and stop her or counter her at various points for various reasons.
Including herself.
Including herself. But she's 100% behind the mindfuckery for Juro Karabe and Iori Fuyusaka and Shu Amaguchi and Ryoko Shinonome. She's fucking with all of them.
She's messing with all of them. There's more going on with Juro.
There is, but she's definitely dosing them all with like the pills and stuff.
Yeah.
So she is mystery antagonist. She's genuinely benevolent. I don't think we ever run into her in an actual confrontational standpoint for most of the game.
Not really.
But she's definitely this sinister person behind the scenes, which makes Sekigahara's even more interesting. Then you see her dead, you're like, okay, who killed this person that they were setting up to be maybe a villain, but she's already dead.
Right. She's being set up as possibly one of the villains, one of the main villains, but she very much believes in what she's doing and why. And she doesn't really view herself as a villain.
I think in some ways she probably views herself a little bit with like guilt. She sees, I think some of what she's doing is like selfish. Like I'm doing this because if I don't do this, then a thing will happen. I just can't live with it. I can't let this happen to him, whoever he is. It'd be really find that out. So she's very honest with herself about like, I'm doing this for me. I'm not doing it to save the world. I'm not doing it to save the people. I'm doing this because if I don't, a bad thing will happen that I cannot live with. So I refuse.
Her logs point in that direction, and then a much later conversation with Iori point in like a slightly different direction. Where like, okay, most people will still die, but like more than just Morimura and the other person she was caring about will be alive afterwards.
Yeah. Which also we should probably be clear at this point too. While we use the name Morimura for this character, there are actually 4 Morimuras in the story. Because there's this character here. There is, as with most people, a version of them from 2188, which is Professor Morimura. That's how I'm probably going to refer to them as Professor Morimura, because that makes it a little bit clear.
I think the game goes with that language later on too. Yeah,
there's little Chihiro Morimura, who's referred to by that name. This is the little girl that we see Renya Goto with, that definitely has an adult in her body. And then there's Iori Fuyasaka, who also is getting Chihiro Morimura's memories implanted in her and is remembering things from Morimura's life.
Right.
So there's effectively like 4 versions of her running around doing stuff.
So these are, in going with great sci-fi tropes, these are all kind of the same character and same person. But because nature is only part of what a person is, and then experience and like lived experience and an environment and everything else is another part of what a person is, these are also 4 different characters.
Yeah. Yeah, because this version of Morimura is wildly different than Fuyasaka, because she's twice as old, so she's had a very different life, and she's had a longer life and a very, very different life. But definitely,
interestingly, the story gives you a hint as to how the loops work by pointing out that Morimura, in kind of like the start of a lot of characters' plot lines, is 31 years old.
I didn't catch what they said with her. Good eye on that. I targeted her around like 32.
She's explicitly stated to be, maybe even just in the like analysis notes, the mystery files, she's explicitly stated to be 31. Whereas everybody else is 16, and we're about like a week away, depending on which character storyline perspective. They're about a week or just coming up right into the final battle end days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, it makes sense that she's around that like 31, 32 age because of plot.
She's almost exactly twice as old as Iori.
Speaking of people who are twice as old as others, we've got Tetsuya Ida. This guy, I don't think well of him when I meet him the first time, and the more of his story that I get to see, the more I'm just like, man, you are just a prick, and I hate you.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure what to think of him the first time either, and a lot of that has to do with like the scene of him and Morimura and Goto and I think Ei Sekigahara doing the battle of 2064.
Mm-hmm.
And so and like even in the beginning of Rinya Goto's plot line, there are points where it all comes off like these people are all working together to do something with the Sentinels to fight off the kaiju, and the kaiju are the ones destroying the world, which is not the whole of the story by any stretch of means, but he appears to be working with our people who are trying to stop Doomsday. Some of them who might also be the villains.
I think he's one that is just straight up a villain, because later on in his story, he is the one that's holding a gun up to somebody's head and just like, you're gonna do what I want or I'm shooting them in the head.
Well, and he's incredibly manipulative of Ryoko Shinonome, just completely abusing the fact that her memory is all garbled up.
Even before that, when she wasn't affected by that, he manipulated like, you like me, so you'll do this.
Right.
And just, he's a scumbag through and through. Manipulates her, even though he absolutely doesn't return her feelings. Which, not that it would be appropriate if he did, because he's again twice her age.
Right.
So just
there's several creepy things going on with Tetsuya Ida. A lot of that is either talking about 2188 stuff or talking about like big motivations and behind the scenes plot. And the way I summarize Tetsuya Ida's motivations, especially with regard to Ryoko, are like, it's not that he's saying, okay, no, child. He's saying, no, wrong child. Which is just creepy. But at the same time, Miyuki Inaba, who is kind of another side character that we have and haven't talked about yet, would be his age. And they did, they're showing memories of them not growing up, but experiencing this world at the same age together.
Yeah, I think Inaba's the name she uses in the current era, but yeah.
Right.
Inaba is the person that if he had any choice, he could be with this person, he would absolutely do that. Which is one thing I found disappointing at the end of the game, which is he does get his happy ever after with Inaba, and I'm like, no, that guy should not get a happy ever after. He's a dick, and I was mad about that.
But I pretty much agree. if anyone watches my VODs, if you keep watching my VODs, you'll see like that's my first reaction. It shows the scene with the two of them, and I'm like, no, fuck that guy. He doesn't get to get out of this okay. Oh, god damn it. Okay, I guess he does.
Yeah.
It's crazy that this game has a lot of dystopian stuff going on. It has a lot of really dark and depressing stuff going on with a bunch of different characters. There's basically abuse happening in between character relations at times,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody gets a happy ending.
Yeah, and he is definitely one of the ones more than anybody else, I think, because Morimura and 426, like for all the shit they do, I can kind of justify some of their stuff because they're doing the best they can with what they know.
Right. I can
Aiba
make
is
the
just straight up
argument-
like, I'm downloading somebody's mind into a program, I'm loading it into a cyborg to test and see if it'll work, and then when that's done, I'm uploading it to a real person to overwrite a human body so I can get my girlfriend back. Like,
exactly.
He's just full on fucked from day one.
And he's willing to sacrifice every current living character in order to go through another loop so he can start over and do things better the next time, which includes like basically erasing the present portion of his girlfriend's memories so he can go back and get like a save state of her from before and start over from the beginning.
Yep.
He's the least forgivable in my opinion. And like I could lump
the only person less forgivable than him is that guy that we mentioned at the beginning, the Kenjo Ogata, who is actually the villain behind all of it that you never actually confront because he died thousands of years before the start of the story.
20 million years.
Did they actually say that what the time was?
Yeah, once you beat the game, you can go into analysis and go to I think it's the very bottom. And there's in mystery files, there's a file called The Truth.
Okay.
And it tells you, it like fills in that one little gap.
20 million. Yep, you are right. I saw that. I stopped at the point where it said that they were 1,200 light years away from Earth. So,
right.
Okay. So yeah, that's the one bit I didn't know.
And that's another thing that got mentioned earlier in the story too. Like when they were kind of briefly talking about terraforming project stuff in 2188. Someone was like, yeah, the closest like first possible good candidate planet that we're looking at is like, 12 point whatever light years away over through this constellation in this cluster.
Mm-hmm.
And so like you don't really think about it because there's so much else going on, but how long would it take a spaceship, admittedly built in 2188 with future technology, to travel 12 and a half, almost 13 light years without faster than light travel?
And again, that's assuming that's where they went.
Right.
It's entirely possible that they ended up, like, they got there and it didn't work out for some reason. They had to go to a second place or a third place or someplace else. Like, it is very difficult to tell.
And
if that's
they went to a
where
bunch of different places all at the same time, which is actually another completely different mindfuck. But we can get to that later.
Yeah.
If we start talking about like terraforming stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
to get slightly back on track.
Yeah. But yeah, this is like the most unforgivable character that you run into regularly through the game.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Kingo Ogata could be up there, probably is up there, but he appears in one scene in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so even though he's like behind the scenes of everything, kind of like Final Fantasy surprise last boss type of character, Tetsuya Ida here is one of the most deplorable, unforgivable characters in the entire cast.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
I like, in the end, it's hard for me to say that Chihiro Morimura, Nurse Morimura, was actually a villain, but kind of. It's hard for me to say.
It's one of those, like, she's working with villains, so she's not. Her hands aren't clean, but she's a lot better than the other ones.
Right.
But she's set up as the one that you seem to think is, brainwashing people and implanting memories and doing all this terrible stuff, and you find out later she's not the really bad person. The government guy here that looks like this, he's really the problematic one.
Right. I mean, you find out later that like she kind of was doing that for a little while, but then she found some stuff out and decided to change her plans.
Yeah.
Which the game even like maths out to explain why she was accurate and changed her mind.
Yeah.
Um,
So speaking of villains, shall we go to 426?
Sure. Yeah, let's go to 426 because the very next thing that I was going to say is even excuse me, even 426 as a villain, viewing him from the very end of the game, I can make the argument. I don't know if I want to, but I could make the argument that 426, this Jiro Izumi here, did nothing wrong.
Yeah, I mean that's
The
kind of the
whole
thing for
game.
him. Like it's so 426 is the code name for Jiro Izumi, which at this point we probably need to talk about loops. So loops within
Yeah.
this world are basically
Honestly, I think
the getting what? Sorry.
I think honestly at this point we're talking about a bunch of characters, and we should probably very quickly go back to talk about like the situation of 2188, and then kind of talk about all the different character storylines moving forward.
I'd like to disagree and talk. Well, let's say do the loops and talk about like internal world stuff.
We can definitely talk about.
Well, then because we need to talk about loops a little bit just to even understand who 426 is, and then
Yeah,
once we get 426 done, then let's talk about 2188. How's that sound?
Right. Sure.
Okay. So a loop is the way the world's built. The kaiju invade, and at the end of it all, everything's reset 16 years. And
Right.
in one of the various loops, Jiro Izumi and Chihiro Morimura get themselves uploaded to Sector 0, basically like the mother computer running this whole simulation.
Right.
And when the world resets, it drops them back in at the age that they uploaded themselves. So they get to start at 16 with the knowledge of what happened and what was going on, so they can kind of go into the future and try and stop it.
And
one of the things they do is stage an attack against the place. Izumi gets captured and taken to a prison where he is given the number prisoner 426, which is why we refer to him as that.
Which is why the game heavily refers to him as 426.
Though you don't know that for a very long time that that's who he is.
Right.
But he is the villain behind Shinonome. She's trying to track 426 down, and she thinks that he's infested the body of Ace Kikahara and all this other stuff, and a whole lot of bad shit is put at his feet that he's actually not responsible for, though he has done some terrible things too. And he continues to do some bad stuff in the story. But
yeah, absolutely. He continues to kind of be a dick, even though he's like, in the end, clearly no one would have won without him scheming and doing the things he did.
Yeah, he seems to be like the most benevolent antagonist in the game, where like he's definitely screwing people in a way that they do not want, and would not give permission to have him do. But if he hadn't done that, they would have all died.
Easily. There would have been no way they could have won without his intervention.
Yeah.
And without his discoveries.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I jest that I can make the argument that he did nothing wrong, and I think I probably could, but at the same time, he very clearly found out about this like key code that was calling all of the kaiju to the different sectors and destroying them. And again, we mentioned Sector 0. Before, we had only been exposed to all the different sectors as like the different time eras, but clearly these are different physical eras that they exist in. And Sector 0 is not the same. It really is just a computer backup.
Yeah, it's basically like the database running the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's the database running the whole thing, the server that's connecting all these different nodes together, something like that. The characters, when they decide to go there in the first time, which is where we see original Jiro Izumi, original Chihiro Morimura, who looks like a Yori Fuyusaka at the time, and Tsukasa Okino, all these people from 2 loops ago, they decide to go to Sector 0, and then somehow end up back in 2089 before everything went to shit and 2105.
Yeah, they
So
jump back
still
16
think-
years, specifically 16 years.
They
yeah.
jump back 16 years. So they still think they're doing some weird form of time travel, alternate dimension, weird something. But the loops eventually do get explained as everything physically resetting.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same place. They just ended up at the beginning of the Sector 1 loop. Because they're Sector 0 data, which is all that exists in Sector 0, it's only data,
Mm-hmm.
specified that they would spawn wherever in this world.
Well, I think they spawned where they were originally supposed to spawn, because we know Okino, Morimura, and Izumi were Sector 1 people, and like there's 3 people in every sector. Because you mentioned that way back, where I think there's literally 3 people in every sector, and there's actually like a plot reason why that happens.
There is,
but,
yeah.
I think that like the system reads them and goes, "Oh, Jiro Izumi, he's supposed to be Sector 1," and they spawn him in there along with the actual compatible Jiro Izumi, who would be a baby at the time.
Yeah, who would be a baby. Whenever everything resets, it resets kind of statically, kind of like it was before. They in that scene where Tsukasa from 2 loops ago doesn't make it, they specify that Tsukasa's like, okay, this Sector 0 thing, I don't really know what it is, but I'm going to send you there because it's the only available place that the system is letting me send you, and so we'll just see what happens. And Juro, either right before or right after that, says, hey, you should send us to, I forget the name of it, but the bridge.
Sumire Bridge.
What is it?
Sumire Bridge.
Yeah. Sumire Bridge?
Sumire.
Okay, the Sumire Bridge. And you should send us there because I was just out looking at all the destruction and that place was still intact and fine and okay. So he says you should send us there, and that's why the 2 of them respawn on that bridge instead of like in a hospital or their home or wherever they were born. They respawn there specifically, and that's why later we have other. Well, that's why we have
Aiba.
Shu,
or not Aiba. Tetsuya Aida.
Aiba, but he looks like Shu, but it's Tetsuya Aiba, showing up there with 16-year-old Iori Fuyusaka, who is now actually yet another loop later. But Juro had rebacked up his memories. Like, it's crazy. So 426, to stay on 426, one of the most complex story or characters timeline-wise, events-wise. He's our big Terminator man. As you mentioned, he and Iori Fuyusaka went to go destroy a facility that was supposedly maybe producing nanobots. Or
actually, no, that was the Interstellar Development Project. That's actually what it was for.
Yeah.
They thought they were going to stop the interstellar development because that's the thing with all the kaiju. All the kaiju robots are actually just terraforming machines that are repurposed. So they think we'll stop the project. The kaiju aren't ever created. They can't come back in time and kill us. And they find out, no, that doesn't work. These aren't connected by causality. That's not what's happening.
That's not what's happening.
And they even have a moment after they do where they're like, I hope this did it. Otherwise, we just killed all of those people for no good reason. And they have a moment of genuine like mourning for what they did.
That's where we see the kind of like police shootout where they finally get separated.
Yeah.
This is after they have gone to destroy the Interstellar Project because hopefully that will put an end to the terraforming robot kaiju that are coming in. But they find out it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think the next chronological scene is Jiro Izumi. Ooh, tickle my throat. Sorry, one sec.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Is 426 in jail, and they bring Sector 1 Jiro Izumi in. And like, do you know this man? Like, no, I don't know him. Well, he has the exact same DNA that you do. What?
Right.
And then the kaiju attack,
and
it actually like happens then, and that's how he finds out. Us doing this didn't fix it.
Right. It didn't fix the thing. And so we have kind of the next loop where you have. Well, this is where I was confused because I think it's only 2 loops ago, but it felt kind of like 3 loops ago because it felt like all of that happened, and then you have the loop where 426 ends up killing all of the compatible people almost.
Yeah, he kills everybody but Aiba, and then I think Morimura kills him.
Right.
Which I think actually is the same loop. I think that's the second loop, and just he gets out of the prison, he jumps to a different sector, and he ends up back in Sector 3, and ends up killing people around
And that might be what it is.
Tetsuya Ida, and
then
basically
there's,
sets
like-
him off on the warpath because he kills the love of Ida's life in front of him,
Right.
and he just
Right.
he doesn't take no standing down.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And so we have that happen where Juro is convinced that, well, these people have a code in them that is calling all the kaiju here in order to
we'll just kill him
save-
then.
Yeah, in order to save the world and everyone in it, I have to kill these people so they don't call the kaiju anymore.
More than that, he has to kill children.
And they're all children.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all children, including like the child version of himself. The beginning of that scene where he's shooting everybody, it pans in from the left, and you see like 4 or 5 people who are just dead on the ground.
Yeah,
And then you see Juro cornering Tetsuya Ida, who looks like Shu, and Chihiro Morimura, young Chihiro Morimura. That loops young version of Chihiro Morimura, who looks like Iori, and Megumi Yoshiji.
Yeah, I've got it up on my Switch right now. It's Jiro Izumi 2 loops ago, Tetsuya Ida, Morimura 2 loops ago, Jiro Izumi 1 loop ago, Chihiro 1 loop ago, Megumi 1 loop ago, Sekigahara 1 loop ago, Shinonome 1 loop ago, Tsukasa Okino 1 loop ago. He kills all of them.
All of them. I remember going back and looking at that in the event viewer and being like, I don't remember any of these characters showing up in the scene. And then I booted up and they're all just laying there dead, and that's the first thing you see.
Yeah. And then then I think he actually gets killed again by Morimura, because I was wondering like where it ended up timeline wise, because he does that, and then we have that scene where Tetsuya Ida shifts back and he ends up resetting and meeting Morimura on Sumire Bridge, and then a couple scenes later is Morimura again killing him on Sumire Bridge. So he went through 2 loops where this woman killed him to stop him.
Right. And so that second loop, it eventually becomes clear that he uploaded his data to Sector 0 again, and that overwrites things. So that's why when Chihiro Morimura uploaded Shu instead of herself, Shu shows up in the Type 98 right in front of Chihiro Morimura, and Juro is not there.
Yeah, he updated his info. So Morimura in loop 3, which is basically the loop that they're in, she's operating only with the knowledge she had from loop 1, and basically Tetsuya Ida has to catch her up on everything that she told him in loop 2.
Right, exactly.
Whereas Jiro Izumi 426, he spawns somewhere else with all of the knowledge he had from both loops, and is able to actually like continue to build information like what the hell is happening.
He said he backed it up right before Doomsday, so he may not even remember actually killing all of the characters, but if he shows up and everything has been reset, he knows, okay, well, what the thing I was doing clearly didn't work. I don't know why, but clearly just killing everybody that I thought is responsible for bringing Doomsday here, that's not going to work anymore.
No.
And so he and like present Chihiro Morimura through different means kind of become aware that their previous plans weren't going to work at all.
Yeah.
And Chihiro finds out she's not compatible anymore. She can't control the Sentinel. She can't access the mainframe in the same way that she thought she could. Tetsuya Ida can do it only because he's using other people's ID in order to do it.
Yeah, they're finding ways to kind of like hack around it, but none of the people who go to Sector 0 are compatible anymore, and they don't understand why. And then we later find out that with the whole like Matrix thing, the compatible ones are just the real humans that are actually alive and are sitting in the vats, as we find out with
hilariously, which is a thing that 426 eventually finds out that Morimura I think probably didn't. He finds out kind of the reality of how this whole simulation was built. You have 5 different sectors, cities of 1.2 million people each, but in actuality, amongst all 5 of them, there are only 15 real humans.
Yep.
And they're all in their pods in this terraformed facility somewhere on an alien planet, which is a great reveal to Natsuno from BJ. Look, this all happened in the past. you're the alien.
Yeah, that's a great one where he drops that on her, and she's just like, wait, what?
That's not as cool as I wanted. I wanted aliens. Oh, I am the alien. Aw.
Yeah.
But she's great. But yeah, that's part of like the literal. There's a non-meta meta mechanic to the game. But
Oh,
again,
you're talking about like the upgrade system for the battle phase?
yeah, that's what like unlocking the ability to level up is what 426 gave to the Sentinels that allows them to win.
Yeah, I love that. That's basically like he's the one who realizes, which actually this is a great time to transition to the 2188 thing, that like what
Sure,
they're
yeah.
doing. He understands what the kaiju are, how they came there, and he's just like, oh,
Right.
oh, this is dumb and bullshit. Okay,
And
I'm gonna hack.
also
I'm gonna hack this game, and we're gonna win.
right. Like it's also going to let the kaiju upgrade themselves, but whatever. We're gonna make, because Okino, and this makes perfect sense. He was like the only person around working on programming the environment because there were so very few of them left on the initial 2188 satellite.
There was only
Okino
15 people there.
borrows-
Yeah.
Yeah, Okino borrows game code to just like use a thing that pre-exists so he can tweak it to make a thing that will actually work for their needs.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense from a programming environment, because like how the hell are you going to do this as one person without borrowing
Taking
some
forever.
other.
So
Yeah.
they have to
Take
borrow
forever. There'd
code,
be
and
no-
then that code gets
there'd be no
co-opted for something
testing.
else.
Yeah, there'd be no testing, there'd be no yeah, it'd be impossible. So he had to borrow it, and he borrowed it from a game code. And it should have worked, which in another hilarious analysis mystery file entry, they give you the game that he based the everything off of, and it's like an MMO made in the future that had the most realistic AI ever conceived in any game ever, and that's what it was remembered for, and it's made by Vanillaware, the makers of this game.
Nice. But yeah, so we're transitioning nicely to 2188. So do you wanna take that on for now?
Woof. Yeah, sure. I think we can talk about what various 2188 characters were up to and kind of their motivations, and that will wrap nicely into everything we've already said about our main cast and some of the side cast. And I've got one other really dark, nasty thing from the George Kamitami interview.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, the story begins way, way, way back in the year 2188, which is fun to say.
Yeah.
And you start learning about this through various data logs and video conversations between characters and recordings that happened way back when. Mostly all centered around a space colony. And this gets confusing sometimes because they talk about sectors of the colony, kind of like the sectors of the different eras, but that's because
I think they explicitly say like the guy who made all of that just used the same term. Like,
Keitaro Miura.
Yeah, it was Miura. He called them sectors in both instances. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's intentionally confusing at first, and then they clarify that like the sectors that you're experiencing in the playthrough of the game are modeled after sectors on the space colony.
Mm-hmm.
But for a little while, it's a little muddy, and those probably weren't different eras on the space colony. But so there's this space colony, and there's probably several different space colonies, but that's never really confirmed because it's not too important. And this one was working on, probably among various other things, it was working on what they called Project Arc, which was even before terrible, terrible things happened to Earth, there was this plan to like seed human recreation, essentially,
Mm-hmm.
on space drones and launch them out into space, and so they could colonize other planets way down the line. Because they don't have faster than light travel. They can't teleport really. They were doing, it's like a basis hard sci-fi setting, except lots of nanomachine whackery. And so you have Project Arc, which is being devised by, what was the main? There was Newman Incorporated, and then Shikishima.
Yeah, I think Shikishima bought Newman.
Yeah, Shikishima ends up buying Newman and their Project Arc, and Chihiro Morimura was with Newman, but then in Shikishima.
Yeah, Professor
And
Morimura.
so
Yeah.
you have Rinya Goto, head of Shikishima, Kingo Ogata. I forget if he was head of Newman or just in. He was like the chairman of Shikishima before Rinya Goto. I think
Yeah, there's
it was
something
one of
like
those
I
two.
think he's some executive there. Yeah, because
Yeah.
it's not super clear to me like where he and Goto compared to each other. It's also
Mhm, mhm.
possible that like one of them um succeeded the other one when somebody died.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but
It
definitely like
feels
definitely Goto, Renya Goto was in a position of power at some point because the thing that kind of has everything falling apart in 2188 is definitely caused by him because he's the one that puts out the hit on Chihiro Morimura, and
right.
that absolutely spirals into all of their problems in
Right.
2188.
Yeah, that spirals all of the problems on the colony
On the colony, yeah. Yeah.
before they even have like extra triple dire situations on the colony. Earth encounters a nanomachine plague, and I don't think they were even like I don't think this was changed because of COVID or anything like that. This was just a good like sci-fi story element for them to have
Mm-hmm.
and an excuse for Earth to do the most human thing and wipe itself out.
Yeah.
Um, Now, of course, it comes to light that Chihiro Morimura, one of the architects of Project Arc, is basically responsible
Yeah.
for that happening, even though it's probably under Kingo Ogata's orders.
Yeah.
She ends up selling nanomachine tech on the black market in order to procure even more funds for Project Arc.
Which
But
also
this,
one point of clarification because this is a thing I wasn't sure on. I
sure,
know the 2188 Eiseki Kahara accuses her of all that stuff. I don't think Renya Goto knew. I think I think Sekigahara accused him of basically like, you had money in some kind of slush fund, you did a thing, and her doing this is interfering with you hiding money because people are looking into it.
right, yeah.
Because
Yeah, it appears to me that Rinya is just kind of corrupt and money grubbing. Like 2188 CEO, they
mm-hmm,
Rinya and Kingo are both just referred to as chairman.
mm-hmm.
So I also don't really know the hierarchy there.
I mean, they
But
might be on like a board or something like that,
right,
where like
exactly.
Nenji Ogatu might be the president, but then like they're all members on the board or something.
Right, something like that. But
Um,
so yeah, there appears to be very uh shady, underhanded financial stuff going on with Rinya, and he's trying to protect that. And Chihiro is kind of getting in the way of that because she's also funneling stuff for Project Arc, which has its noble goal of like continuing the survival of the entire human species elsewhere off of Earth, even before Earth undergoes this nanomachine plague. But also you have Kingo, who just wants to live forever.
yeah, he basically wants to use this to like download his memory into an AI, and then when Project Arc completes, it's going to dump his AI mind into a flesh and blood body and resurrect him somewhere
Yeah,
else.
a flesh and blood clone of himself, which is which ends up being Ninji because he doesn't have the clone of himself,
Yeah.
and also doesn't happen, which is great.
Well,
Um,
yeah, because I think the whole thing with well, there's a couple of reasons why it couldn't have happened. Because I remember the specific dialogue is when it was done is when it was supposed to happen, which would have been when they were
right,
20, which doesn't happen because they all get out when they're like 16.
right,
So he's not even there when
yeah,
it should trigger, which I'm not even sure if that coding is still in place by the time Project Arc actually like is implemented because so many people fuck with things.
right. It's very fuzzy. Yeah, so many people really mess with the initial plan. Like Rinya finds the Kingo AI. We have no idea if he does anything about it or not because
Mm-hmm.
that's one very short scene. Um, but so like the nanomachine plague happens, and throughout the time, a couple of people are either already on this space colony or they make their way to the space colony. Like
Mm-hmm.
Yuki Takamiya's log notes that she's probably the very last shuttle that gets there. But then when we learn more about 2188 Jiro Izumi and Megumi Yakushiji, we learned that Megumi's father got like a small, probably personal shuttle that got out to the space station, but
He was sick, and the only
but
one
he
that
was
could
he
get
was
there
infected
was
by the nanomachine plague,
yeah,
and so Takatoshi Hijiyama wasn't going to let him or his maybe uninfected daughter aboard the space colony because it would just end them all.
yeah. And Izumi overrode him about the daughter, but they made the
Right.
father leave.
Right. Yeah, exactly. 2188 Jiro Izumi plays the hero and says, "Look, I'll go out and pick up the daughter without ever interacting with the father, and I'll just sit in a shuttle for a day with the daughter. If we both end up infected, then don't let us back in. And if we don't, then we let the daughter back in."
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so we have everybody in the 2188 space colony working on the Ark project, and eventually Earth is just basically gone. They
Mm-hmm.
make references to like a front advancing, and we don't know if that's like nanomachines waging war or just hyper plague times. It almost kind of makes sense that all of this is a Japanese colony because they're an island nation, and so they
Mhm.
would have had an easier time closing everything down.
Well, yeah. Also, they're all Japanese with the naming conventions too. But that
Literally every
doesn't mean
character.
terribly much. Like a century and a half in the future too. So
Yeah, yeah. Um, and so we have all of our 15 main characters, the 15 people who are compatible, who are the only real humans in the story uh, that we play through, are on the space colony in the year 2188. They're not the same characters, but what everyone is based off of.
mm-hmm.
And you have a lot of like, you get cute moments where you have, you know, Okino and Takatoshi being a loving couple, and you get dark moments where a gunfight breaks out between Ninji Ogata and Jiro, and then Takatoshi and Okino.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of get the feeling that maybe I don't really know Jiro's motivation at that point, but I know Ninji is said to have started the gunfight, and you can kind of theorize like there was a discussion about whether to. Well, I guess first we should talk about Chihiro Morimura and Ei Sekigahara.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say like the gunfight basically comes down to Sekigahara is the one that gets the assassination order for Morimura. He gets
Right.
there. He's talking with her. He's kind of being vaguely threatening, but she's kind of like talking to him because she's got him locked up and she feels pretty safe about
She's got him locked up.
talking about it. And then
He's a
all of a
really
sudden,
good
there's an
hitman.
explosion at the generator, and she's like, "Did you plant a bomb at the generator?" And he's like, "Yep." And she's
He's
like,
"Yeah, I did."
But then we won't be able to power the life support and Project Dark." He's like, "I don't care. I'm
And
coming
he's like,
for
"Yeah,
you."
but I know you doomed all of humanity, so I'm coming to kill you."
Yeah.
That's
I
my
had a
entire
job. I'm
motivation.
doing my job. It doesn't matter if I die in the process.
It doesn't matter that there is no market or countries left. Humanity is already completely fucked and dead, in my opinion. So you're going down with it.
Yeah. And that is the last you see of Professor Chihiro Morimura in 2188 specifically. So
Right.
so it's presumed he does kill her. He dies in the
Yeah.
process, and then but the damage he does to the space station means they don't have enough power for both life support and Project Arc, and they have to make a decision, and that's what the fight's about between
Right.
Ogata, Hijiyama, Izumi, and then Okino gets killed in the
Right.
crossfire.
And I think it's even noted that Juro is the one that kills Tsukasa Okino.
Maybe
And
I'm
this,
not sure off the top of my head.
I think so. I might be wrong. I know it's noted that like uh Takatoshi Hijiyama talks about, man, if only Ninji hadn't come armed with those thugs,
Hmm.
and then Tsukasa Okino dies, and this basically drives Takatoshi into a rage, and he ends up killing Ninji and Juro.
Mm-hmm.
And he may even and he no, I was about to say he may even think he's the only one left, but he knows at that point, after like terrible shit has gone down on the 2188 space colony, um, there were only two people left at that point, and that's Tetsuya Ida and Ryoko Shinonome.
Yep.
Okay, you want to know? And so,
Yeah, yeah. You
those
mentioned
other
this.
terrible,
You mentioned this in the pre-stream.
right?
It doesn't make it into the final game. What Tetsuya Ida did that infuriated Shinonome enough to basically sabotage Project Arc, which basically the kaiju
Right.
attacks are all Shinonome, Professor Shinonome's
They're all her
bullshit,
fault.
because she basically goes in and takes Okino's code about the kaiju and programs
Right.
it so that when the Arc project gets close to its final stage, the kaiju come and attack the areas where the compatible ones, the actual real people in the simulation are at, and kills them, and that's resets the loop because basically all the bodies are gone.
Right. She sees that Okino has based everything off of a video game. At
Mhm.
this point, she's the only person left. Tetsuya Iida's not around anymore, and she's the only human left in the space station. And so she takes this game code that was never supposed to spawn kaiju, which end up being the big terraforming machines.
Mhm.
It was never supposed to spawn that, and she makes it so exactly that happens. There's an apocalypse, and then everything resets, and that just happens an infinite number of times. And the reason this will completely wipe out any chances of humanity is because she knows whatever facility that these probes that we're sending into space eventually build on some habitable planet while terraforming them, they can't literally last forever. They're not actually designed to last forever. They're
Mhm.
designed to last for thousands of years, but not literally forever. And so if she just has this process repeat an infinite number of times, no one will ever wake up and get out of their pod, and
Mhm.
humanity is dead.
Yeah.
And so the reason she does this is, according to an interview with the director, it's not actually in the game. Ida and Ryoka Shinonome are the only two people left, and the situation is dire. They've maybe gone along with the plan to divert all power to Project Arc instead of the life support, and so they have doomed themselves. They don't really have any hopes of surviving anyway,
Mhm.
so you get kind of thrown in this moral situation of like, well, when is it okay to commit suicide, right? Because they're dead.
Okay.
Do they want to like go through losing all life support and suffocating or starving to death, or do they want to maybe send off Project Arc and then maybe spend some happy time together, or in their lives in a slightly more dignified manner than like losing all oxygen?
Yeah.
And so Ryoko Shinonome floats the idea to uh to Tetsuya Ida that we should at least maybe go out with like the slightest bit of dignity. Let's kill ourselves together so the final two humans out of all humanity, before Project Arc maybe succeeds, can have some dignity and go out together. And Tetsuya Ida refuses. He says, "No, fuck you," and then goes off and kills himself apart from her anyway.
Ooh.
So she's left with like what with that situation. She's now the final person. He didn't want to die with her. He wanted to go off and do it on his own and wanted nothing to do with her. And so she says, "Fuck it. Humanity doesn't deserve to exist or continue anywhere. I'm going to rid the universe of the plague of humanity." And she dooms the human race. And that sets off all of the bad shit that happens in the game.
Okay,
All of
so
the
that's
kaiju attacks.
that I had read something online that suggested that might have been it, but not it didn't reference the interview itself. And I'm actually looking at the game files now, see like the 2188 specific things. First one is
Mm-hmm.
the transmission between Miura and Natsuno. Then we have Miura talking to Tamao about the house. Then
Mm-hmm.
we have
That's where
Miura
we get
talking to
the idea of like
Morimura.
different eras being built and based off of previous human eras.
Yeah. Then we have Megami coming aboard. Then Then we have something about between Yuki Takamiya and Chihiro Morimura, and then we have Eiseki Gahara's thing, and then
Mm-hmm.
we have the log from Renya Goto to Tetsuya Ida to Renya Goto saying somebody modified the settings for the final phase, and it caused Chihiro Morimura's memories to be overwritten. But the one who
Yeah,
did this was Jiro Izumi, and then the very
right.
last log is actually Chairman Goto to the last person, and then it jumps to the loop thing with 2 loops ago with Ayori, Izumi, and Okino.
Oh, right, because when we learn about the gunfight aboard the space station, that's not like a log from 2188 that's just a conversation in between anyone. That's a log that BJ is showing
Yeah.
to Hijiyama in the middle of his story.
Yeah, so some of them aren't quite in order, but basically, yeah.
Right.
It's
Yeah, there's more information about 2188 that's not quite in that very, very beginning log. Like
mhm.
even Ryoko Shinonome saying I'm going to sabotage it all doesn't happen at chronologically the very beginning
Mm.
of the story, even though it does. You get the log in, I think it's Yuki's story where she stumbles upon
Yeah.
Ryoko.
Yeah, it's her remembering the day Ryoko gave her the box.
Right. Mm. So that's the genesis of 13 Sentinels. The entire reason that all of these people are on a different planet that pretty much already has been terraformed, but they're locked in this matrix simulation. And there's only 15 of them, even though the pods, I think, have like the DNA of 6 million different people.
Yeah, because it's bringing back the original. I think the original plan was to bring back the 15 that were there, and like
Right.
kind of reboot them, and because they were supposed to like I think they were gonna hit 18 and be told the truth, and then have like a 2-year crash course in what actual futuristic science is,
Right.
and then they were gonna get let out of the pods to like prep it for everybody else.
Right.
I think that was the plan.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the initial plan before things went all wonky and wrong. And even before that, Project Arc was like, we want to get enough variety of DNA to restart the human race elsewhere. Because you can't do that off of you can't Adam and Eve it with just 2 people. You can't do that with just 15 people. Maybe they have like nanotechnology to fix whatever weird incestual birth defects would be going on.
I do
But
remember one memory does specifically talk about we're talking about a population of 6 million people. So that's
right,
basically the population of the sectors. Yeah.
right. Yeah, exactly. You have 5 sectors, each with 1.2 million people in them, kind of, sort of. And the probes each have the DNA, at least the DNA information, of 6 million different people.
Mm-hmm.
But after everything went to hell, and you just have those 15 people on the space colony, they end up being the 15 whose, like, I guess, actual real DNA they had, or they were the ones who were designated to kind of be reborn and then figure all of this shit out after their clones were reborn.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be new, different people. But then you have the Kengo Okata and Chihiro Morimura mind replacements in their new clones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were trying to get reborn and resurrected.
Right. Which is a thing we learn in Rinya's storyline, which, like, in contrast to most everybody else's, takes place mostly during the end days, mostly during the combat phase.
Yeah, there's some during it and there's some before it.
There's the big conversation. There's like his prologue, and there's the big conversation with Chihiro Morimura that they kind of jump in and out of
Mm-hmm.
before the Kaiju Invasion Doomsday scenario. And then there's a couple of scenes of him like jumping out of combat to talk with her and otherwise.
Yeah. So yeah, I actually really like those conversations he had with Child Chihiro.
Oh my god,
with little
they're so
Chihiro,
good.
because it's kind of like they're kind of puzzling out the whole situation with the death of Nurse Morimura,
Right.
and trying to figure that out. And they're kind of like, well, it could have been this person, and it could have been that person, it could have been this, and it could have been that. And eventually, like, he just gets to the point where they go through all the possible things. And he's just like, or it could have been you.
Right.
And she's just like, why would I do that? Why would I kill myself? And he's like, oh,
Well,
maybe
I
you
found
didn't.
these logs.
Yeah, I found
wrote
these
it down.
logs, and maybe you didn't kill yourself. Maybe you killed someone else, and maybe you're not the person you're pretending to be. And this little child just straight up pulls a gun on him and is like, well, you know too much, time to die.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it just goes to be continued. It's like, no, stop dropping me on a cliffhanger every time.
Oh my god, there's so many times where you're like, game, I swear to god, if you fade out and say to be continued, I'm gonna, fuck, you did it. There's the to be continued.
You son of a bitch game, I'll kill you.
Yeah. But yeah, we finally get to see baby Chihiro coming on the scene where Ei Sekigahara is finally breaking down and Nurse Morimura is trying to help him, but baby Chihiro just murks her.
Yep.
And then she tries to do the same thing to Rinyu Goto because he knows too much. But Goto is a very, very smart man, and that's a future gun, so he programmed it to not be able to shoot baby Morimura or himself.
Yeah.
And he just has an excellent, like, very well-written Phoenix Wright segment of looking back on all the evidence and determining, you know who I think you are. You're not Morimura from Sector 0. You're not a clone with the adult Morimura from Here's Memories. You're 2188 Morimura.
You're Professor
who initially
Morimura.
planned to have your memories downloaded into the, like, Iori Fuyusaka Chihiro Morimura clone whenever they were finally birthed out of the pod.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what happened.
Yeah.
And they're all in the final phase because I think at one point the game in the mystery files talks about how many loops have actually happened, and it's over 300.
I don't remember that part, but like even like thinking about it, we know the loop does last 16 years of real time.
It lasts, yeah, exactly.
So presumably the 3 loops we see bits and pieces of are not the only 3 loops, but that's still a minimum of 50 years.
Right.
Which is the point at which they actually started having people who were knowledgeable of the loops be able to affect and interact with the loops. Whereas we have no idea how many loops were before that.
Well, I think in that the truth entry, or maybe one of the other ones about loops, but it's definitely information that's given to you after you beat the game. It tells you the thing that Jiro Izumi 426 and like the most current iteration of Chihiro Morimura, not Iori Fuyusaka, the compatible one, but the one who knows more about what's actually going on, but is a copy from Sector 0. Yeah. They both eventually, digging through Sector 0, found that the whole experiment, the whole facility that they were a part of was only going to last about 5,000 years, and after that, the computers and the machines just kind of start breaking down. Mm-hmm. They weren't built, even though they were built by the probes, they weren't built with the same, like, self-repair and replacement processing stuff. And so that's why Jiro Izumi and Chihiro Morimura, but not Tetsuya Ida, know that very soon the whole looping thing is just not going to work anymore.
Yeah, this is basically the last loop, or if it's not the last loop, it's close to.
But it's extremely close. We don't actually know when the last loop would be, but we basically have to treat this as the last loop, which is what drives Morimura to do Operation Aegis instead of going for another loop, which is why her and Tetsuya Ida are not on the same page.
Yeah, because she wants to, like, because we should explain Project Aegis, which we talk about it closing off the terminal, which means it disconnects that sector from other sectors, because all the kaiju are being produced essentially in Sector 1,
right?
Which is always the first place that gets taken over, and then they move their way backwards through time in the other sectors, leaving whichever sector has the key in it as the last one, which is why they do Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3, Sector 5 in the 1940s, and then Sector 4 in the 1980s as the last one, because that's where all of the key is that's triggering all this.
Right.
But basically, yeah, if I lost my train of thought. Damn.
That's
oh god, we both lost our train of thought.
Yes. Yeah, that's how, like, the destruction is happening, and that's why this has been going on for so long. It was next to impossible for a bunch of people to figure out all of this hyper convoluted BS, because they're all living in a simulation that looks like a dome city underground with a, like, infinitely expanding mechanical unknown lattice outside of the city, but they all have nanomachines in their head. And so no one from the 40s or the 80s or the 2020s or the 2060s basically had any chance to even begin to come across this. And as soon as Jiro Izumi and Chihiro Morimura in Sector 1 and 2105, when everything was going to ship, finally got written to Sector 0 and rebooted. Did they finally have a chance to like figure out, was this time travel? Is this simulation stuff? What's going on?
Yeah, you need people outside the loop who don't have to start off as a baby, to go in here and try and do stuff. Because like one of them had to have met Okino and gotten him to build the Sentinels. One of them had to like you need people in the know taking action with the way things are and actually acting in that. Otherwise, you're just reacting because in every other loop but the last 3, what happened is people were living a normal life and then monsters attacked and destroyed the world. And that has just happened hundreds of times, as you said.
Happened hundreds of times.
So you need somebody to know that it's coming, and they can make preparations, and they can plan around it, which you need people out of the loop to be able to do that.
Exactly. And so you had Chihiro Morimura's plans of being put in this, having her memory overriding the pod person memory version of her.
Yeah.
But instead, Chihiro Morimura in the simulation, and because the simulation is calculating that this is probably the final loop, it goes ahead and does the memory overwrite to clone baby Chihiro Morimura.
Mm-hmm.
So 2188 Morimura is probably very, very shocked when she wakes up inside the simulation as a tiny child.
Mm-hmm. I think she does it when she's a baby too, and puts her in an actual baby. Like actually does clone herself, which is why baby Chihiro is not 16. She is an elementary schooler.
Right.
Which is funny watching her and Goto interacting, where she's just like, "Why am I dressed like this?" He's like, "I thought it'd be the most appropriate thing for you to wear." And you can just tell, like, she's just kind of grumpy about it, but at the same time, like, she's keeping the little doll around that she clearly has an attachment to. But one of my favorite interactions between her and Goto is, like, when he's revealing her master plan back to her, and he's like, he's kind of, like, talking down to her, and he's like, try not to get too emotional. It's hard to lie when you're emotional. And she's like, I'm not getting emotion.
Yeah, exactly.
And she just, like, starts to yell at him and stops and catches herself. And it's just like he just fully outplays her in that moment.
Exactly. He outplays her perhaps only in part because she's currently like baby mode.
Possibly, yeah.
Even with like 2188 Professor Chihiro Morimura's brains, she still is being simulated in this little 8-year-old, and so she might have a hard time controlling some certain aspects of her personality. But yeah, so I think we've talked about, like, kind of, there's probably more to talk about. We've talked about 246's role. You know, old 2188 Jiro was a hero, and as soon as they kind of figured out what was going on, and he got even ahead of everybody else in knowing what was going on.
Yeah, because he has the memory of 2 loops going into.
He has the memories of 2 loops, whereas even Chihiro Morimura only has the memories of 1.
Mm-hmm.
She sacrificed herself to send Tetsuya Ida, who is Shu, into another loop. So she only has the memories of 1. Jiro 426 is working with a little bit more than she is.
Yeah.
And so we've kind of talked about, like, the overall big, I mean, it's taken us 3 hours, but we've talked about, like,
it took us like 2 hours just to do the characters practically.
Yeah, we've talked about who characters are. Basically, we've talked about, like, the 2188 situation and why everything was launched into the hyper screwed up version of where all these characters actually are in the story and when it's taking place and how it's taking place, and why things are the way they are because of Ryoko instead of just being like a normal good simulation. I guess we never really talked about the reason everything is a different era, but that's vaguely mentioned.
Yeah, it's mentioned at the end, because there's like some like videos that are gonna play like right before they're supposed to wake up, and I think it's Tamao Karabe's from 2188 that her talking about it, which is basically like their idea on the important thing for humanity is that we pass down our culture, like who we are as a people and a species. So that's why they basically built all of these cultures for people to like grow up in and experience, and then they can all kind of come together and allow human culture to continue to evolve and grow by having these like basically generational gaps, essentially.
Yeah, that was definitely a very important part, and that's definitely what Tamao talks about and wanted to pass on in those ending videos. I want to say at some point there was conversation in the between the 2188 people who were uncertain of what they wanted to build the different sectors as, and they couldn't agree on a year, and that's why they ended up doing multiple different eras instead of a single one. And they wanted to do this because the reason they were talking about different eras in the first place at all is because humanity had clearly screwed up and abused this nanomachine technology stuff that ended up leading to the utter destruction of all of Earth. Earth is gone.
Mm-hmm.
No human life will ever remain on Earth at all because of the nanomachine plague that they unleashed on themselves. Of course, there's some key people at fault here, but that's a thing that happened. And so they wanted to have people from different time eras that had different values and different cultures, but it was still human culture.
Mm-hmm.
But they couldn't determine which one they wanted to choose that would best be able to deal with that. So they just made every single sector a different era.
Yeah.
And that's why we have all of these different eras from 40 years apart. And of course, like you've mentioned before, there's reasons for every different character being born in whatever era they are. Keitaro Miura very clearly states, like in the very beginning of his 2188 logs, that he was like reading about World War II time, and gee, wouldn't it be fascinating to live there? Hijiyama was a soldier already and wanted to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Tsukasa gets talked about. One of the conversations I think between Yuki and Chihiro is talking about Tsukasa Okino and how Tsukasa Okino is Chihiro Morimura's son in 2188.
And she finds out later because of some way that they're doing, like having kids. Like you donate your genetic material, and they just make a baby. And when they're collecting the genetics at the end to make Project Arc, they run a check, and they're like, "Oh, he's your son that you never knew you had."
They were maybe even doing like DNA examination to either digitize all of it and put it in the probes, or they were just like checking themselves for nanomachines and they figured it out early on or something like that.
I figured it was the probes. Is what
it's probably the probes. I don't think it's directly stated. They talk about we were doing DNA checks, and hey, do you want to tell Okino that you're his mom? No, what would I even say?
But she did film something as like a log to like prep for him, I think. Didn't she? I feel like she did that, like would play to like him in the simulation that like was a message. I don't know if they ever show it to us, but they do mention, I think, that she recorded something for him.
Maybe. I don't remember that if it does, but I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised.
I think it was really late in Hijiyama's story.
That could be. They definitely talk about like her having a maternal instinct kick in for Okino.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of what allows Renya to convince her to like let them shoot their shot at the end anyway.
Mm-hmm.
She was going to just cause another loop to happen and start over fresh and do everything right because now she's in the simulation and knows exactly what's going on. She's the most in the know character at that time.
Mm-hmm.
But Renya's like, look, we've done all of this shit to gear ourselves up for this fight, and we've like, let us try. You're convinced we're going to fail? Let us fail, but let us try. And if we like prove ourselves worthy of this whole experiment, then we'll come out, we'll reset everything and make it good, and you'll get your body, and you'll basically get your wish. You just won't be replacing the Iori Fuyusaka Chihiro Morimura that's being grown.
Yeah. To put Renya in context, this is a person who's figured out some of the most terrible secrets of their world, goes up to the architect of the end of humanity, unintentional architect, but architect of the end of humanity, is like, I think we can do better than you expect us. Do you want to make a bet? And they actually make a bet at the end of the world, and they reference it a few times.
Not only like the architect of the end of humanity, but one of the characters best situated to be like an analog for the architect character in the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
Chihiro Morimura was like in charge of Project Arc from the beginning, saw a lot of its customization and progress along the way, did some really nasty stuff in order to secure funding for its continuation, which ended up dooming humanity, but her project ended up saving humanity. And so, like, she's almost kind of behind it all, even though she definitely got pushed around by a lot of different characters along the way.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's so much that goes on. Like we are 3 hours in, and all we've really done is talk about who the characters are, give a very brief, like spoiler-free review, talk about all the characters, and then like just the setting. And we've barely touched on a lot of the stories. We barely touched on the relationships between characters.
Right.
Like
we've talked about like the setup for the story and kind of how everything ends up. And there's so much in between. Do we want to talk about like do you want to go through each character again and just kind of talk about some of our favorite moments from their storylines? We haven't even mentioned Kyuta Shiba. We haven't talked about Fluffy much at all.
Yeah, I was gonna get to Fluffy at some point because I absolutely loved Megumi's story, but
Megumi's story's so good.
Let me make one more reference for Jiro Izumi, because we do not Jiro Izumi. Let's call him 426, where we have him doing stuff and we don't know what. Which actually I guess it would tie into Megumi. Yeah. His whole thing is he comes back as he gets resurrected by Tetsuya Ida, who like brings him back over and over again to torture him for information about what he knows, to basically confirm that he can actually like do what he wants to do with his girlfriend, who he also digitized as an AI. And he's trying to like get as much information. And 426 just pulls a 180 where not a 180. He pulls a trick where apparently one of the previous versions of him that was brought back hacked Ida's equipment and switched the delete button with the button to transfer AI data.
Yeah, sure.
And just like somehow got that to work. And then when he gets Ida all worked up and all hot and flustered, and he goes to delete him, and then ends up transferring 426's mind into the robot body that Tetsuya Ida prepped for his ex-girlfriend, for his Tomi Kisaragi. So 426, this hardened criminal of like, at this point he's 30 to 50 years old, something like that. And
yeah,
he is essentially like this old man is running around in like a high schooler with braids. But he goes and he has this plan to basically inject nanomachines into all of the compatible ones to update their nanomachines to function better with the game that he knows is working. Because he found the log saying like, no, we based some of this on this mighty Kaijo Daimos, which is a game that worked this way. And he's like, oh, if it's a game, we should level up, we should upgrade. So the entire
if it's a game, then
meta system that you use to upgrade your characters, to buy new weapons, to level up your all of that is because he basically went in and shot people with a gun. That's Megumi's whole story. Her magic gun is something he gave her to update the nanomachines in everybody's body, so that when the apocalypse happens, they actually can do upgrade. Because that's one of those things, like, your characters are buying equipment for their mechs. They're upgrading equipment for their mechs.
Right.
From where? From how?
Right. From where? How? Why?
Yeah. How? Where? How? And why? Like, we don't question much as a player, and then they pointed out like, no, this is him going through and hacking this fake world they're in to let them have a shop so that they could buy upgrades for their gear so they can last longer and survive.
There's a lot about like the combat phase that is confusing and doesn't make sense, and then it kind of continues to not make any sense at all if you think about it hard enough. And then you get to like, okay, Okino borrowed code from a game, and then Ryoko's screwed with it, which is why the kaiju are spawning in at all, instead of this just being a perfectly peaceful little simulation. And then Jiro Izumi went around and updated all of our protagonists so they can actually gamify their forced game terror lives, and actually survive it. So, like, you're going around defending terminals, which cut off access to everything else. But why? How does that cut off access? Because the Daimos, they fall from the sky. they could just meteor down. How does cutting off the terminal defend any section from them spawning in? Oh, because it's all based on a game code and it's a simulation. You're literally spawning in enemies, so we just cut this part of the game off of this part of the server that's spawning enemies. That's literally what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and how do we upgrade anything? It's literally a game. It's literally all a simulation based on game code, and we're all being doomed by a very understandably bitter person who wanted to wipe out any chance for humanity having a future because they did nothing but screw her over in the end times, and she watched all of humanity eat itself.
Mm-hmm.
But like, we would like to live still. So Juro Izumi 426 says, all right, let's screw with the game code even further and allow us to gamify our existence.
Yeah. So that's why like they all have the little start switches they flip on. That's why
Right.
they have all of this stuff. Like that's just the stuff they hide in plain sight. That's like, no, this is because they're in the simulation, because he's messing with the simulation.
Right.
That's why they have some of these overlays and stuff that they're doing.
It's why you have in-game mechanics that are literally called meta, and they are both meta and literally what the characters are interacting with.
Yeah, and it's just kind of great. And I love that thing that he did. And just he's such a villain. He comes off so villainous for most of the game, because he's not only manipulating Megami, but, you know, you mentioned a character by the name of Shiba. Like there's this character here
exactly.
called Kyuta Shiba, which you find out later on is basically 426, who installed himself in the nanomachines of Jiro Karabe, and is just like feeding him memories. I don't even know if they specifically say why. Like he's not trying to resurrect himself. I think he's just trying to like give Jiro the knowledge he needs to do stuff. I'm not super clear on that.
Well, it's kind of it's a little unclear for a little while, and it's when that's a thing I kind of tripped on earlier, but we didn't really talk about. We have Chihiro Morimura, who's trying to put her own memories into Iori, which is why Iori is having these dreams.
Mm-hmm.
But she's doing like compatibility experiments. She did the child baby Morimura experiment and realized that failed.
Mm-hmm.
But she has Iori Fuyusaka, who would have been born in 2105, but Chihiro Morimura swept her up right from the very beginning and took her back to 1985 because that was going to be their last refuge, and she already knew that at that point
Mm-hmm.
from having the experience of the first loop. And so she was initially trying to she had Tamao Karabe create the fake personality of Juro Karabe for the brain fried Juro Izumi.
Mm.
And so she was trying to put Juro 426 memories into Juro Karabe because she loved him and wanted to get him back, but was maybe like wanted a slightly different version of him back than the one that she had to kill, because the last thing she knows is he killed all these children.
Actually, I was looking at the logs earlier. She does kill him again on Sumire Bridge in a different loop.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, she ends up having to kill him twice, which is awful.
Right.
For her.
There are multiple characters that die multiple times in this game. It's crazy, but it all makes sense. And so the Juro Izumi that ends up in Juro Karabe's head is the one that, like you mentioned, Tetsuya Ida revived, and then 426 escapes into the Tomi Kisaragi android, and then the Tomi Kisaragi android and the Tamao Karabe android get into a fight in Natsuno's storyline,
mm-hmm.
and 426 jumps into the Tamao Karabe android.
Mm-hmm.
So Tamao Karabe is extra gone twice. And then you have the end of Yuki's storyline where Yuki and Chihiro Morimura and I think either Rinya or Tetsuya. No, it's definitely Rinya, because the others think Tetsuya Ida is dead at that point, but he's totally not.
Because I think it's Goto, Shinonome, and Morimura show up, and then Shinonome and Morimura have the pistols.
Yeah, it's Shinonome. That's it.
Yeah.
And so they confront 426, and so Chihiro was trying to put old Juro Izumi memories into Juro Karabe, but she's afraid of 426 because he killed all those kids, and they don't know what he's doing right now, and he's escaped. He's prisoner 426.
Also, point of order, that shootout between all of them and 426, is that on Sumire Bridge again?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Oh wow, they kill him 3 times on that bridge. That is
He dies 3 times on that bridge. Well,
wow.
but he doesn't die there when he's in
I know,
Tamao
but
Karabe
it's just that synchronism of the
But
storytelling. I'm like he dies, quote
Right.
unquote, 3 times on this bridge,
Right.
and that's interesting.
And then you eventually, through Jiro Karabe's story, have the flashback of stuff that happened way before the beginning of like the player experienced portion of his story, which is the Tamao Karabe android barely still living, encountering him and then transferring the 426 consciousness into Jiro Karabe's nanomachines,
Yeah.
which he
Manifests as a ghost that only he can see, that on as a pun
Right.
calls itself cute as Shiba, which is basically just like a pun on its name, like the letters
Oh my god,
that
the
determine its
game
name.
the game on at least, I want to say at least 2 different occasions, but maybe 3 or 4, like goes full Hideo Kojima with Japanese English puns.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just Shiba shows up and he's just like, "Hey, Jiro, I'm your buddy Shiba." And he's like, "Who are you?" "I'm your buddy Shiba." "Oh, right, Shiba. Oh, what should we do about this?"
Wait.
"Oh, it's a body in the road. Let's go throw it in the dumpster. I'll help." Knowing full
Right.
well he's just a ghost and he doesn't, and just poor Jiro's
Right.
dragging his robot corpse, into a dumpster.
Robocorpse.
Like,
And then he wipes that memory of that happening.
yeah.
Which he can totally do because like 2188 Jiro was working with Chihiro Morimura to mess with the code so that Chihiro could be reborn. Like 2188 Chihiro could be reborn
Mm-hmm.
specifically. And so we know he can mess with some of the code there, and he's been in Sector 0 and he's dug around in Sector 0 and he's figured out about the gamification process and how the entire world is constructed. So he's probably like the most capable person of mucking with the code of the reality that they exist in.
Yeah, the only other person that would be anywhere close would be like Okino, maybe. Because
Right.
Ida doesn't really fuck with it too much.
No.
It's
I mean, he that's why he's rebirthing Juro over and over to try and pick his brain and
Yeah.
get closer to
which also
whatever Juro knew.
Also, point of order here again. When the Sentinels fail in Sector 2 in 2165, and they scatter, 426 is the one that finds A Sekigahara in the early stages of his DD 426 infection, and actually
Right.
is the one who makes the pills that saves not only Sekigahara but everyone
Right.
else. Like, he gives Sekigahara the pills and basically the recipe to make them, and Sekigahara makes it back and gives that to Morimura to
Right.
save everybody else that they can, even though they find Shinonome too late.
Right. And I think it's kind of up to what order the player plays through, whether you know that that's 426 or not at the time. Like, I don't know, I forget if you have to see the Natsuno Minami's bathroom battle event before that.
I'm
But
pretty sure you do, because that's pretty early. I think the
It's
big scenes
fairly
for like
early.
426 is actually in Shiwamaguchi. Like, that's one of his flashbacks, and I'm not sure if you have to do that
Yeah.
before you do the A Sekigahara scene with interacting with Robot Tomy.
That might be it. Yeah. Yeah, those two, at least one of those is going to come first.
Yeah. Which, let's take a side note here, because we talked about like which order you go and you do stuff in. There was one difference in our playthrough, which I guess we can use this to try to transition back to other characters, because we were talking about doing the character stories and talking about them a little bit.
Yeah, I think we've talked about a lot.
Yeah,
but we can talk
some of the
about, like,
some of the
little character
characters
moments,
unlock
story
in a
moments we'd
certain
like to-
order, and then other characters you have to like trigger an event to cause them to unlock.
Yeah.
And the first time Rad here played through, he was in Natsuno Minami's story here. I got her up on screen, and at one point she's trying to get out of school without getting seen, and there's a guy in a black suit there that, in your run through, he sees you, he chases you into the school, and you hide, and that's how you find out that Yuki Takamiya is involved in this.
Yeah.
That's in your run. I, seeing your run, knew to avoid that guy and didn't get caught. And I got locked out of Yuki for a while. And in the end, what happened for me is I only got to put Yuki on the board when I went further into Keitaro Miura's story, specifically the one where BJ is showing the projection of future people, the 2188 people having a conversation, which involves Natsuno referring to Yuki as mom.
Yeah. Oh my
And-
god.
And
Oh my god.
again, I had seen all this before. I knew about this and I read about it going into it. But imagine the mindfuck I would have had if the first interaction I have to Yuki is like, "Oh, this is mom from 2188." I'm like, "Wait, what?"
I had that mind fuck. Yeah.
But that could have been the first scene I had that put Yuki on the board as somebody worth knowing about, and
That's
actually unlocked
crazy.
her story. And just like, what the actual fuck?
That's crazy that you couldn't play her at all before then.
Yeah, because what happens is when Natsuno locks, I think you need a Yuki storyline to unlock Natsuno.
Yeah, I think so.
So I had to unlock Yuki a different method to get back into Natsuno to get back and do the path where I get caught by the guy.
Right.
But it's
That's
interesting to
crazy.
see the order we go through and stuff. So
You can also totally miss, because I was watching one of my favorite streamers, Wooly Versus, is how I learned about this game to begin with. He just references it every once in a while. So I went back to watch his playthrough, which I'd never really watched before, but I would never go further than I had played along. And because you can play the game in different orders with different characters, there were times when like he wasn't anywhere near as far as in the game that I was, but he played this one character like a section ahead of where I was, so I just had to stop watching. But in that scene with Natsuno running through the hallway and running into like the government spook, the Man in Black, which is yet another reference.
Yeah.
You can get Ninja Ogata to go like try to distract him, and then he just gets clobbered by the Man in Black.
Yeah.
You can totally miss Ninja getting assaulted by that guy and just keep proceeding and never see it.
Didn't realize
There's
that.
so many little things in this game. It's crazy to think that like a bunch of it was cut out, and it's still an absurdly intricate and well crafted story, to the point that like it's super dark, but everybody has a happy ending, and it has so many sci-fi tropes, but it all makes sense.
Yeah. So let's go back and do like our favorite stories for each of the characters, and then so we're getting close to the 4-hour mark now, so we should probably
Sure.
taper this closer to a conclusion. Though I'm good to go for a while longer.
Yeah, I've still got plenty of time for sure.
So let's start with the same order we did people in originally. Jiro
Okay.
Karabe, favorite stories with him.
I don't even know. I really like the Jiro Megami relationship. I can't say that like it's all completely healthy, because he very much like I'm conflicted, because she's almost there against his will, but she's living in the house with like the permission of his guardian, Tamao Karabe, who's the person who made this personality.
I'm pretty sure that's the Robo Tamao too.
Yeah, it is. It has to be. And like he doesn't actually hate her, even though he's kind of a dick to like avoid her a whole bunch. She thinks that he really dislikes her presence there and is avoiding her throughout school because of all the reasons he tells her. We can't be found out or we'll be kicked out, whatever. But he actually, even Jiro Karabe, not Jiro Izumi or the memories of Jiro Izumi, he still really likes her. He just has the Jiro Izumi 426 memories of totally murdering everybody.
Yeah, and that
he's
freaks
afraid
him
if
out.
they
He's
get
worried
caught.
about doing that to her. Yeah.
Right. So like I almost put them as like a really, really good relationship, and I really like their relationship. And like he in my opinion, he fucking wins at the end. I love Megami, but like there's some consent breaking going on there just a little bit.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
She's very she projects a lot onto him, and I don't think it's the healthiest relationship there.
Right.
Though the reason why he's rejecting her, yeah, you're right. It's absolutely has to do with the 426 memories and just him remembering killing her, and he's like, I don't want to hurt her. And then when finally it kind of comes to the head at the end, he's just like, I know what's going on. I know what's happening. I do like you, and she's just over the moon and happy.
Right.
And they have their rough patch where they kind of get there in the end. I will have to point out, like, that's one of the episodes you put out, because I am trying to watch your stuff. I'm trying to like, and when I see something, I comment on it, and I'll never forget one of the earlier scenes that you had where like Jiro is kind of playing very coy, and he's like, we can't live together. We're teenage boy and girl. I
Yeah,
could take advantage of you, and you're just
like
like shout, take advantage of her. Or you're a teenager, take advantage of her, and my mind just goes completely dirty. And then you
he says
immediately
something.
say after that, eat her food. I'm like, oh, you mean the food? Man, I'm just a filthy old man about this.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, the reason I completely forgive them is they're both 16-year-olds making dumb, stupid 16-year-old
yeah.
decisions. So like I ultimately I think Megami being there in his space gets a pass,
Yeah.
but
I
it's
just like talking about like favorite scenes, favorite memories is just that one of watching you where like you yell at him to take advantage of her and eat her food. Whereas I just hear take
okay.
advantage of the situation and I immediately just go filthy minded to it. And then you're like, eat her food. I'm like, yes, of course, the food. We weren't talking about anything else. I think I left a comment
Well, I
trying to
think
allude to
even
something to that effect. I don't know how clearly
yeah,
I made it.
I remember that. I think
Um,
even in that scene they were like Juro says something like, "Come on, hormones exist. Like, is this okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, hormones exist. Take advantage of it."
eat her food.
Well,
But
and of course, Vanillaware food porn. Like, oh my god,
yeah.
one of
All the meals she makes in the background are amazing.
one of yeah, they look fantastic. Whether it's hamburger or mackerel, it looks so good. One
Mhm.
of the things that was going on in the Wooly versus stream that I was watching, he had one of his buddies, Reggie, there. Like they were both taking notes and paying way too much attention to the story. Like we both beat it in 30 hours, and I think my videos, even though they're only like 2 to 4 hours or somewhere around there, are I think like 10 or 12 or 13 episodes long, maybe total.
Something like that, yeah.
He has, I want to say, like 90 45-minute videos.
Whoo,
Yeah. Um,
that'll do it.
and one of the like their whole thing with Megami was they didn't really think about Tamao giving her permission to be there. They didn't really think about them being dumb 16-year-olds. They were just like, look, he clearly doesn't want her here and is very uncomfortable by her presence. But then Reggie, his buddy, was like, yeah, but none of that matters. Look at the food she makes. Yeah, that's totally okay. And they could never agree on this point.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that's just it's like a rom-com situation, which is really what it is
Yeah.
from his perspective. Like he's trying to untangle this memory bullshit in his head. He finds out
Yeah.
he basically has a ghost living in his brain that's intentionally messing with him the whole time
Yeah.
and screwing with his memories. While at the same time he has this just ridiculous rom-com playing out at home. That he just doesn't
Yeah.
have the context of what's really going on there.
He has like the most high school drama anime storyline
Yeah,
with
but
crazy sci-fi Terminator robo or giant robo kaiju stuff
yeah,
dropped in his head all the time.
yeah. But I think the other scene I really like for him is one of his last ones where that's when Okino and Hijiyama kidnap him and actually like get the 426 AI to project out, and they actually talk about it and find out what's going on. That was a great scene of just like finding out what the fuck's going on, and that
Yeah,
was a good scene.
I
Like,
really liked that scene, and I really liked that 426 was so ahead of the curve on everybody that like he's Juro was getting kidnapped and put in Okino's head machine, and they forcibly kind of take control of whatever space that 426 is occupying, and he still gets Megami to come by and shoot both of them in the back,
yeah, he
like
gets to her
as soon as possible.
right before Jiro gets fully kidnapped and gets out of range, and he tells her where to go and what to do, and she goes there and saves him.
Which is when you learn that Fluffy is kind of how he operates. He's like projecting from Juro.
Mm-hmm.
He's not actually able to walk around the school. They lay that one pretty clear. There's just another cat.
Yeah,
Um, he's not in Megami's head until she shoots herself.
yeah,
He's not he's not anywhere else. He's only able to kind of project around
Jiro. Yeah,
Juro, and the only people who can see him are the chosen because they're actual people and they
mm-hmm.
have the nanomachines in their heads.
Yeah, and there's times you just see Mirako like walking by, not realizing
Oh
as
my god.
Megami, not realizing that Megami's just talking to no one,
Miraco's the best.
and and Yeah, so it's entertaining, but it is nice to just like have all the answers at the end with that scene. That's like one of the big ones I saw that like puts everything on the table, because not everybody's end of story is very satisfying. I found Shu Amaguchi's to be
Sure.
kind of disappointing because it just leaves you off in this weird like onward to the final battle. I'm like, no, there's more shit here. But with Jiro Karabe, like it's very clearly like, no, I now know what's going on. This is everything he is. We get a bunch of answers, so it's a really satisfying end to his story arc. So.
Yeah. I think so too. A lot of the endings of various stories were very much just like on to the final battle now.
Mm-hmm.
And some of those I thought were really cool. Like I to kind of breach over a little bit, I thought Ninji's was great.
Nenji's fantastic. Nenji and Iori both had very good endings.
Yeah, Ninji and Iori both have very good endings. Ninji, yeah. I'll talk about some of Iori's stuff in a bit, but like Ninji's onward to the final battle was like great, almost hyper masculine anime protagonist. But he's like looking super cool in front of Tomi and I think Natsuno.
And somebody else is there too, but it's definitely Tomi, because that's the one time when he's just like, Tomi Kisaragi, I love you. I'm gonna save the world for you. And I just remember that same being just like, I fucking knew it. I knew it. You two fought like cats and dogs, but you're just an old married couple the whole time. I knew it.
Yeah. Which is why I love them as a couple. Like they're the type that have like a very friendly antagonist relationship. They just give each other shit all day long, but they love each other because of it.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite Juro moments, which is also kind of a Tomi moment, is after you learn that Kyutashiba is just in his head and has only been in his head the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
No one else can see him, right?
Yeah.
And they've got like a cool horror moment at one point when he's talking to like Tomi and Chihiro out in the hall, and then Kyuta just kind of shows up behind them. And if you play things wrong, he'll like blank out the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that happened just earlier, but something like that. You have to run away from there. But one of my favorite Jiro Karabe moments happens in Tomi Kisaragi's storyline, where she's in, I think you're playing as Tomi. She's back in the school classroom, and you can see Juro just off like talking to himself, and he's literally having like half of the dialogue with Kyutashiba.
Mm-hmm.
And you can walk over there as Tomi, or even as Juro. I think you can walk over to Tomi, and she's just like,
yeah.
Weird.
I remember her being the one that actually reveals it to him. Yeah.
She and I think Mawako be like, there's no who's Kyutashiba?
Yeah, there's no Shiba.
It's
in
not
this
a
class.
person in this class.
Right. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna walk away and get some more water. I ran out.
Sure. I guess I'll just talk really quick. Kyutashiba's name. There's 2 or 3 Japanese English puns in this game, and they stretch it for Kyutashiba, but it makes sense. He's like 48Q CBA or something like that. And so that he translates that into Kyutashiba. That was the like code he was running. Man, this game's so dense and good. But Juro, our high school protagonist boy.
Yep. So that's favorite scenes with Juro. Let's go to Iori.
Sure.
A lot of her stuff was just like banal high schooler for a lot of it, but you get that really cool scene at the end where she's just like, I'm not just a high school girl. I'm a high school girl with a robot.
With a robot.
And I saw somebody like retweet that this week, and I'm like, yes, that is a great scene. Where she
has
just
a really good ending
up.
scene.
Yeah.
Iori I was really conflicted with, because a lot of her stuff, I really like Tomi, I really like Mawako, and I like Iori, she's cool. I like a lot of stuff with her that happened in like other people's scenes.
Makes sense,
And then like her relationship with Ei Sekigahara was really weird to me. The game does this thing where like the people are either very similar or end up in very different circumstances with relation to their 2188 versions.
Yeah, she ends up like dating the guy that killed the 2188 version of her.
Right. the two of them were like bloodthirsty for each other in 2188, and with good reason.
Yeah.
But here she's just like, oh my god, he's hot.
Yeah.
Hey, are you okay? I don't know, man. I don't think I'm okay. I think I just killed your teacher and some other people. That's okay. You're hot.
Yeah, yeah. She's head over the heels for him, and it's cute and funny, but also
She's right. She's like a little boy crazy, but only for A,
Mhm.
and it doesn't come across as being boy crazy or weird because Miwako is boy crazy.
Miwako is every single boy.
She's
Every
every
single
single
boy.
guy. But she's also, and I think this happens in Ryoko Shinanome's story. Well, I'll talk about that when we get later on. Iori I like. I think she has really good dialogue, and I like her just like kind of hanging out with the girls scenes. But I don't think any of her stuff was like really my favorite.
Yeah. Sorry, I put Miwako
Um,
up on the screen for a moment too, because I'm like, we're talking about Miwako. We should probably put her up too.
yeah,
But
Miwako, not a real person, an NPC, but also a literal NPC, but also best girl. And because literally everyone gets a happy ending, like part of the ending is like, okay, we all got out and we've stabilized everything and we're living in this new world and it seems pretty okay and we've got some facilities up and running. We're kind of surprised by how well we're doing. We think we're going to try and like
make the
birth
fake people
real
real.
bodies for all of these 1.2 or 6 million NPCs.
Mhm.
And so even Miwako like gets to become a real girl.
Eventually, yeah, yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
no, she's super great, good eating, like yeah, great lady.
She loves her boys. She loves her food.
Yep.
She's maybe the horniest of the bunch, but
Quite
like
possibly, yes.
ultra pure and say so at the same time. It's crazy how cute and boy crazy Miwako is.
Yeah. But
She's the best.
so that's about what we had for Iori. What about Shu Amaguchi?
I except for that one line that we talked about earlier and how he cannot stop trying to go on a date with Yuki.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta put on a show for Yuki-chan. Outside of that, I really like Shu. He like he does a good job of kind of defying the rich kid spoiled brat attitude. You know, they set up in early Juro Izumi scene or Juro Karabe scenes of like Kyuta bugging him to just go hang out with Shu.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe because he knew that was like a Tetsuya Ida clone or something like that, but mostly just wanted to get both of them to watch videos, which were the memories.
Mm-hmm.
Shu like is good friends with Ninji Ogata, which you don't see too much, but and they like Ninji's the punk and Shu's trying to act cooler than he really is, which comes off pretty fine. I really like the scene with him and Ninji on the roof.
Mm.
Both him and Ninji speaking together and like not believing the crazy shit that each other just went through, despite themselves being convinced of the crazy shit they just went through.
Yeah.
And immediately after that, Megumi comes up in order to shoot his ass, but she was like, "Oh, are you here to confess a thing?" And this is why Ninji walks away because this used to happen all the time in middle school.
Yep, that was the thing I was gonna bring up. Like that scene is great. Not only for
It's
like the
really
whole like
good.
them putting up like the truth in front of each other and just not actually believing that, but then
Right.
also immediately afterwards, like there's just that like, oh yeah, he's mad because a bunch of girls in middle school used to just walk up and confess their love to me in front of him. Oh wait, is
Right.
that what this is? Sorry, I can't. I've got my eyes on someone else. And Megumi's like, no, it's not that. It's not that. It's actually this. And then she shoots him with the gun.
Right. And so he's like lets her down. He, you know, is kind of soft about approaching that. And then she says no and he's like, "Oh, okay, good." Or not even good. He's like, "Oh, okay. Awkward. So, what's this all about?" And so he's really like casual and good about this misunderstanding in between the two of them. Yeah, I don't know. He's a solid guy outside of like being a hound dog for Yuki.
I think he's a hound dog in general, because I remember there's one scene where he's like walking around after he's kind of like starting to put the pieces together about his memory, like what's going on, and he's like, normally when I'm this depressed, I would just daydream about girls to cheer up, but I don't think it's gonna work this time. It's like he's kind of always a bit of a playboy and a hound dog.
Right.
But
yeah, I think he even tries like in between hounding Yuki and knowing that he like has feelings for her or has convinced himself he has feelings for her. In between that, I think he tries to hit on Ryoko in the hallway at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't really know about the Shu Yuki relationship.
I will have to laugh that like at the end of the game, when like the people that got out come back in and they're kind of redoing that, and we're seeing who gets in relationships. I love the one that was between him and Yuki, where like you get to see where everybody's at, and like you're right, like Nenji has this really playful one with
Tomi
Tomi Kisaragi, whereas the one between Shu and Yuki is just like, oh, I don't need you anymore, man. I've got my daughter, and she's all I need. Plus, I saw you, like, which is playful on its own. And then she's just like, I saw you talking with Shinonome, and I remember that seeing that and thinking, ooh, the one person he should not be left alone in a room with is Shinonome, because Tetsuya Ida has ruined her life twice, and out of everyone, because he ruined the 2188, and then he ruined the one in universe, and 100% don't let this pretty boy anywhere near Ryoko. Like, no.
Right, those two should not. Those two should not be getting along.
I was fully on Yuki's together. I was fully on Yuki's side for that argument. Like, he done fucked up, but he does apologize. He's like, "I'm sorry. You're the only one for me. I do mean it. I love you."
And he mentions very clearly at the very end that like he does love them. He does love her. He loves their child, and that's what he's focused on now. Even though we're seeing them like back in the simulation as their 16-year-old kid versions.
Mm-hmm.
You very immediately get the feeling that they're all adults now. Several years have passed.
Mm-hmm. I think they say 5 specifically. 5 have passed.
Yeah, that sounds right. That might be right. I'd believe it. But yeah, I don't know. I like Shu. He's good.
Yeah, he grows on me a little bit. He's not bad. Right. But I did like other characters better than Shu.
Right. I almost liked him more immediately at the very beginning of the game because of how much of a annoying brat Kyuta was. Like, I felt bad for Shu because he had all the nice toys, and so Kyuta just seemed to want to do nothing but go over to Shu's place so he could play with his toys. He didn't give a shit about Shu. He wanted to play the new games. And like that's always been a type that bugged me. Like, I don't care about hanging out with this person because I like them as a person. I care about the cool stuff they have.
Yeah, I remember you saying that, and then it turns out Kyuta's not even real, so he's not even actually playing the games. Because you do see that same scene of like them at the apartment, and Jiro's going around interacting with the same things you did, like looking at the movie collection, looking at the records, but he never actually plays the games. So Kyuta's just either like Wi-Fiing into like Amaguchi's like NES and playing the game or something, or God knows what, if he's even actually playing the games, though in Jiro's mind he is.
Yeah, I think he's just, in Jiro's mind, he's sitting there having fun playing the game and not really interacting with anyone else. So it was a very convenient cover story that he just wanted to sit there and play the games and not actually interact with Shu at all. Because he doesn't. He never interacts with him.
But yeah, that's kind of funny. Like, seeing it for the first time as Jiro Karabe, and you're like, Shu, you piece of shit. Shu this, Shu that. And then you see it from Amaguchi's standpoint, and there's no Shuya there. Like,
yeah, there's no Shiba.
He's not there at all. So yeah, interesting scene. He's one of the first characters I remember seeing where you get to see his perspective of other people's scenes, and it's very interesting to see the dynamics of what it looks like from the other side. Like, 'cause I did like that aspect overall in the game of just them having the same scene from a different perspective leading up to it, and then that's genuinely interesting.
Yeah, I think I put Shu off for a little while, maybe. Or maybe I only got like 2 or 3 sections into his story and then put him off for a little while. But you do get to see at least like that other side of Jiro's scene and some of the stuff around school. like from his perspective as opposed to other people's perspectives.
So going on from Shu, Yuki Takamiya.
Yuki's just fucking cool, man.
Yeah, I loved
I
Yuki's story. Yeah.
I think I like Yuki as a character more than her story. Because a lot of her story, like I like the end of Yuki's story.
Hmm.
And I think she looks extra cool after the end of her story when she finally summons her Sentinel to get into combat.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is one of the only characters where that happens. It happens after the end of her story. Um, some of the initial parts, the like middle part of wandering around um, in Yuki's story, I think got a little repetitive.
Fair enough.
But it was fun to be like, Erica Iba, who the fuck are you? Why
Yeah.
are you here?
Yeah.
And then oh, that's Tamao Karabe. Wait, that can't be Tamao Karabe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the bathroom scene.
The bathroom
Okay.
scene, which actually I
And
loved.
so it's really fun to
I-
like piece together when whatever is happening around Yuki's stories,
Yeah,
even
exactly.
if I didn't like enjoy playing them as much as anything else. And Yuki as a character, I love.
Yeah.
She like she's constantly getting drinks, juices and stuff because she's really fiending for a cigarette.
Yeah.
But they can't animate or draw her having a cigarette because that's showing a 16-year-old smoking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's a badass. I love her.
Yeah, she's a great character. Also, I loved her in combat too. But specifically the Exterminator event, I love that first playthrough of that too, where I didn't know who was in the Exterminator bathroom, but I pegged Iba immediately because like they go over to confront Kisaragi with the red glasses. Like, you're the only one who has these distinct red frames, and
Sure.
the whole time Iba is just sticking to Yuki like glue. Except that one time when they go to talk to Tomi, Iba's like, I'm gonna stand over here for a minute for no specific reason.
Where
and
she literally walks away from both of them and is like closer to the camera but looking away and in shadow the whole time.
Yeah, and she's and like that's where you hear like Mawako saying like, somebody else walked out of the bathroom but they were covered in dust. I don't know who it was though. And I'm like, Ida.
Yeah.
I knew it.
We know.
I knew it. I knew it. But no, yeah, Yuki was probably my favorite combat character, which we didn't really talk about much for that in combat. Interesting thing I want to ask you, because I haven't gotten to that point in your playthrough yet.
Sure.
At what point did you realize in the playthrough of the combat side of the game that when you upgrade certain abilities 4 times, they unlock a new skill?
Fairly late.
Okay.
I think I was in the third wave by the time that happened.
I noticed in the first wave, which is why I was very curious about like where you saw this, because I started doing that very fast, and that's part of why I loved Yuki, is because I upgraded her double kick to quad kick super fast, and she just becomes this menacing truck. I had her do like 30,000 damage at certain points. Like, she was one-shotting the large kaiju on her own, and because she's just that strong.
Yeah, I mean, most of the Gen 4s with the leg spike, and especially Yuki with the quad leg spike, and then the Gen 1s with the Demolisher blade are going to absolutely obliterate all of the large kaiju until you start getting like the upgraded armored versions of them. Yeah, and even then they still do a really good job.
No, Yuki could take the armored versions. She could take the mid-range, like the gold ones, like the special like boss ones. She couldn't kill those, but she could take all of like the blue ones, like the second generation ones. She could just drop them in one round. I had maps where all I did was take her between 2 waves of enemies, because her one skill was the further she travels for leg kick, the more damage she does. And I'm just like really zinging her to 2 sides of this group of enemies, just slingshotting her back and forth. And every time she got around, she killed something. And she was just a devastating force in the battlefield.
I think I'm kind of tied. Hi, Shiro. How's it going? I think I'm kind of tied in between, like, the Gen 1 boys and the Gen 3 people. Because I absolutely loved, like, the limiter release and then just running in ultra fast to Demolisher Blade or, like, punch something 6 or 8 times until it gets smashed into the ground immediately. Or even Ninja Ogata has the like wide.
Yeah, the wide one's very good. My God, I love
It's
that.
so good. You can run up to a group of like 16 people and
Just gun him
decimate
down.
them all.
Yeah.
Even though he's a punch man and should only be attacking like a couple of people a turn.
Yeah.
Nothing much. How about you, Shiro? I'm doing pretty good. We're just sitting here with Deuscain talking about some 13 Sentinels. We've been going on for like almost 4 hours now. Game's
Hello.
great. Buy it. It's so good.
Yeah, no, that was good. I actually found myself preferring a lot of like the second generation Sentinels for people because not Shiro, Jiro Karabe got like a bunch of really good like single target stuff.
Yeah.
For his because all of the for Jiro and Iori they could upgrade their plasma cutter. Jiro basically got like a really good single target one that would just wreck stuff.
And then Iori gets like the AoE one.
She got the AoE one, which is stupid broke. And then Ryoko was the other
great.
Gen 2, and she could drop 2 sentry turrets with a single summons. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Gen 2 was easily my favorite out of all the gens.
I used Gen 2 for most of the game to spam sentry turrets. And so they didn't really get close interactions or do much else. They'd occasionally like shoot down missiles or like do a targeted long range missile, anti-armor missile, something like that. And then I got the ion fusion cutter things at the end, and I got a couple of occasions to use those for like really good anti-armor stuff, and they're great. I really enjoyed Iori's more than I thought I would.
Probably the best one because I could have her like plow down just clumps of kaiju, just way too many. Like my long range artillery people just couldn't drop them fast enough. Iori would go in, one move takes out a chunk. Next turn, reposition. Another move takes out the other chunk, and just absolutely brutal.
13 Sentinels Aegis Rim best game, dude. I agree. It's Shiro. You're not even wrong. It's super super good, like the entire way through.
Yeah.
I think I really really enjoyed using the big railguns, and then
they were fun, yeah.
And then Natsuno gets like the wide railgun, which is hilarious.
Well, what I found kind of weird is like you could see like some of them specializing in certain skills. Like obviously Ogata was the Demolisher Blade. Sekigahara had like a bunch of missiles. Of all things, Hijiyama gets like an aerial version of the Demolisher Blade, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, I think I ended up not using that at all.
I used it a little bit. It's nothing special.
Right.
But yeah,
their wide range EMPs were like much better.
They tend to be very good, yeah. But for the ranged ones, the artillery units, Natsuno, I love her character arc.
Yeah.
But I hated her Sentinel. Her Sentinel was actually kind of boring. Because like she has like these like she has like the railguns and she has the extra wide one, but then you have Tomi Kisaragi who can fire her railgun twice.
Yeah.
And it's just like I feel like it would have been better if they had each specialized. Like Natsuno was the railgun one. She gets the regular railgun, which can fire twice. She gets the wide railgun, or maybe she even gets like the special upgraded railgun that Miura gets or something. And like another one of them specializes in missiles, and another one does something else. Like,
well, Natsuno also gets the same perk as Yuki, where she does more damage the more she moves.
But she's artillery, so I just had her sit there all the time.
Right,
which is kind of my problem.
You can tell her to actually walk and move around with at least the wild railgun, and it acts just like the Punch Boys, where they do it immediately as soon as you tell them to do the thing. So she can't move anywhere as much, but you can tell her to move down like half a block or or something like that, and suddenly she does more damage with her wide railgun.
Okay, that's useful then. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. I mean, I think ultimately, and I definitely used like Yuki or I think or Megami to do a lot of like anti-air, anti-armor missile stuff. I think ultimately my favorite, just in terms of visuals, was probably Tomi, because like super extra large missile and missile rain.
I think I did missile rain. I actually liked Miura's super missile.
You would know if you did missile rain.
I feel like I did, and I don't think it left a great impression on me.
It's the one that it shoots 150 missiles. It fills the screen with so many circles. All you can see is circles, and then explosions happen.
Oh wow, no, I don't think I saw that. I remember
It's so
Miura had like a super missile, which was like 750 EP. It was crazy
good.
expensive, but it would just hit
Hmm.
something. Like I upgraded it super high, and I would just shoot it long range and just take out crap in the back. It would just sit there and
Yeah.
try and shell me, and he would just take out swaths of people. He was
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, there were a couple of different like super missiles, and I think
Hmm.
Tomy had like a very large area one, and Miura had the like
High
more
damage.
focused,
It's like one
yeah,
hit,
but
but it's high damage.
super high damage one. Yeah, you
Yeah.
could get it up to like 9,000 or 10,000 base damage or something like that.
Hmm. Um,
Yeah. Ultimately, I think most all of them are good. It just kind of depends on how you group them up and how you use them.
yeah,
Uh,
really your playstyle. Like a lot of the Gen 4s, both Gota and Megami, I basically use them for interceptors. Like interceptors
yeah,
I
interceptors end
loved.
up being really great.
I didn't even have interceptors on Yuki because I didn't care. I'm just like, give me.
Iori Fuyusaka is a protagonist. She sure is. Iori and Jiro Kurabe are both extra protagonisty characters.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, I. What did you think of the last battle?
That
Because
that
I I went in and kind of struggled with it, and in the middle of that, I was like, man, I could really use a different crew to kind of wreck this. And I think Tomy and Megami saved the day. Whereas if I had Ninji and I don't know a couple of other characters, like maybe two of the Gen 3s or another Gen 4, but like I got I got my ass saved by Missile Rain and super extra large missile,
nice.
and then Megami just raining anti armor missiles.
So I actually lost the last battle the first time I played it.
That's
Um,
understandable. It's huge.
it's huge. It's a lot of waves. It also had my least favorite mechanic for enemies, which was you kill a group of them, and another group just spawns in immediately, which is such bullshit. Like
Yeah,
it does
I
not.
don't.
It's not that they drop from the sky; they just come up out of the ground. I'm like, no, I just killed them. I just took a turn and killed them. How dare you, you
Yeah,
bastards!
I don't even know if they spawn after you kill a wave. I think literally just a new large group of enemies spawns like every 3 seconds,
I
if
don't.
not
I,
more frequently.
I know it wasn't specific to just that map. It happened somewhere else too. But
Mm-mm.
that is definitely my least favorite mechanic of where you go to take somebody out, take out a group of enemies, try and give yourself some breathing room, and they just spawn back in, and it sucks. So I did lose my first one. I had made it to like where I was like 75% of the way done. If I had lasted a little bit longer, I probably would have been fine. But I blew
Yeah,
my EMPs too early, not realizing
yeah.
how long it would take. So I lost the first one, then I came back in and I actually used Sekigahara and Ogata
Hmm.
specifically for the anti-missile flares.
Sure.
Just
For
to
the
stop them.
flares, really.
Yeah, because I threw up like 2 rounds of flares just to protect myself, just to keep like to give myself full coverage so that I couldn't get hit with missiles. Because that was really what was killing me. Is you blow enough EMPs and those missile launching guys are at the back corners of the map, like impossible to hit with a lot of range stuff, and they just keep
Yeah.
firing missiles, and it just became too problematic. So I had them
Yeah, I
in
think I
there.
even
I
pushed out
had
like a lot of the twin tails, so their missiles were coming from outside of the area of the map that I could walk to.
Yeah, which really sucked, and I hate that that can actually happen. I had them in there. I had Ryoko putting down double turrets. I had Yuki in there dropping
Yeah.
stuff for single target, and I don't remember who else I had. Probably Iori for her big hit because I liked it so much. And then I have no idea who the last person was. Maybe instead of Iori, I had like two range people doing shots.
Hmm.
Probably Kisaragi and Miura. Um,
I think I had like Sekigahara, uh Megami Yakushiji, Iori, or Yuki Takamiya, and probably Ryoko for Sentinels.
hmm.
Um, but there are a couple of more. Maybe Hijiyama as well. I think Ninji was on Brain Overload for me. My viewer Shiro is asking if we fed the cat in Iori Fuyusaka's story. And I don't remember feeding a cat in Iori's story.
Yes, yes, there is there in like her second memory, like the one right after the prologue. Her and her friends are sitting there talking about food and stuff, and the cat keeps coming in, and
Oh,
that was
right.
actually such a pain in the ass to figure out because you
On the
see the
side of the
cat.
screen?
Yeah, you see the cat on the side of the screen. You're trying to interact with it, and it runs away, and you actually have to have the cat
Right.
show up and then interact with the cat food with Miwako
Right.
to get the scene done. I ended up having to look that up to get through that because I'm
I
just like,
do remember
this
doing
is
that.
super frustrating.
I do remember doing that because yeah, I had the exact same thing of like having the cat run away, and like a couple of times before I figured out how to interact with Miyako, because she talked about cat food or like cat treats or something,
Mm-hmm.
but I didn't get exactly how to interact with her, and I that reminds me of like another almost annoying thing that was there where like you had to interact with Tomi, but it was during one of some specific part of her speech dialogue, and I couldn't line that up in my game for some reason for a
Mm.
while. But yeah, I do remember feeding the cat Niori story now because I was at the point where I was like, "Oh my god, it's Fluffy. I need to talk and interact with Fluffy because what the absolute hell is going on with Fluffy?" And it's not Fluffy.
No,
It's just not
it's
him.
the regular cat. Yeah.
Reminded that Roots can end in daily life and are dead end runs. Yeah, I got a lot of those with Sure,
Jiro, I had
we
yeah,
both beat the game, and so we're just talking over the entire thing, really.
yeah.
Um, yeah, I got several daily life ins in Jiro Karabe's story,
Mm-hmm. I think that's where
and
most of
then
mine
there are
were.
a
Yeah,
couple of times. Sorry.
I think that's where most of mine were. Jiro's.
Yeah, and then I remember there being some others, or maybe I just didn't get all of the ones in Jiro Karabe's story because I remember there being a couple of times where I would finish a chapter and then go back and look at someone's flowchart
Mm-hmm.
because you can see there were still like some empty boxes you missed, and then like several different ends just filled in with daily life, and it's like, oh, okay, there's just nothing there. You follow this route and nothing happens, no progress.
Jiro had 3 daily lives.
Oh, I want to say there were more than that, but okay, you're looking at the game right now, right?
Yeah, I got it up. I'm looking at it because I wanted to
Yeah,
check and
okay.
see who all gets a daily life. And some people I know don't have one because it's like Ren Goto. I'm like, he doesn't have a daily life. Ren
He
Goto.
doesn't have it. Yeah, he doesn't have a daily life. Some people, even I don't even think like Natsuno Manami has one, and you
No.
see a lot of the flowcharts are like they really kind of throw you off at first because it presents itself like here's this character, you get to play their prologue, and that's just a straight 1-2 line, and then you get to the next section, you're like, oh my god, I've got 5 or 6 different ways to go.
Yeah, and sometimes they're branching paths, or sometimes they're
Sometimes
like
they're
Tomi Kisaragi's thing where she has that just like
yeah,
straight up thing that she can do.
she actually
Yeah,
has
like
like three options.
she can go up to a bunch of different places, but in your playthrough you went to the right one the first time and all the rest of the ones filled in.
Right, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, there's yeah, she has like 3 different options that you can go to, and some characters it looks like you have 4 or 5 different options, but it's actually literally just a straight line. You go down the line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some of them you like do the first one and then you find out some information and you kind of have choices for like the next two, and then the next one's like the last one,
Mm-hmm.
and then their final chapter story happens. So they look more open-ended than they actually are, but there's still a lot of like kind of player choice and how do you go through the story.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Shiro asks which story did we like the most, and we're kind of like we've talked about the overall story and the ending, and we're kind of going through
Each,
our,
each character
our
just kind of like what our favorite thing is for each person. Yeah.
yeah. Right now we're kind of going through each character individually, and it's hard to say like which one individually I like the most. Maybe Megami, but
Megami's Megami's yeah, probably pretty close. It's
yeah, I also thoroughly enjoyed playing through Tomi's and Natsuno's and Ninji's.
I for me it's probably Megami the whole way through. Nenji's was really interesting because his was the only one that we knew definitively it was a loop and he was aware of it being a loop the
Right.
whole time. And that was interesting and
Not the same
fascinating.
type of loop that we were talking about earlier,
No.
which is important distinction to make because again, the game is intentionally confusing
Mhm.
and you might be experiencing loops with Ninji at the same time you're only kind of basically sort of starting to learn loops with the other characters,
Mhm.
but they're not the same thing.
Yeah, Nenji's just in his own head. So like Nenji I liked, Megami I liked. Some with Natsuno. I like Natsuno as a character. Her story is good and bad. Goto
Yeah,
was not super great for me. Tsunonome I didn't really like that much for her story because it's just like you're watching this very tragic character that I didn't care for as much.
Yeah, Ryoko's story was rough. Like, I playing through both Megumi and Ryoko's storyline, I felt really bad for them for entirely different reasons.
Yeah. But Megumi's story I really liked a lot. Yuki's story I liked a bunch of it, and then Nenji's probably was my other one, and then everybody
Yeah.
else is just varying degrees of it.
Ninjas was really cool, and I liked it. I think I mentioned earlier that I disliked playing through some of Ryoko and like Yuki's storyline a little bit, just because of how some of the mechanics going on. Even though it was really interesting, I wasn't a fan of some of the mechanics. Ninji's story I really liked, but it's also like simultaneously probably where I used the fast forward button the most.
You have to in his, yeah. You need to kind of get through some of it.
I think that's pretty understandable because his is a direct loop with like a little bit of a change at the end.
Yeah, and you have to kind of like that's all you kind of struggle with, like where do I go, what do I do, who do I talk with for some of these things, and you went back and fought Wajime a couple of times and got stuck in that loop where they just would reset you and you had to kind of figure it out. But
yeah, he has a reset in there, and similarly with Hijiyama's storyline, I was conflicted because I felt because the character is so obsessed with yakisoba pan, he has to have a yakisoba pan every time. But hunting down the cat was kind of annoying when you didn't know before you knew exactly where it was going to be. But also, he's the only character to get like a dedicated hobo button. Where's the change? I need the change.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's really funny.
But otherwise, in addition to like our favorite characters, we're going through like each character and our favorite scenes with them. So I think we just done Yuki, so the next one would have been Natsuno.
Yeah.
So Natsuno, hands down favorite scene, Exterminator. Not because I enjoy the scene, but just like how it's filmed and how it's done. Like she runs away from the robot. She gets to the bathroom and tries to leave, and it's like, oh no, it's right outside. I have to hide.
Oh,
and she hides, and you just hear this knockdown, drag out fight between the two cyborgs.
Yeah.
And Natsuno's just in the bathroom, hiding in the stall, curled up in a ball. And it's one of the scenes which is very visceral to me. It's just like this cute, sweet girl that I've just been rooting for this whole time, and she just wants to go off and play with aliens and have an adventure. And she's just hearing two people viciously and brutally murder each other outside of the
made
door,
of metal and flesh.
Yeah,
both
and just
brutalize each other, and she looks terrified.
She does, and it's a very emotional scene that's very evocative of that, and like also your vantage point of it is like through like this like spyglass almost.
Yeah, so, it's like you're looking through a crack in the bathroom door, which is weird.
Yeah, like a crack or like a keyhole or something. So like it has this like really dark framing around it too. Like visually and emotionally, that is an amazing scene.
Yeah, that's really good. That might be my answer because I have a hard time pinning down what my favorite Natsuno scene was because a lot of them were really good. I mean, some of them, I'm conflicted because that scene is really well done. She also has cool ET stuff that's very obviously ET, coupled with her just being like, "Oh my god, I read sci-fi. I'm gonna geek out about what's going on right now," and being totally wrong and totally right about what's going on in the situation at the same time.
Yeah, she has a really great personality, so it's very easy to root for her for every scene.
Yeah. And she has the scene with BJ. I mean, there's a bunch of those. She has the scene with BJ where he like gives one of the biggest reveals in the game of time travel's not fucking real, and you are the alien clone that the humans from 2188 set out to make. And that really goes a long way towards setting up the world and giving you real answers.
Yeah. But that's
yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me. I really liked a lot of Natsuno's scenes.
Yeah.
For me, and BJ and eventually her and Mira are great.
Yeah. Megumi Yakushiji, favorite scenes.
I don't know. I really like when she's finally arguing with Fluffy, and then they get like there's clearly like design and animation constraints going on, but she basically like he kind of tricks her into shooting herself, sort of.
Yeah.
Um, I just love that there's we've talked about it probably twice already. I just love that this is a crazy sci-fi story with time travel. Okay, it's not time travel. It's way weirder than that, and it has every single sci-fi trope in the book like splattered against a wall, and then they make a beautiful painting with it. And somewhere in there is
A
a
magical
magical girl following the instructions of a cat to just go murk people.
Yeah, that's great.
Her whole plot line is must shoot the witches, and she does it, and it takes so long for her to start questioning Fluffy at all.
Yeah.
I love it.
But in the end, because she follows him, like they get Jiro out of Okina's place, because God only knows what Okina would have done if given like that much time alone with Jiro.
Right. Yeah,
but-
the like 426 Ninja conversation is a very strong point made to Ninji.
Mhm.
He's like, "What do you think these people who have you locked up in mine prison that might kill you?
What do you
if
think
you
they're going to
don't
do if they
find out-
find this key? Yeah.
Right. What do you think they're going to do if they find Natsuno? You think they're going to let her live?" And neither of them actually have the answers, but Ninji's like, "Damn, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I don't tell them, even though I just learned."
Yeah.
Shit. And so he doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't. But for Megami, I think there's two scenes that stand out. Obviously, the Shuamaguchi scene that we talked about is just a great one.
Yeah.
But
and
I
even
also
beyond what we talked about, she shoots him, and then the Sentinel actually activates, and she's like, "Whoa, what the heck? What's going on?"
yeah. Did you actually
She
know why that
finally-
happened? Why that Sentinel popped up there?
Wasn't it the same reason that Jiro's popped out? She had
Mira. He came in contact
yeah
with
had
Mira.
interacted
Yep.
with Mira earlier.
Yeah, that's exactly why. Yep.
Yeah.
But that was a great scene, and also the one with Iori when she shoots Iori, because that's a big emotional scene where she just like imagines herself shooting Iori multiple times. Just
Oh
like,
yeah.
stay away from my man, keep away from my boy.
Right.
But in the end, she's just like pulls the gun on her, backs off for a second, and then goes, "Nah, I'm doing this for me," and then shoots her in the leg.
Well, doesn't she initially say that this is for me, stay away from my man, and then when she actually shoots her, she says this is for Jiro? Because we're trying to like repair and restore Jiro here.
I don't remember that fully, but I remember like you can pull the gun on her right away, and the Megami's like, "No, that's not right."
Yeah.
Like she like talks herself out of being super aggressive. Like she's clearly very jealous of Iori for even talking to Jiro at all, which is just a lot of
Yeah.
Megami going a little bit yandere on the situation.
I think that's why that stands out in my mind. She definitely has feelings of like, man, fuck this bitch. She's too close to Jiro.
No talking to my
but-
man, yeah.
Right. But in the end, she's like, no, that's the wrong reason to do this. I'm doing this not for me, but for Jiro.
Yeah, but she does kind of have that interesting interaction there, which was a really cool scene. And then that's
Yeah.
also when like Miwa runs in and Ogata runs in, and they kind of figure some stuff out there a little bit with Megami.
Does Ogata run in right at the end of that scene? I remember Miwako running in
I
for
remember
sure.
Miwako runs in. I think Ogata's there too because he was very sus of her going into that, because that happens after the Shu Amaguchi scene, which Negi, not Negi, Nenji had seen kind of a little bit something weird going on with that. So yeah, I think he was given the stink eye then a bit too. So yeah, that's I think we're talked up with Megami for a lot of that.
I think so too. We both really like her. She's great.
Yeah, and also fucking yeah, we need more magical girls in our sci-fi stories. Jesus,
It was so good from the very beginning.
oh yeah, yeah.
The cat just appears and is like, "Hey, bitch, what's up? You should go shoot people with this magical gun. Make a contract with me, and I'll bring your boyfriend back."
And she's
He's
like, "I don't
"What?"
know. Let me think about it." And he's like, "Okay, good. It's probably a good thing you didn't say yes immediately. That's actually great."
Yeah. He's. I joked earlier that like Jiro Izumi 426 did nothing wrong, kind of, sort of. Even when he slaughtered all those children, he thought he was saving the world.
Mm-hmm.
Did he really have to be such an asshole as Kyutashiba or as Fluffy? God, he was a prick as Fluffy.
He did have a lot of different personalities based on who he was pretending to be.
Right.
Which is there's an interesting question of like internal narrative, like why are you doing this? Why are you being this way?
Yeah.
And that also comes to the head at the end when he's like actually jumping between the various personalities
like
And
fluidly.
fluidly, and like everybody's in the know. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to watch him do that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, the only explanation I have for that is you have like the psychology of masks, right? Where people will behave differently if they're anonymous or put
mm,
into a certain situation where they're like wearing a mask and people can't see their real identity, but they're supposed to assume a certain role. People will uh, alter core aspects of their personality, and so like we get told why he did Kyuta Shiba, right? It was to make memory stuff easier to easier for Juro Kurabe to process, and he mentions like, you like this kind of guy, right? That's why I made this instead of my like Terminator future badass self.
mm-hmm.
Um, but also like with why he's such an asshole as Shiba and as Fluffy, in addition to that, this is the version of Juro that had been revived several times by Ida and tortured and forcibly escaped. And he may not even remember all of that torture, but he clearly left notes for himself
He remembers
inside
the
the
last
system.
version of it because he did get tortured, and he knew that Ida must have done something severe to him to get some of the stuff out that he did.
Right. Right.
Yeah, but
Okay. So yeah, finally moving on from Megami.
Tomi Kisaragi.
I love Tomi Kisaragi.
Yeah, you mentioned.
I mentioned this earlier. She's easily among one of my favorites. I love her and Ninji a
Mhm.
lot. I really like how incredibly prescient the game's writing was with like making a 2020s high schooler. She
Mhm.
says sheesh a bunch. She uploads idol songs to TikTok essentially or YouTube.
Mhm.
She has an alternate internet personality that's all about singing her favorite pop songs.
Yep.
Like, and she just doesn't take any shit from anybody. She's the only person in the story that pulls one over on Okino,
Mhm.
and it's just from her like being in the right place at the right time, but she still does it.
Yeah.
And immediately walks up to Okino like, I'm gonna twist your arm into doing what I want you to do, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Mhm.
And she's right.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like as you're right about all of that stuff, there isn't a single specific scene for her that stood out for me quite like that. I think I just liked the other female characters more than her. If
I
anything,
think
I'd
that's
say my
fair.
favorite scene for her is the one at the end of the game when like she's just like talking, like they go back to the school and they're talking to Miwa, who's kind of like freaking out a little bit over like what they're saying, and she just kind of turns
Right.
back to Nenji and just like, "Hey, you watch the kids tonight. I'm going out with my girlfriends." And
Yeah.
Miwa's like, just like, "Kids?" And I'm like sitting there like, "What do you mean kids? It's been 5 years. You've had more than one? Damn."
Well, yeah, well,
Yeah,
they 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 like to have fun.
they do. Actually, that probably is my favorite one, where she's just like, she gets to the end, and she's just like, "You're watching the kids. I'm going out with my girlfriends," and just that yeah, like that playful antagonism that you said that like is the key, is
Yeah.
the really descriptor of their relationship, and it's great.
Yeah,
It's
I
fantastic.
love the dynamic that they have. I love that they get introduced to each other and they're both like, "You asshole, you bitch," and then they like immediately fall in love from there.
Yeah, yeah, that's great. Um,
Yeah,
next character then. We're just gushing over Kisaragi.
sure.
Nenji Ogata.
Ninji Ogata, my man,
I,
he's so good.
he he is. I find his like character model a little irritating because he's always like hunched over and he's always kind of like not standing up. Like if he was stood up straight, he'd probably be one of the tallest characters in the game. But
Yeah,
he's always just
maybe.
kind of
I
like
think he
hunched.
does. Doesn't he stand up straight against? He like stands up with his uh bag or briefcase kind of over his shoulder whenever he comes up against Hijiyama really early on. And I think Hijiyama is still a little bit taller,
I feel
but
like he's still kind of like hunching a bit. Like he's still
he
he's still
might
he's
be.
still doing something. But
He
yeah,
might be.
for him, I'm torn between favorite scenes of the Wajima scene at the end of the game, which we both talked about, because that is just
Yeah, that's fantastic.
an amazing
I love
scene,
it.
and then also just the end of his entire arc, where you have this entire time of like him very clearly caring about Tomi. She's the first person he's talking to in this this memory that he's just constantly looping through. He's very worked up about
Yeah.
trying to save her the whole time. And then he finally
Yeah.
gets out and he gets his chance. He's just like, Tomi Kisaragi, I love you. I'm saving you. And then he pulls out his Sentinel and goes off into battle.
Yeah,
And
he
then it's
immediately
also,
hops in the robot.
and that is
Yeah.
that is just an amazing scene. Both of those are great.
I really like, from like a comedy perspective of stuff we haven't really talked about yet, the scene that's very similar to that in Combat, where he confesses his love to Tomi, and then he builds himself up and he says, "I love you, Tomi Kisaragi," and then she like kind of gets offended and cuts comms, and then like Natsuno comes in and he's like, "Hey, you know you did that. We're all on broadcast, right? Like literally all of us can hear that." And then Juro comes in being like, "Hey, Ninji, for what it's worth, I thought that was pretty cool."
Yeah.
And then she just turns around being like, "Man, now I feel worse about it when you put it like that. Juro, please shut up."
Yeah,
Like,
that was a cute fun scene too. Yeah.
that was really good. Really
Uh,
good.
but
I
yeah.
love his character. He's not the sharpest boy here. He's very quick to anger, but he's great because of that in combat. He's like emotionally intelligent, I feel.
Yeah, like his scenes with Wajime in the loop, where like the first time he goes up to Wajime and Wajime's like, "Oh, you dated an elementary schooler now," and he's just like, "What the fuck did you say?
Right.
You talk to my girl that way?" And then like the second loop
can't
happens, and
misalign
it's just
my
like,
character
"You
like
dating
that.
an
You
elementary
can't-
schooler?" And he's just
Yeah.
like, "Man, you think he wouldn't piss me off all the times I've heard it, but you'd be wrong." And he just beats him up again.
Yeah.
He
Beats the
gets
shit out of him
offended
again.
every single time for hearing the same line of dialogue over and over again.
He's so good.
Yeah. So
Yeah, he's like, I wish that Ninji had more to do in the story, but the bits we do get with him are really great, and all of his stuff in Destruction and there at the end of his story are really great.
yeah, and then he shows up a lot in Kisaragi's story too. So we get a lot of adventure.
He does show up a fair amount in other people's stories. Like we've just talked about, he's great in Tomi's story, he's great in Shu's story. He's pretty okay in like Yuki's story. I think a couple of other characters run into him in the hallway every once in a while. Juro runs into him and he's like kind of a pretty alright guy, even though he's still got the like gruff, almost Japanese punk attitude. Yeah, I don't know. I like Ninji a lot.
Yeah.
I wish we got more time with him, but he's great even with the time we do get.
Hijiyama.
I really like our primary himbo here. He's the Yakisoba Pawn Angel, and he's almost one note. He's like 3 note, right? He's Yakisoba Pawn and Yakisoba Pawn Angel, and I am a true son of Japan, and I will destroy all of Japan's enemies.
Yeah.
Japan doesn't exist. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to defend all of my friends. Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then like stupid sexy Okino.
Yeah. I think actually both of my favorite scenes with him are stupid sexy Okino scenes, because it's putting him, because he's very competent in a fight. He shows that because he beats Wajima every time they come across, which I think is only the one. He beats Ogata, which is a tough fight because Ogata beats them a bunch of times, and he's extremely competent in a fight.
The game kind of uses him as beating up Ninji as like establishing how strong and confident and able Ninja, or Takatoshi Hijiyama is. Yeah,
but then like you compare him to, and you put him in a fish out of water situation like with Okino, and he's just completely lost. So my favorite scenes were the one I mentioned earlier, which is him remembering his first interaction with Okino, but painting himself in just a much better light, where he's significantly more confident, he's smoother, he's fancier, and he said he has just such a better introduction in his own mind when he met Okino as Kirikadoji the first time, and then that slowly fades into Okino actually being there.
Yeah.
And just like teases him then. And then also just the scene at the end of the game with Hijiyama, where he's just like Okino tries to tease him.
God damn.
And Hijiyama's just like, Okino, I'm not the same person I was before. You're not going to be able to get to me with that. And Okino's just like, you realize that now we're back in a simulation, and I know it's a simulation. I can do all kinds of things to the body I'm in.
Yeah.
And he's just like, all kinds of things? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
You say,
and he literally runs away.
Exactly. You say tries to tease. Okino successfully teases.
Yeah.
There's no trying. Okino loves
Oh yeah.
playing with Hijiyama, and I love that they're already definitely together.
Oh yeah.
Like after getting out of the pods.
Yeah. But just that
I
scene of him like trying to talk shit to Okino and be like, "You're not gonna be able to get to me anymore. I've grown up. I'm matured. You're not gonna get me flustered. Oh, I did this to my cybernetic body. Oh." And he just immediately crumbles at Okino putting the least amount of effort into actually
He's
doing
like,
it.
"That's-
We
it's
don't
too
even know
much."
if Okino actually did anything. We just know that they
No.
implied that they could,
Right.
truthfully or otherwise, and he just crumbles immediately, and it's great.
Right. Yeah. The big and strong himbo Takatoshi Hijiyama is pretty much always going to be the bottom of that relationship, except for when Okino wants to be the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Okino is in control,
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
and Hijiyama loves it.
Yeah. We definitively, scientifically.
Yeah. Okino states that very definitively.
Yeah.
Even though there was no consent in that scene,
Yeah.
but still.
Yeah,
They're
Miura.
still great.
Miura, we're up to next. Favorite scenes with Miura. So I'm actually gonna admit something. I found Miura's character design a little irritating with the whole whenever he ran, he held his cap. And I just wanted to sit there and just yell at him like, put your hat on right. I don't know why that bothered me so much. It did.
I don't think it was really a threat of it falling off, because that was like a style.
Yeah.
The cap was designed to be worn like that. I think that's just further showcasing him being really self-conscious
About the
the scar
scar.
on his forehead.
Possibly. But I just remember that driving me nuts a little bit, and I wanted to address that here because it made more sense to bring up here than anywhere else. But
Yeah, sure.
But favorite scenes with Miura.
I don't kind of like with Natsuno. I don't know if I have a favorite scene with Miura. There's several really good like revelatory scenes, but I
Mhm.
think that might even happen in Natsuno's story. I forget. Um I just really like Keitaro Miura for kind of similar reasons that I like Hijiyama and Rinya Goto. Um, Kitaro is also a fish out of water, being
Mhm.
from the 1940s, sort of,
Mhm.
and he's also like he's a very thoughtful character. Every single one of his scenes, for the most part at least, begins with him kind of collecting his thoughts out by the riverside and being like, well, why did this happen in the 1940s? Okay, what about why are the Sentinels really like this? Okay, I know about time travel. So what does that mean when the 40s are decimated and the 80s are fine?
Mhm.
And so I really liked the perspective and the way he handles himself that he brought to the story. But I'm struggling to think of like a favorite scene. I think he's just overall pretty good.
Yeah, like as you were like describing him and what he was going through, I was thinking about my scenes, and I think all of my favorite scenes with him were actually pairing scenes he did with somebody else. Like his original meeting with
Sure.
Natsuno is great because he's just like, you do all the girls from 1985 show that much like, and he's just bashful
Yeah.
and shy. The scene at the end where they're just like, yeah, our parents aren't real, but I'm taking him home to introduce him to my mom and dad. And it's
Oh my
just
God.
it's this
Or-
cute, sweet scene like that where they're like super wholesome, or even the scene you mentioned
Yeah.
earlier where they're like, the hamburger's better, no, the yakisoba pan,
yeah.
and like they have that body. It's always his interaction with somebody else that I find very good, as opposed to anything he does individually on his own.
I think that's pretty fair. Thinking about it, I think even the Mira scene that made me laugh, and it was maybe one of my biggest laughs outside of like some Hijiyama Okino stuff or Ninji finding Wajima after they rebooted everything in the very
Mhm.
end. One of the funniest things was Keitaro just walking around the streets of Japan at first, and he was like, "Well, it's a glass and steel city. It looks like what I think America sounds like, but everything's in Japanese." And then he observes a couple of people and like all the cars, and then he like walks behind and sees Shu, and he's like, "That's a normal high school student, but he has a girl's haircut."
That's a male uniform, but he has a girl's haircut. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like I love his out of water moments, and I love his thoughtfulness in approaching the story and setting.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's a little too reserved to stand out on his own, but he bounces off other characters super well.
Right. Yeah. He plays with other characters very, very well. Him, like the few scenes where it's just him and BJ, so it's Miura and Miura, are pretty strong.
Yeah, that's good too. But yeah. Okay, so that's where we are on Miura. Sekigahara. Yeah, that's about probably the strongest scene for him is just that opening one for me. Like his story's interesting in a way that's fascinating, but he's just kind of generally like aloof and alone. Like I remember seeing one of your VODs where like he goes, he meets Iori, he apologizes for lying to her about remembering her because he doesn't.
Right.
And then he just is like, "Oh, Natsuno went that way?" And he goes off and he just leaves her alone to go off and do his own thing.
Right. You're just immediately gonna run away from Iori like that?
Yeah, yeah. So he was more of just like an accessory character in other people's stories. So probably the most interesting thing for him is just that opening scene where he wakes up in an alley in a very memento moment of like, okay, I don't know who I am. I have pills. I don't know what for. I have a key. I don't know what for. There's a dead body over there. I guess I killed them with this gun, maybe.
Right. I think he's a character. I totally agree. I think he's a character that has a very strong opening, and he has really good reveals throughout the story, and he shines most when he just kind of shows up in other people's stories. I think the end of his story is pretty good, but it's like trying to be very impactful and serious in this moment between Iori and A, but I don't think it's as impactful as his opening.
Yeah, his opening is just so good that whenever I think of him, that's really the scene that comes to mind.
Yeah.
And it's that promise of a lot from him that you don't really get anything better than the start, but it is an extremely good start. And he's the person that just sinks you into the rest of the story and gets you invested in all of it.
Right. The start of his story is really great, and most of the other really great stuff that revolves around Sekigahara is either a memory of before he started having memory problems or him showing up in someone else's story.
Yeah.
The rest of his story and putting everything together it's good. It's pretty okay. It's good.
Yeah.
They've got some nice moments. But I think that opening is the strongest thing about his story. Just with everything we've had set up so far.
Yeah. All right. Next one would be Ryoko, actually.
I think for me, there's a really easy section to say like which part is my favorite of Ryoko's stories, and that's just when she kills Tetsuya Ida.
Fair enough.
Like she just before that, it's not in the same scene because I think it's in like Shu's scene is where she tricks she kind of tricks Ida into thinking she's being submissive when he's got Yuki and Shu at gunpoint. And then when he's not looking, she does something with the mainframe transfer bit, and they all the like her and Yuki and Ida teleport back to the science room. They shift back to the science room is the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
And so you when you play her, if you haven't seen that, and I don't know if you can see that because it's like near the end of Shu's story, but this is also close to kind of near the end of hers. It's most of the way through her story, at least. You just get a scene where all three of them pop out in the science room, and she's like, "Nope, not this time. You're gonna tell me about my pills? Fuck you, bam bam. You're dead."
Yeah.
And so like the one scene where she finally stands up for herself, and she gets like a really rough ending too.
Yeah, her ending is the probably the thing that stands out to me the most. So it's less about a favorite scene and just that impactful one where they
Yeah,
realized that she was the one who installed DD426, who spread it to the Sentinels, so that now
right.
anybody who rides the Sentinels risks getting infected with it.
Yeah,
And the only reason they were handling her the way that they did was were hoping to God she would get back that memory with the passcode she used to unlock
yeah.
DD426, and so they could turn it the fuck off and save
Right,
everybody.
right.
And
That's really why.
they didn't succeed. So she's just really just a tragic character, and it's hard to root for
Yeah,
any of her scenes.
yeah. The so yeah, she ends up like not being like not having memories or barely being the character that you play by the end of her
Hmm.
storyline. The the upside for her on that is that she had a fucking hell of a time and some really rough stuff happen that she just doesn't have to live with anymore.
Hmm.
It's not great, but she seems to kind of come out of it a little better. She flips out and breaks down about seeing the video of her 2188 self uh, deciding to completely screw over humanity and all their prospects for any future at all,
Hmm.
and being the one behind the kaiju attacking. But then in the destruction sequences, or near the end, she talks to everyone else uh, almost very nonchalantly about like, yeah, this might be my fault. Well, okay, not me, but like a past version of me that was very bitter and did these things, but that's not me anymore. And so she gets to move on from that kind of.
A little bit, yeah.
It's tragic and dark and super rough, but like she comes out like less of the person she was, but also better for it. It's
Yeah.
really rough.
Yeah, a lot of her story just has her being a victim of
Yeah.
various people and manipulations. So it's hard to find
Yeah.
any one scene that like is really supportive of her. She's almost like a ghost in the story. I almost wonder if
Yeah.
a lot of her stuff got cut because, like you said, they had to cut a bunch of stories. So I wonder if
They had to
that's
cut a lot, and I think it kind of shows, but it only when you think about it after beating the game, because playing through the game it doesn't feel like anything's missing.
yeah, but yeah. So I can't say I honestly have any favorite scene with her just because it's so rough to just play through her and watch her struggle
Yeah.
so
It
hard to
yeah,
really
Ryoko's
amount to
story,
almost nothing at all.
right. Her story is like pretty great in like how it's told and how you finally piece together how she fits in, but
Hmm.
like
Yeah,
a lot of it is not enjoyable to play. And
yeah,
I'm not even not in the sense that like I got tired of her pill mechanic or I had trouble figuring out exactly when this anything was going on with her story, but like damn, she has it rough.
yeah. It's the Grave of the Fireflies issue, which is like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a great story. It's
Yes.
amazing. It could be award winning. I do not want to watch this again. Like it is just painful to watch somebody struggle to do well and survive, knowing full well that they're gonna fail. Like it's just it's rough.
Yeah, it's really rough.
Uh,
She like was kind of a villain or one of the originals by like screwing everything up intentionally, but wow, it's really understandable.
mm-hmm.
And she goes through hell and forgets everything, and that's kind of better for her, which is sad.
Yeah, she ends up better on the other side, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
Um, all right,
It's also very ambiguous, like whether her and Goto are really together in the end.
I took it as a no. I didn't think so. No,
They well, the story is
they
like
show up in a
showing
scene together, but they don't.
right.
They're not like presented as like they're in a relationship. It almost feels like a working
That's
relationship.
right. That's why I say it's kind of ambiguous. They mention that they dated at one point in the battle scenes. I think it was in the battle scenes.
Yeah. They mentioned they dated
Yeah.
in middle school and then they broke up. But I think
Right.
she was the one who did it, and he didn't.
He
He never knew, and because of that, with her
well,
losing her memories, they'll never know.
he claims that she initiated the relationship and that she broke it off.
Hmm.
Um and then in the very end they're showing all these different couples, and then they show the two of them together, but they're like acting the least like a couple, and they're just kind of talking with Chihiro, I think.
Yeah, Professor Morimura. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I got it. I got more of like a working relationship feel. Honestly, the only the Hail Mary like relationship, like, am I seeing something into this at the end of the game, was Tamao Karabe with Robo Tamao Karabe, and I'm like,
Oh yeah.
I like they were like super
Sure,
chatty
why
and nice
not?
to each other, and I'm like, am I seeing something this? Am I projecting, or is this actually here?
Right.
Because
Because at first, like, there's a couple of ways to interpret Kamau. Tamao. She was explicitly stated to be like pretty old in 2188,
mm-hmm,
and only looked like she wasn't ancient because of nanomachine therapy.
mm-hmm,
And also in the simulation, her non-robot form was born in the 40s.
mm-hmm.
So both versions of Tamao are like old lady Tamao, but neither of them have an old lady body. They're just like old sensibilities,
Yeah,
kind of.
old souls. Yeah,
Yeah. And so yeah, it's fun to see the two of them kind of sort of get together, but they're probably just like
they're probably just having
it'll
tea.
yeah, they're probably just having tea.
They're having tea,
It's a relationship where you're like,
or also just going crazy and behind the doors and swinging from the chandeliers. We have no idea, but it's just
right. I almost feel like their relationship at that point is like, "Oh, I have a twin that I never knew about. This is kind of cool."
yeah. In a way, I think that makes me happy. But I definitely did see that. I'm like, are they? You know what? I'm not gonna dwell on this too long.
Yeah, yeah. That was really fun.
Yeah.
Hijiyama is walking in with Tamao Karabe, and then
Okino comes
Okino
in
walks
with
in
Tamao
with
Karabe.
Tamao Karabe. You're like, "Oh, all right, sure. This reset means that can happen, I guess."
Yeah, because it's the Tamao from the third loop and the Tamao from the second loop, like
Yeah.
interacting.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, interesting. So our last character, Gota. Favorite Gota scenes.
Like all of them, it's
I
I,
said it earlier. The whole kind of like piecing together the like who shot Chihiro Morimura is
yeah.
fantastic and amazing.
Yeah.
Especially when you find out like he accuses the professor, who just straight up says like, "All right, I'm gonna shoot you now." But you find out that he rigged it so that she can't, and she's just like, "Okay, well, I guess we're stuck with each other. Let me ask you a question. Were you in love with her?" And he just kind of turns and looks away and takes his glasses off. Yeah, I'm feeling a little frustrated right now, but yes, I
Yeah.
was in love with her. And he just like owns up to it. He's just like, and I really am not happy with you killing
Yeah.
the woman I liked. But you know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna compartmentalize that because the apocalypse is gonna happen any day now, and
Right.
I just can't deal with this. So, like him having that just kind of passionate moment there that he just doesn't act on is a really interesting character thing. So that whole like him putting together the individual pieces, him figuring out that it's her through the one slip up she had, the one time she met
Oh my
Morimura,
god.
like
Yeah.
a single line, a single "you used to be a great engineer in 2188," and he's just like,
Yeah.
notebook time.
I was going like in my head going through trying to be like, well, is there like an order in which I can say which Renyagoto scene I like the most? But it's probably that one reveal. Cause I like all of Renyagoto scenes very much. From like the two things in my playthrough that probably hit me the hardest as far as the like time travel mindfuckery or like what is even going on here were the record of uh Yuki Takemiya, or the record with Yuki and Natsuno, where Natsuno just goes, "Mom?" And I'm
Yes.
like, "What the fuck?" And then the other one was Renyagoto's prologue, where he stumbles upon his own video, and it starts off Renyagoto speaking, and I'm like, "Fuck you, game! I was trying to figure out who that was, and you just aged him up and put a huge beard on him, but it's the same hair, and he's got the glass. God damn it! Of course that's Renyagoto.
Mm-hmm.
How does any of this make sense?" And so and and even like playing as Ryoko, this is not really a Ryoko moment so much as it is a Renyagoto and Miwako moment. But when Tomi tells you to run away and Ryoko
You
gets to run
distract him
away.
with Miyako.
The thing that happens that allows Ryoko to run away when Rinya is following her, because of course he is, he wants that code, damn it.
Yeah.
Is Miwako just going like, "Do you like girls? What's your favorite food?" Just like an endless barrage of questions. She just goes forward like a wall
Yeah.
to stop Goto. And even that, I love that moment.
Actually,
But yeah,
on a similar topic, during the scene with Hijiyama where you have to get that last bit of money from the cat, like, and you
Yeah.
like try to pick it up in front of Goto, and he's just like, "Excuse you," and Hijiyama's like,
Yeah.
"I'm sorry." And don't you get him to leave by getting Miwako and bringing her over, and Goto's just like, "I have to go somewhere," and he just leaves and runs away from Miwako because he doesn't want to talk to her.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't want to be assaulted by Miwako. Yeah, exactly. He like they don't even get a conversation. She starts getting close, and he like turns around and says, "I have to go.
Yeah.
I have to be somewhere else right now." But yeah, that one moment when he's talking with Chihiro and he reveals how she slipped up in his mind,
Mm-hmm.
and it's an actual line, and I was thinking, God damn it, was that there? Did I see that? You
Yeah, it was.
totally see that.
Yeah, it was, and I didn't clock it at the time because he says something that we as the players are aware of pretty much from the beginning of Miura's story, I think.
Yeah.
And we don't clock it because it's like, oh yeah, of course it is. We know that. But we don't actually like, because that's the weird thing with this is like,
But he wouldn't. Right.
He wouldn't, and that's that point of like the audience ironically know this information that he the character should not, and he immediately clocks it, and we miss it because we're not there's just so much happening in every scene. So
yeah, exactly. I think she said that, and I was even actively like, well, I mean, I guess the 2188 version of him was, but and then they keep talking and other stuff is going on, and so I just brush over it.
Mm-hmm.
But then afterwards, like, yeah, Goto caught that because he's so fucking sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Goto and Okino, probably the smartest people in the game.
Yeah. Different skill set, but definitely like the smartest people.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that moment in particular, and more broadly, his entire conversation where he's just like interrogating Professor Baby Chihiro Morimura, even though it's chopped up amongst a couple of scenes, that's probably my favorite Renyagoto moment.
Yeah, because I think it's I think it's 3 scenes with him, but it is chopped up, and also you're absolutely right. He is kind of like putting forth one thing and like seeing how she reacts, and another thing, and seeing how she reacts, and another thing, and like, and then he finally like just points the finger at her and does it, and no, that's great.
Yeah, when he finally Phoenix writes, "You're guilty," actually, then she pulls out the gun, and he's like, "I won."
Yeah,
you just told me everything I need to know.
And he gets one over on the professor too. I love that scene too, where he's just like, you realize being in that childlike body, you're far more likely to let something slip when you lose your temper. And she's just like, I'm not losing my
right.
Like, that's just a great scene too.
It's really good. That honestly, like, that may or may not even be real. He was just like constantly slightly jabbing her and provoking her the entire time with slightly degrading comments, but he knew there was something off. And so he got to her. He got under her armor.
Yeah, he did. He had her pegged. He had her pegged great. So. So we are approaching the 5-hour mark. We have talked this thing basically to death. What have we not talked about in all of this? Because
I mean,
I did ask you about the weapon upgrade stuff because I was curious about that because I hadn't seen it yet, and I noticed it very quickly early on because I'd done one of them was just one that I liked and I had done it enough times that like, oh, this gets me a thing. Oh
yeah.
And then I went through and did all of them as quickly as I could. I don't think I got everything right away, but I got a lot of them.
Yeah, I think I was in a similar state. I just found them much later, but I was also just maintaining like a point bonus combo the entire time, and so it was pretty easy to at least unlock those first initial levels to see what the next unlock thing was.
Actually, that's a curious question. What was your highest point bonus? Like, if you can remember.
By which metric? Do you mean like the multiplier?
Yeah, the multiplier.
Like at least 280%.
Nice. That's very good. I think I got up to I think I got up to 70%. I got like 7 times in a row, and I ended up in a mission that where the extra mission I needed to do was required a character that was on cooldown.
You know what you can do, which I didn't do because I was playing all of it through like live. But
you
what
can
you
go
can
and do another mission and get them back, and then come.
You
and
can
do
go do
one.
a previous mission. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I just refreshed them. I'm just like, I don't care. It's fine.
Yeah, I think I refreshed them like once or twice in the first wave, and then while like kind of looking around but trying not to spoil myself, I saw people being like, "Dude, I totally just didn't refresh them ever and went through the entire game without doing any of that." And that's where I learned that you could go back and do a previous mission. I was like, "Oh, I should probably do that."
Yeah,
And I saw someone mention somewhere along the line that you can put like 2 points into the neural whatever upgrade, and then they get 3 missions before they get tired and brain overload.
Yeah, I did that with Yuki. She went into the last one with like 95% brain overload. I'm like, yes,
nice,
go Yuki.
Yeah, I focused very little on the like character stat upgrades, the like Sentinel stat upgrades, as opposed to the weapons themselves.
Yeah, I fiddled with it a little bit just to see what it would do. I mostly just like went all in on kind of Yuki to just see what would happen.
She's pretty good. You need to look up Missile Rain.
All right, I'll look it up. Or honestly, like I could just
after this.
I could just do it later. But that's a thing.
It's the most visually satisfying thing in the game. I cackled when I first saw it.
Nice. Okay, so I was wondering about that. I saw you interacting with a thing. You never really called it out. About how far were you in the game when you realized, like, in the upper right corner, they showed green and red dots, or like green and red markers for like when you had something you could interact with, or when you had something you could share. Because I use that constantly to like get me around, where like I would get in a spot and be kind of stuck and be like, well, no, I clearly have to interact with one of my memories because there's no red markers, or okay, there's one red marker. I have to find a person to talk to.
Well, and you have like dull green and bright green markers too. I mentioned that. I don't know where I first mentioned that. I want to say I recognized it pretty early, and that it like corresponded to the thought cloud. But it probably took a little while for me to recognize what the red ones were with interactions instead. I don't know when I mentioned that. I know I mentioned that in my playthrough once or twice.
Yeah,
I don't remember. Probably only when I was like trying to figure out, okay, it's not perfectly clear exactly what I'm supposed to be doing here, and then the little markers in the upper right, because this is what they mean. But I don't think I talked about it too much.
Yeah, I don't remember you mentioning it, but you acted like you were paying attention to it. So I was just kind of curious when you noticed that and how that played into your playthrough.
Yeah, I don't know if the game ever tells you that's exactly what that is. It's just like after you play it for a little while, it kind of becomes clear what the relationship is between your thought clouds and your ability to interact with people and thoughts and the little markers in the upper right. I know I mentioned it once or twice somewhere in my playthrough, but I think it was probably only fairly late. Like, I may have been in the later parts of the Hijiyama playthrough where I was like, where the fuck is my change? I need another Yakisoba-pon. Or where is Okino? God damn it.
Yeah. What else to talk about? Did you manage to make it through all the missions on your first try? Aside from, of course, the last one, which was very tough.
No, I made it through the last one on my first try, too.
Oh, nice.
It was very close. I was feeling overwhelmed the entire time. And I feel like... I forget what, like, my brain overload status was. But I feel like if I knew... Like, if I were to go back and do that mission a second time, I could do a lot better. Which is, you know, you can say that about any of the different missions, but that one was clearly like the most overwhelming. There were 2 or 3 missions before that, mostly with like the really tough, huge health pool boss version enemies, the like large yellow versions of enemies that were fairly close, or that I was like kind of worried about for a little while, Like there was the one with the I think it's either a high quad or a production facility, and then the super armored high health bomb drum.
Yeah, the drum one was that thing was just a damage sponge. Yeah.
Yeah, they were both huge damage sponge, and so I was worried throughout almost that entire fight, because you can wipe out most of the rest of the map outside of those two pretty easily,
Mm-hmm.
especially at that point. But like I was doing not enough damage
Mm-hmm.
for what I felt like I should be doing against the bomb drum thing. And I killed it like halfway to the terminal, but it was feeling very harried that entire time.
Yeah, I think
I
I
was
had
like,
to
I've got to
do.
have someone to focus on the other person so it doesn't like fill the screen with tiny flyers, but I've got to kill this thing.
Yeah,
Um,
I think I had to do that one twice because I don't think I brought the right people. Because
yeah.
I had to repeat 2 levels because I messed up. That was one of them, I think. Because I think I messed up the extra mission. And the other
Mm,
one was there was one, I think it's map 2-6, where it's like there will be many long range kaiju. And that's one where I blew too many EMPs and I took out the big enemies, but I ignored the missile people, and they
yeah.
were all just pushed to the edge of the map, and they just kept shelling. I ended up getting a D rank on that one the first time running through, and
Nasty.
I had to redo that, and I did a lot much better the next time because I intelligently fought the map.
Yeah.
But
Once you know what to expect and how to kind of arrange your forces, it becomes a lot easier. I think the lowest I got was like a C, and I forget on which one, but there was like a moderate amount of terminal damage and a lot of city damage, and one or two of my sentinels took a pretty big hit.
yeah,
Um,
in that one specifically, one of my sentinels got disabled.
yeah,
I think it was Not Snow because she just sat back and just I had her shelling the whole time, and just
sure.
all that missile splash damage. So, she had to like get away from the terminal just so she didn't die in a missile attack.
Yeah.
And I
I
think
don't
maybe
know if I ever had a sentinel actually go down, but I definitely put one or two into repair mode a couple of times.
mhm. I think I had 2 go down. I had Natsuno's there, and in another map. Maybe that's why I had to redo the bomb drum one. Is that I
Mm-hmm.
think like Jiro Karabe, his sentinel got trashed, and it
Mm,
automatically pulled him out, and that was one of the failure conditions for the bonus.
yeah.
There was like 2 or
Yeah.
3 maybe that I had to like repeat in order to get all the prizes, but otherwise I did all right.
Yeah, I didn't get all of the prizes and bonus objectives for everything because I never went back to play a mission again when I like had someone the bonus needed to be in the fight, but they were on brain overload, so I just didn't use them. I
Mm,
was like, I need to keep up my combo bonus because that's a bunch of mystery points.
mm-hmm.
And here's a thing that I wish I did earlier but didn't. Once you unlock all of the mystery files, the game starts turning the mystery points into more meta chips
Yep.
instead. And I got that like very, very, very late.
I think I got that post game for myself.
Yeah, I think it doesn't even count like the bonus ones you unlock. It's just all the ones that you have to spend a meta point or a mystery point on to unlock. But I feel like I could have gotten more meta chips out of that if I did it a little earlier.
Mm. But yeah, that was a thing when I got to the end and I was able to get a couple 100 grand worth of meta points to upgrade. That was good.
Oh yeah, yeah. You get like 70 or 120 every round.
Mm-hmm. All right. So did you have any questions for me for my run through or playthrough?
Well, let's see. You did it. I wanted to know how you did on that final mission, the final combat mission, because
Mm-hmm.
it was crazy in comparison to the rest of the game. Like they didn't throw any of the big yellow people at you, but just wave after wave after wave of unending stuff. But we've kind of talked about that a little bit.
Yeah.
Um, I guess I've mentioned like the parts of the game that like immediately hit my head with like how is this shit even possible? What are you talking about? Mom, Rinya Goto speaking?
Mm-hmm.
What? Um After having seen like I guess bits of my playthrough and then started playing through on your own, what really threw you for a loop the most when presented in the story?
Probably the Outer Walls. Because remember, like
Yeah.
after like I watched yours a little bit, I never planned on buying it, so I read the Wikipedia, so I knew what the story was about, and I
Okay.
knew that it was all the simulation, it was all this, and then Shu Amaguchi goes out to this like construction site outer walls. I'm like, wait, what the fuck is that doing there?
Right.
I thought they're all in like pods or some shit. What?
Well, and they are. It's like an infinite metal lattice
Mm-hmm.
because of course it is. It's just like this fractal recursive thing outside of the city.
Yeah, but it's
That's the
something
simulation
I wasn't expecting it to be there because I
like
knew
at all.
yeah at all because it's just like I know the city's fake. I know none
Yeah.
of this is real. Um, so that definitely threw me for a loop, and I thought it was a bit of a red herring when it happened. Um, so that threw me.
I mean, it kind of is. When that happened to me, I was like, "Oh, these are all dome cities. These are
Mm-hmm.
definitely 100% dome cities. So we're either still on a space colony somewhere, and these are all different sectors on a space colony, or we're on a planet that's terraformed or in the process of being terraformed, and these are like the pre-exposure to the outside environment dome cities, and this is just like the outside structure of whatever is housing the cities." But no, it actually is still a simulation.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that was the one thing that threw me. Otherwise, it was just a lot of like seeing what was happening and kind of looking at it like, oh, this is neat. Oh, this is what they're referring to here. Oh, this is what's going on. It was nice to kind of have that playthrough because a lot of times like there's very few games that I don't want to be spoiled on. Like I'll spoil it for myself all the time. I don't really mind. I'm the kid that would buy like strategy guides
Okay.
for my books going up. So having a game being completely spoil free is not a part of the gaming experience that I'm overly concerned with.
Mm.
Um, which I think again like that's kind of the fun dynamic between the two of us is you went in blind and I did
Yeah.
not. So
Yeah, I
we
really
had a
love
very
going in blind
we had a
and
we had a
trying to suss things
very
out along the way.
yeah we had a very different experience and both of them were good and fun and valid. Um,
Yeah, yeah, of course.
but realizing that the first the scene I mentioned earlier, and then also the realizing that in order to get Yuki Takamiya unlocked, so that I could then go back to Natsuno and do the scene I saw you do to unlock Yuki, I had to do Miura's scene. I didn't know what was happening in it, and realizing that oh my
Sure.
god, it could have been my first introduction to Yuki is right after this scene where somebody's like, "Oh, this is your mom."
Yeah.
That was another scene that kind of threw me for a bit. I'm like, really? That's what it was? That's what it could have been?
Yeah. I That's crazy to me. I honestly didn't even know that the game could lock itself off like that.
Well, it can't because I was able to fix it because that's actually why I went to go check.
Well, no, I
Because
mean,
I'm like, okay, I messed this up. Can I unlock them? And it's like, oh, Yuki Takamiya, either of these two quests. I'm like, okay, I'll just do the other one.
right,
Fine.
right. I had only ever seen like one condition to unlock things. I didn't know that like Yuki there had two different conditions you could use to unlock her.
Well, in that case, it was just her showing up at all.
Right.
Yeah, so the unlock conditions, it is one, but in terms of Yuki, to get her to show up, she has to appear as a person of interest in the story. And the two ways that happens is basically both through Natsuno, either
Right.
through her being associated with the Men in Black or her being associated with, being
Or
Natsuno's
viewing
mother.
that video log.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those were the two that kind of surprised me. Most of the rest of it, I was kind
That's
of,
cool.
I was
It's a
kind of,
well-made game.
yeah, it's extremely well made. Most of the rest of it I was kind of fine with. I'm trying to think of anything else that shocked or surprised. I don't think so. Yeah, because I definitely like caught up to you at one point, which was actually funny. Your play style got me a little flustered at one point because you're
Yeah.
trying to like level up everybody evenly, whereas I would just heavily invest
Kind of,
in a
sort of, yeah.
character. And like I would go through and I did like all of the Minami, all of the Megami, all of the Yuki, and then I would like try and like watch yours as I'm playing. And you're like, oh, let me go do Shu Yamaguchi. I'm like, oh no, shit! All I did was his prologue. Let me go back in, and I would do like one of him. And then you're like, okay, now let's do Ryoko Shinonome. I'm like, damn it, I haven't done hers at all yet. Ah!
Yeah. That's kind of what I was experiencing with that other streamer I watched,
Yeah.
and why I think like it's like this is such a weird game. It must have been such a weird game to advertise because you can't show anything, and it must have been such a weird game to talk about with anybody else who was like a buddy and playing it right as it came out, because you could do things in almost a totally different order.
Mm-hmm.
And so if someone were to ask you like, well, how far are you into the game? You could even say, well, I'm this percent through Remembrance, but you would have to
Have an
go
entirely different
character
experience.
by
Yeah.
character.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's super hard for anyone to say exactly how far they are in this game while just chatting with somebody else. And like if you wanted to remain completely unspoiled about this game, you just have to not talk about it with anyone at all
Until you're
and
both done. Yeah.
not look up anything, cuz it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, free range dog meat. Thanks for dropping by.
Howdy, howdy.
I think I don't know. I think we're probably getting close to the end. We've talked to this game to death at this point.
Yeah.
It's brilliant and huge.
So let's anything else. I did save a couple of extra things that I wanted to mention. You saw one of them, which was I saw you like the tweet I had on Twitter that I retweeted of somebody doing keychains for the characters. And I thought those were super cute.
Yeah, that's super cute.
Yeah, I retweeted it earlier this week. I think you retweeted it today. Possibly.
May have.
But that was really cute. And then I also did a search. I don't know where I looked originally, but eventually, like, I went back trying to find it, and on Amazon, there's actually 2 statues for characters from this story. One is Natsuno Minami with BJ.
Mm-hmm.
And she's doing like the swipe on her face to bring up the start logo. And then the other one I saw was Megami Yakashiji with Fluffy.
Yeah.
So basically like two of the girl characters, both the ones that have a companion with them.
Yeah.
So
there's a really great series of, well, I mentioned one earlier. I think if you just Google, let me see if I can get it over in this tab. If you just like Google image search, is anyone else Juro Karabe?
I'll check it on my phone.
Then you
quick.
get over in images. Oh, maybe that's not it. If I just type in SpongeBob, there's a really great SpongeBob meme with Juro Karabe. And if I find it, I'll send it to you. There's also a lot of really good, like Megumi Yakushiji John Wick edits. Literally just him murking people, but with her face over it.
Oh my god.
Because it's so crazy that her whole storyline is just like, Cat says go shoot a person. Okay, I'm gonna go shoot this guy. It's for my love, so this person's getting shot. No questions. Yeah, I don't know. This game's crazy. I love it.
Yeah, it was definitely a great experience. Thank you for recommending it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I almost feel like we should trade off games now that I did one of yours. I don't know. I did mention Road 96. Yeah, if it's still on Game Pass, I recommend you give it a try. You probably can finish it in a week or two, taking it slowly. A week if you're doing it fast. I'm kind of curious what you think about that.
Okay.
But otherwise, we still did talk about like doing a Xenogears collab, which will probably be as long, if not longer, than this one.
Yeah, it might be just as long as this one pretty easily. Xenogears is also dense and nuts. I think 13 Sentinels might be more dense, but Xenogears like takes its time and has almost, if not just as many like big revelation moments about who characters are and what they're doing and what their actual motivations are and like the state of the world and how things came to be that way. That one might be easier to talk through in just like a kind of story chronological manner.
Yeah, because this one had like, okay, here's our explanation of each character. Okay, here's our favorite scene with each character. Like
Right.
it
Let's talk about the setup for the entire world. Let's talk about how everything ended up because it's a winding story in between those 2 points.
yeah. So this one just has a lot of moving parts, but yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it'd be fun to do another one of these again sometime, and just
Yeah, I think it'd be fun to
talk
do a
ourselves
Xenogears.
hoarse.
I
But
don't know if I have, and we could maybe talk about this off stream on our Discord or something. I don't know if I have too many like story centric games that you may have not played, because I think we've both played a lot of kind of older
mm,
PS1, PS2 RPGs and such. Have
yeah,
you ever played Final Fantasy Tactics?
oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
Okay, okay. Then yeah, I'll think about it. Because it's really hard for me to think of any story games that approach Xenogears and 13 Sentinels.
um, I know I was playing oh, it's not Octopath Strategy, Triangle Strategy, which is
Yeah,
another game by the same people that did Octopath Traveler, which
yeah.
is like a tactics clone with a lot of story. I did that earlier this year. That one's also very good.
Right, I think we
What?
talked about that a little bit last time. I could definitely
Yeah,
check out
actually, God, yeah, that was our first thing we talked about. Like we sat down and had like a conversation for like 3 hours about triangle
about
strategy.
Triangle
Yeah,
Strategy.
jeez. Oh boy, we
And we
have been
talked
talking
about
too long.
Octopath and then Xenogears a little bit.
um, um,
I'm thinking about picking up the Live Alive remake that came out recently, because that's like an old like Super Nintendo or maybe PlayStation 1 RPG that kind of, I think, I haven't looked into it, but I hear it got the kind of like Octopath triangle strategy treatment
Live
as
alive.
far as visuals go.
Oh yeah, I see the photo here, and it definitely does look like it. It has the similar visuals.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a really, really old RPG that kind of, I've never played it, but I've heard people talk about it for years. Um, it does a similar thing to kind of Octopath and 13 Sentinels, in that you have so many different characters and they each kind of have their own storyline.
mm-hmm.
I think they're each only like an hour and a half or two long max,
Mm,
but it's still a different kind of sort of, everybody has their own storyline that's all taking place kind of at the same time in the same world
mm.
sort of thing. It's
Yeah,
not overarching and crazy like this one.
no, I have not played a game that is as dense as this one, or as convoluted doesn't
Right.
sound like the right word, but I don't have a particularly better word for this. It's just it is
Yeah.
all over the place. Again, our one of our favorite characters is just our favorite because it's like, okay, it's time travel and space and nanomachines and giant mechs and I guess a magical girl. And just yeah, it just comes
Yeah.
out of nowhere.
Oh wait, never mind. Time travel's not real. It's actually this other super crazy thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah, we'll have to talk off stream for like any kind of like other game recommendation or anything because I've been playing a lot more of like having like the one day for retro game and then like having one day for like almost a visual novel point and click because I did like the Dark Side Detective games, which were very funny.
Yeah.
Um, those were pretty good, like point and click, like combine items together to give people a thing that makes them happy. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then I mentioned Road 96 is very good. It's a has a great soundtrack too. Yeah, no, I'll have to think of anything that I would recommend aside from those. But we'll figure something
Okay.
out. And like you said, we have another entire collab topic we could just sit and talk about for hours because we both just love
Yeah.
Xenogears.
Yeah, we can talk about Xenogears to death. There's a ton to talk about there. I can
Mm-hmm.
see if I can find my PDF copy of Perfect Works and go through that at all.
Nice,
Um,
but
yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. We can spend hours doing that.
yeah. But thank you again for collabing with me today. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a ton of fun. I love just chatting about like story and lore sometimes, even if a lot of the games I play are like not necessarily story heavy. I love a good meaty story to chew into.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's nothing to talk about with Monster Hunter story, and Devil May Cry story is pretty straightforward. And like if you want a game whose story is basically irrelevant, but more deserving of the word convoluted, we could talk about Guilty Gear, but it it's like
Isn't that
just
just a
as
fighting
crazy and
game?
more
I
anime.
thought.
It's a fighting game, but it has like if you want a funny trip, look up the story for Guilty Gear because it's come out across so many different games that any one of them doesn't really make any sense, and it's so obsessed with having metal and rock references that for the longest time the like shadowy figure who was the real antagonist behind the scenes of everything was only known as that man. So you have to fight against the man.
Oh man, that's funny.
But it's a story that like begins with humans creating an infinite energy source which allows them to essentially create magic, and suddenly they outlaw technology because uh what was it? Because Y2K happened and it scared everybody. Like
Oh my goodness.
Guilty Gear story is wild and almost makes no sense because it doesn't have to. But it's pretty funny.
Nice. But
yeah, I definitely enjoyed this. Thanks for the collab as well.
yeah. So after 5 hours and on my end 20 minutes.
Yep,
I think
same here.
We're gonna
Close to 5.5.
yeah. So thank you again, Rad Mahou, and
Thank you, Deuscain.
all right, I will talk to you later, probably after a good night of sleep.
Yeah,
But,
man, for sure. I
all
will
right,
see you around.
yeah, see you around. Take care.
You as well. Talk to you next time.
Bye.
Bye bye.